One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Ah, boy. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Okay, all right. I'll live with that. Thank you.
Right, okay. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. One second, let me just edit this thing. West Indies resume their first inning. Right. Right, you ready? Are you guys ready? Yesterday welcomed the return of Test cricket to the beautiful island of Antigua. Having won the toss, the West Indies pace attack went to work and made early inroads. But Sri Lanka's captain Dhananjaya De Silva led the fight back with some wonderful stroke play. When he finally fell, it was Justin Graves who mopped up the tail, leaving the hosts with a nervy 6 balls to survive in the evening sunshine. So, another day of entertaining Test cricket lies ahead. West Indies reserve. Sorry, I've mucked up there. How was that pace, Les? A little pause. Okay, because I didn't know how fast I was going. Yeah. West Indies welcomed the return of Test cricket to the beautiful island of Antigua. Having won the toss, the West Indies pace attack went to work and made early inroads. But Sri Lanka's captain Dhananjaya De Silva led the fight back with some wonderful stroke play. When he finally fell, it was Justin Graves who mopped up the tail, leaving the hosts with a nervy 6 balls to survive in the evening sunshine. So another day of entertaining Test cricket lies ahead. West Indies resume their first innings again. This wonderful series, and much more is expected on day 2. Just reflecting on day 1, it was Sri Lanka who was sending to bat, and they got to 308, thanks mainly to that century from their skipper, a 13 Test match 100 to Dhananjaya de Silva, exactly 120 from 168 balls. He got good support though from Dinesh Chandimal and from Danusha as well, who got a nice 43 in the end. For the West Indies, they'll be happy that they produced 10 wickets on day 1. The pick up the bowlers, Justin Grave, 3 for 39, his best Test match figures to date, and 2 wickets apiece for Roach, Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph. I welcome you to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We're in warm sunshine and I have great company alongside me. Samuel Badri, Jimmy Adams. I'll start with the senior in Jimmy. What can we expect today?
Well, we have really good batting conditions here today. The sun is out, the wicket, I think today, going from, say, from tea time yesterday right through until the end of today, early tomorrow, the best batting conditions here. So the conditions are good for batting, and we're looking for good batting performance from the West Indies.
And Samuel, brief takeaways for both teams after day 1?
Well, West Indies will be very pleased getting 10 wickets. I think their bowling unit over the last few years have been doing exceptionally well, and they managed to see out that solitary over. Today, though, as Jimmy mentioned, the challenge is for them to bat the entirety of the day. It has been an area of weakness for them, but it will be the litmus test. As he mentioned, good batting conditions, good weather. So can they string together a useful first innings score in this Test match in a pivotal day and set themselves up nicely?
Well, Jimmy touched on it. It's day 2. How did the pitch and conditions change? Well, earlier, Stacey Ann Adams was out there giving us her assessment.
We are thankful for great weather once more here in Antigua. A very strong breeze across the ground once more. Information from day 1 tells me that it's the type of surface that will reward technical discipline. We had 300 runs scored here, but also 10 wickets falling on day 1. But what I want to pay attention to on day 2 is the fact that when you get a little bit closer to the surface, around the left-handers area, there is some rough here, and you're seeing more bare patches across the surface. So that is something to pay attention to that might potentially bring the spinners into play later. And I say this because this is a day 2 surface. We still have 3 more days to go into this Test match, and we are already seeing this. However, it's still a very good surface for batting. 300 runs scored on day 1. So once the batters apply themselves, they should get great reward on the surface.
Thank you, Stacey Ann Adams. Well, she stated that with good application, you can still score runs out in the middle. So batting is the order of the day, gents, for the West Indies team. Again, it's another Test series in this ICC World Test Championship cycle. And if we take a look at the West Indies and what they've produced as a collective in terms of batting, it's not a good sight. Many West Indian fans will not be happy with this average of 19.96, which is at the bottom of the pile. Very different to Sri Lanka, that is placed 4th on that list. And they showed exactly their quality with the bat in the first innings. But the big question for me and for West Indian fans, Jimmy, is can they change that trend and increase that average in this particular first dig out in the middle?
Well, I think at some point we want to see that trend change. We want to go from 19 up into the 30s. And my point is that we have I think we have the technical ability. I think we have the talent. We do definitely have good batting conditions here. So no better time to start for me than now. A lot of these lads, I think, are on the process of maturing as young batsmen. When I say young in terms of international cricket, and these are the kind of conditions and the situations that you live for as a batsman, and I'm hoping 2 or 3 of them cash in today and make use of it.
Samuel Badri, when you look at that graphic, how does that resonate with you?
What that graphic does not show, Darren and viewers, is the number of centuries scored at home. Of the 7 centuries that they've scored, only 1 of them has come at home, and that tells a story. They want to do well at home in conditions that are familiar. They have 6 out of those 7 centuries away from home. So in addition to the lack of frequency of scoring hundreds at home is even more telling and more important. So today it presents an opportunity for them. The first-class season, the recently concluded one, we've seen a lot of batters getting a lot of runs. The volume of runs this season and last season as compared to before has been quite good, quite a great improvement. But can they translate that now into the test match format? And this is where the real challenge is. And we've spoken to Sri Lanka about the infrequency of test matches. It's a similar story for West Indies as well. They have 2 test matches here, 2 against Pakistan, not too long from now. But it's the first time this year that they are playing this format. So when you do get the opportunity, they'll want to make it count and they'll want to cash in. That's the hunger, like Dhananjaya De Silva showed. Can they show similar sort of fortitude?
Yeah, the second home series for the West Indies in this World Test Championship cycle. Numbers do tell a story. Let's have a look at the West Indian batters and what they've produced in Test match cricket in their respective careers. You see John Campbell at the top. He had that solitary maiden century against India in India. That was in October 2025. Kavim Hodge, he scored a couple hundreds. I remember that century in Nottingham against England. And 5 centuries to Roston Chase early in his career, Jimmy Adams. When you look at those numbers there, should we expect the same to happen? Or should we expect the players would take note of that and change maybe technically and attitudinally as well?
Well, I think first of all, you look at the positives, or I would be looking at the positives. You're talking about fellas who have done it. Irrespective of how often you've done it, you have done it. You've scaled that mountain, you've scored 3 figures at the highest level. Now, the other aspect of cricket at this level, what you're being tested on more than anything else is how often you can repeat. And this is the big challenge for all of our players, but especially our batters. When we look at this graphic, we have players who in first-class cricket have shown that they can score hundreds. They don't have an average of 40, so that is something that they can work towards. I don't think that for a lot of our test players who are maturing later in their careers, for systemic issues that we won't get into here, that we look at series like this and say, this is an opportunity to start that upward trend. For me, let me look at what I have. I have players with talent. I have batsmen who have talent. I have batsmen who have scored hundreds, maybe not many at first class, but enough to suggest that with time and application, they can repeat at the highest level.
Yeah, those numbers, as you mentioned, no West Indian batter averaging over 40 in first-class cricket, and they're taking on average 10 or more first-class matches to score hundreds. So that is something that they'll have to work on. Now, we're talking batting. Let's move now to Gerard, who caught up with Kavim Hodge a little bit earlier about his approach to batting today.
Kavim, West Indies are resuming their response on none for none after Sri Lanka put 308 on the board. Is the feeling in the dressing room that this is a score that the team can build on and potentially take over the first innings?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, having seen the wicket, it's a very good wicket for batting. We know that the new ball is crucial in any innings, and I would say kudos to Sri Lanka for how they negotiated that first half of the day, and then De Silva getting a brilliant century. So it's a blueprint that we can follow, and I believe that once we apply ourselves, we could do the same.
What do you think would be the biggest challenge in the first hour?
Look, I think it's just being decisive on whatever our plans are. The batsmen, who are starting the day, just leaving what they have to leave, play what they have to play. Just being confident in attack and defense, and I think that would take us through the first session.
And if West Indies execute their plans today, what would be a successful day's batting in your opinion?
Look, I think probably going in with 5-6 wickets in hand at the end of the day, would be really crucial for us, and I think we would love that. But like I said, it's just a matter of following the processes and taking it session at a time and playing what is in front of us.
Thanks, Kavim. All the best for the day.
Thank you.
Yeah, it speaks to his attitude, Kavim Hodge. Very pivotal player in this West Indies batting lineup. Samuel, how has he gone in the recent past in Test match cricket?
Well, he's made a return, firstly, to the team not too long from now, quite recently. So he wants to solidify his position. He has the temperament for Test match cricket. He's one of the few West Indian players who has a penchant and an appetite for occupying the crease and batting long. And that's what he needs to do. As you mentioned, he's a pivotal member now. He's fast becoming one of the ever reliable batters for the West Indies. So what he can produce today, it'll be very important, what he does. And when you look at what the West Indian team has done in the 19 test matches that they've played before this one, they've batted all 38 times and they've been dismissed 35 out of the 38 times. Can they put together a first innings score, a first innings effort where they are not dismissed? Well, can they get to 450? Can they get to 500? And that's what they should be thinking as they look to set this first innings total up.
Jimmy, what should batters like Kavem and the others in this West Indian side prioritize with this first innings effort?
Well, I like how he put it. He wanted to have wickets in hand at the end of the day, and I think that's critical. I wouldn't be telling batters how to do it. Let Ruston do it his way, let Kavem do it his way, but bring wickets in hand. 5, 6 wickets in hand at the end of the day. You're setting up to bat into session 4 tomorrow and maybe beyond, and then you have that sort of first innings total that can put pressure back on Sri Lanka.
Interesting thoughts there from Jimmy and Samuel Badri. Well, we've been talking first-class cricket and the importance of first-class records for West Indian batters and bowlers. Well, this year, Trinidad and Tobago won that West Indies Championship first-class title after 20 years. Here is a little more detail about that tournament.
We've sort of been labelled as white ball cricketers. We only develop white ball superstars and we only win the Super 50. So to win the tournament this year will be special for all of us. Everyone in the team, back home, even the guys that train with us when we're back home, it will be very special for us. This was a good preparation for me going into the home series, so to speak. Getting myself back into long spells, staying out in the field all day, toiling, not getting wickets, but it helped me to condition my body and my mind. But yeah, I felt good. I enjoyed batting. I enjoyed my batting out there. And then obviously bowling, that's my job. So I take that very seriously. And I just wanted to do a good job for the team, make sure that I put the balls in the right areas, break up on the top order, and then let everybody else come into play. But once I had the ball in my hand, was to make an impact for the team.
It's done. It's over. A coveted cricketing nation finally has the final jewel in the crown.
To be in a final, it speaks magnitude of the skill in the dressing room. It's really an opportunity for guys to showcase their talent, show what they have, show consistency, show skill. So, there's no way you're going to play Test cricket without playing this. And you need to do well at this in order to move forward to Test cricket. So this gives you a good stepping stone to, it gives you an understanding of your game, and you know it is a big step up from this level to Test cricket. But nevertheless, it is cricket, and it gives you a bit of a template on how you can go about, your particular game. But more so for me, what I want to see is development of players. I want to see players moving each year improving their game. It's something that's a concern for us. So we want to see players moving forward, and me in particular, I would like to see that.
It's been good. We've been really good together. We've been fighting with each other, pushing each other all the way, and just asking each other to improve every single game.
It was the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force that took on the Guyana Harpy Eagles in that said final. Joshua De Silva lifted the title, and Samuel Badri, a bit of national pride coming to the fore there?
Yeah, absolutely. It was an elusive aspiration for that Trinidad and Tobago first-class team for some 20 years. The last time they won it, Darren, you were at the helm back in 2006. So it's been a long time that they've been trying to win it, and finally they were able to put their hands on that trophy. Quite a few of the members from that team now in this West Indies Test squad. The captain, Joshua De Silva, makes a return. Amir Jangu with a double century as well. So it's great for them. Hopefully they can see a few more titles in the periods coming up. But yeah, wonderful for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, great. And I know that this pitch will probably determine if spin will play a leading role or seam will play a leading role for Sri Lanka. Remember, no specialist spinner in that Sri Lankan bowling lineup, but we'll wait and see how it unfolds. Thank you, Jimmy Adams. Thank you, Samuel Badger. We end on some sad note. Condolences to the family of Charlie Davis, who passed away last night. We send our deepest condolences to his family so that he can of course, be well remembered. Of course, a great and significant loss for the cricketing fraternity and more so for the West Indian community. Brother of Brian Davis, uncle of Gregory Davis. So as we close, we hope that you stay tuned for action on day 2 of this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. West Indies welcomed the return of Test cricket to the beautiful island of Antigua. Having won the toss, the West Indies pace attack went to work and made early inroads. But Sri Lanka's captain Dhananjaya de Silva led the fight back with some wonderful stroke play. When he finally fell, it was Justin Graves who mopped up the tail, leaving the hosts with a nervy 6 balls to survive in the evening sunshine. So another day of entertaining Test cricket lies ahead. West Indies resume their first innings against a
Jaden Seals finally getting that last wicket, or in fact this was the fourth just before. Jaden Seals finally picking up one. Alzari Joseph holding on to a very good catch. Yeah, West Indies just have to survive one over. Yesterday they managed to do so. So the umpires are out for day 2 action. Shafadullah and Hassan Raza. Sri Lanka in their huddle. They'll be looking to make early inroads into this batting lineup of West Indies. Brandon King and John Campbell making their way out. We'll be hoping to have a good start. See off that new ball from the Sri Lankan pace attack. So John Campbell and Brandon King batting lineup for West Indies. Kavim Hodge in at 3. Django Joshua and Graves as well. So day 2 action about to start here. Coach Ravi Rampal in discussions with Justin Graves, who had his best figures yesterday, 3 for 39. But all eyes will be on that batting for West Indies. 308 on the board. Joshua De Silva, he'll be in deep thought about his batting to come later on if he's needed. Yeah, so Brandon King, very new in his career, just 7 matches, 332 runs to his name, and a best of 75. Love to get 3 figures eventually. John Campbell, the most senior of the 29 matches, has that 100, his 100 coming last year against India in Delhi. So 1 over was bowled yesterday by Asita Fernando. So Lahuru Kumara, the quicker of the 2 bowlers. A brilliant record from him, and also a very good record against West Indies in the Caribbean. He has played 3 matches and 17 wickets as well against West Indies, all in the Caribbean.
No leg umpire. Brandon. Square leg umpire down. Oh. No leg umpire. No leg umpire. Don't worry, we will count.
Yeah, so we all anxiously await the start of day 2. Should be an interesting day. Umpire Shafadullah just perhaps getting his pack on correctly. So we should start shortly. But alongside me, Mr. Jimmy Adams, just sliding into his seat. Morning to you, Jimmy.
Morning, Stacey. Huge day for the West Indies and Sri Lanka. About to get underway. Brandon King facing up to the 2nd over of the innings. 2 slips on the gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg slip.
Yeah, Lahiru Kumara, just seen that he's played West Indies 3 times prior to this. all three test matches were in the Caribbean. Barbados, Trinidad, and St. Lucia. He's picked up 17 wickets throughout those 3 matches. However, he was bowling, he was a 4-change bowler in those matches, but has done so well throughout his career and is able now to take that new ball for Sri Lanka. A bit of wit offered, slashing that one, but straight to the fielder. When you look at Sri Lanka's bowling attack and you think of Dushmantha Chameera and what he has accomplished in his career, and it tells you a lot about what they have built as a team, Sri Lanka, with their pace battery.
For sure, to have that kind of depth where a talent like Chameera would not be playing. But how much of that comes down to workloads, I'm not too sure. But hugely talented, and he has played Test cricket and he has performed, Chameera.
Yeah, beautiful ball, just tailing back in slightly and beats the keeper as well. So the first runs for West Indies comes by way of byes.
It's just not carrying through as much as anyone would have predicted. Wicketkeeper not getting enough behind it, but sort of dying off the surface a little bit there, Stacey, and not something you'd associate with an Antigua wicket on the morning of day 2.
Yeah, more indication of the slowness in the surface by that delivery. And a good sharp in swing there from Kumar. He's known for that. Yeah, bang on the money so far from him.
Still think that the conditions for batting will be really good as we take a look at the bird's eye view of the strip going into today's day 2. No real cracks starting to open yet. A few indents from yesterday's deliveries, but nothing that should cause any alarms for any of these 2 batsmen, certainly at the start of the day's play. A little bit of rough outside the off stump, but nothing to unduly concern any of these players.
Yeah, that one just swinging far down the leg side. The keeper had no chance. Signal buys once more.
The radar isn't working yet, Kumar, we understand. Just a little adjustment needed. He'll be disappointed. His wicketkeeper will be disappointed because no wicketkeeper wants to be diving aimlessly around this early in a test innings.
Driven sweetly through the covers. Heard the sound of the bat straight out of the middle. A forced boundary and a forced runs off the bat for West Indies. At the end of the second over, 12 without loss.
West Indies 12 without loss. Brandon King coming off the mark with a glorious square drive. Very easy on the eye. Brandon King loves to score through the offside, likes to drive. Had to reach a little bit for that one, but got enough bat on it, fully in control, kept it down. And he gets his innings on the way.
Well, John Campbell, he gets his innings started as well. Sticking this to the leg side to get a single. Get off the mark. So Asita Fernando. Strong record from him as well. Started well in that yesterday's innings. Bowled that first over.
Interesting period for the West Indies with the, well, not having Craig Brathwaite open the innings, man who has played 100 test matches for the West Indies. Brandon King turning that one for another couple. It's been a thing for the West Indies in the last, say, 5-6 years, trying to find a consistent opening pair. Brathwaite obviously having been there for so long and having partnered so many openers along the way. In fact, having opened with both, not Brandon King, but he has opened with John Campbell, and also the reserve opener here, Tej Chandapal. He has opened with Tej as well. So the West Indies trying to find a consistent opening pair to get them into this Test Championship. These two opening in the last Test match in the last series in New Zealand. Brandon King getting a couple of half centuries. John Campbell getting a Test 100 in the series previous to that in India. But it's really, really important for any Test team that is going to win games, hopefully become dominant, that they need to get really good new ball practitioners, both bowling and batting. And the West Indies hierarchy will be hoping that this pair will start to produce consistently.
Yeah, you also have Tej Chandapal, who opened in New Zealand. I think he had a half century there. Well, West Indies have spoken at length about their identity as a team and what they're trying to achieve in looking at that particular brand of cricket that they're trying to play. Do you feel like, how do you think the decision with these two at the top was influenced by perhaps that identity that they're trying to nail down?
Another couple for King. I'm not on inside, so I can't speak to, you know, whether Tej would be someone who they look at as fulfilling a requirement for a brand of cricket. What I will say is that for where West Indies cricket and the Test team is now, what you need is a pair of players who can, one, negotiate the new ball consistently well, and to have players who, one in every 6 or 7 innings, can go on and play a match-defining role. How you do it, I think, right now is pretty much irrelevant, whether you do it in one style or another. I think for this particular Test match, these two had a good last Test in New Zealand. And 18 without loss after 3.
Yeah, searching for consistency at the top, certainly a theme for West Indies in this series and throughout their batting innings, really. 18 for loss, without loss, sorry.
Good ball.
Yeah. Lahiru Kumara. Couldn't quite get his length right in that first over. Yeah, but the openers at the top, John Campbell, Brandon King, you look at the centuries scored as well. And I'm thinking back to 2024. I know the graphic has the record for all players from, since their debut onwards. But I just saw that since 2024, I've seen 800 from West Indies. January 2024, Joshua De Silva with 1, 2 from Kavim Hodge, 2 from Shea Hope, 2 from Justin Graves, and the other from John Campbell. So certainly searching for consistency in run scoring, and this is not a good sign for Sri Lanka. Lahiru Kumara, who is just back from injury himself, who was running in here and then just had to stop. That's really not a good sign. Yeah.
Holding his hamstring, Kumara, Sri Lanka wouldn't be too pleased watching this. Kumara leaving the field, and
Lahiru Kumara actually back from injury in this series, because he was picked for the Bangladesh series in 2025, but picked up a hamstring injury during practice. So now he's going off the field again, looking like a similar injury. He's such an important bowler for Sri Lanka. But Kasun Rajitha, another one of those players who can open the bowling for Sri Lanka.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a change from the Yamus and what is suspected.
Pasindu Sri Bandara, the substitute fielder, on for Kumara. So Kasun Rajitha. Yeah, he hits the deck hard. Kasun Rajitha doesn't have as much pace as Kumara, but he's a steady operator with that new ball. Nice. That is gorgeous from Brandon King. Just lets it, just waits on it to come to him and just lets the bat face do the talking. Wonderful sight for an opener.
Waited on it, didn't he? Let it come to him, and just a gentle push. He's so easy on the eye, Brandon King, hitting it right under his head. Very watchful, keeping the bat face open, and a sprinkling of spectators, locals, really enjoying that one. Second boundary for Brandon King.
Yeah, and Jimmy, you keep mentioning that the surface it's such a good one for batting. An indication there by the 2 shots played from Brandon King. That one just allowing it to come to him. No sort of swing or lateral movement to trouble him.
Yeah, I am hoping that the West Indian batsmen prove me right when I I keep harping on about the conditions being really good for batting, but this is a day 2 Antigua wicket. Not much swing from Rajitha, but Brandon King being watchful. He's not trying to close the face of the bat. He's keeping it open all the way through the shot. So being very watchful, which you have to be, batting against a new ball. But really critical for the West Indies to get off to a good start this morning with these two openers.
No.
Oh, with Kumara just leaving the field, they'll be hoping that he can take further part into this test match. Asitha Fernando already opening the bowling, and Kasun Rajitha, who just replaced him. There's also Milan Ratnayake, very young in his career, but then they have 3 spinners. Left arm spin of Sunal Denusha, Dhananjaya De Silva, and Kamindo Mendes, who's ambidextrous. Squared him up to finish. 23 without loss. Yeah, 23 without loss. A cool day so far here in Antigua. Asitha Fernando to continue. Yeah, we spoke earlier about West Indies looking for that consistency. These two at the top, John Campbell and King, had a good record of late. But how important it is for your openers to give you that great start, particularly when you're struggling for some form as a batting team.
Well, I think for any team, you new ball practitioners, whether batting or bowling, these are specialist areas, and it really requires a slightly different skill set than middle order batting, certainly in terms of your mentality. You're being asked to negotiate a harder ball, a new ball, usually the quicker bowlers. But added to that is the responsibility of really setting the tone for the rest of the innings. And that's a huge responsibility. Whether you're batting the new ball or bowling the new ball. West Indies, with the apparent batting woes of recent time, part of that solution lies right here at the top of the innings, getting a pair of openers who regularly can see off a new ball, and either one of them going on to set a sort of game-defining score.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Asitha. If you can consistently land it there in that channel, that's what they're looking for, Sri Lanka.
Has been getting the ball to swing since his first over yesterday, coming into the left-handed John Campbell, leaving Brandon King on that occasion, being backed up with 3 slips and a gully.
And you look at these two, King and Campbell, and what they've done in the series versus New Zealand. They've given the team good starts. Yes, West Indies didn't go on to win any of those test matches, but you'll say that it is good signs. You want them to continue to build on that opening partnerships of 66, 24, 111 and 87 for these two.
certainly performances that hopefully they can build on as a pair. I think one of the good things about both batsmen is the fact that they are by nature attacking players, so they will not allow dross to be bowled to them and not take advantage of it. I think sometimes if you compare them to, say, Tej Chandapal, some of the criticisms against Chandapal has been that he doesn't put away bad balls well enough. These two are from a different mold, definitely looking to score and attack. Brilliantly bowled from Asita to finish the 5th over, 23 without loss.
Yeah, that last ball of that over. It's a hint of swing away from the right-handed batter.
No run.
But when you look at that, it's something that you just highlighted, Jimmy. Both batters are naturally attacking. And sometimes Brandon King coming from white ball predominantly. It's very hard to repress your natural attacking instincts. That was a good indication there. Lucky to not get an edge onto that.
Yeah, he let his hands get away from him on that occasion, Brandon King. Good ball as well from Fernando.
No run.
More circumspect from John Campbell. New ball bowlers generally, well, all bowlers, but they live to pull batsmen's hands away from them. They want them reaching for the ball. In doing that, they know that they have less control. Your hands are away from your head. If the ball swings, you can't control it anymore. And the old adage of playing the ball as close to you, whether you're an opener or a middle order batsman, it still stands, but more so against the new ball.
Yeah, good bit of cricket. Drove that nicely, but good piece of fielding from Sonal Dinusha. Yeah, that's a beauty. Sort of climbed on him slightly. Need to be consistently more in that area, the Sri Lankan bowlers.
Brilliant delivery from Rajitha. Angled in to John Campbell and then leaving him off the wicket, squaring him up. Fortunate not to have gotten a little tickle on that one, Campbell, but that is the length, that is the line for Rajitha.
No run. No.
Campbell watchful to finish. 6 overs gone, 23 without loss.
Yeah. Yeah, Sita Fernando. He's found that length and line to Brandon King. One before to end the over. Just tailed away. This one just slightly holding its line.
He's settling in, is Asita. He's been swinging the ball consistently since his first over to finish play last night. And he's getting his lines now nice and tight. So it's forcing Brandon King to play at balls that maybe he shouldn't be.
Yeah, the one before was much closer. It's a bit indecisive as to whether to play or not. That time, enough for him to leave it alone. That's good learnings from Brandon King.
He's been working on his line. A few deliveries to Brandon King in previous overs were a little bit too straight, that got tucked behind square, and those would have given Asita just a sort of guide to go a little bit more towards off stump, but he's certainly settling into a really, really good line here.
Yeah, and that's what you get with Test cricket. You know, we speak about Test cricket and it's shifting momentums. And West Indies are able to get a few boundaries away early. And now Asita Fernando has settled into a rhythm to the right-handed batter. Why that single was so important. Left-handed batter on strike now, just to break up that rhythm that he's built up to Brandon King.
John Campbell coming into strike. John Campbell, one of many modern-day batters, electing to stand well outside his crease when facing a swinging ball. And it's something common to quite a few. The thinking is that it gives the ball less time to swing, but it's also brought about another significant tactical shift with a lot of wicket keepers now electing to stand up to the faster bowlers, forcing batters to stand inside the crease and thereby building pressure. Batters who would, like John Campbell here, would want to stand outside the crease are being forced to stand a couple feet away from the ball. And it's all about making them feel uncomfortable and also not being able to walk into your unsided drives as well.
I've seen keepers up to the stump a lot, particularly in the women's game. It's a lot harder in the men's game, especially when that ball is harder and newer. You see it more and more being employed when that ball gets a bit older. Yeah, dot to finish 24 without loss.
24 without loss. Watchful start by the West Indian openers in this first session on day 2. What's significant is that injury to Lahiru Kumara. Somewhere in that dressing room he is. Maybe getting some care, some treatment for that hamstring of his. Outside edge. Goes through that gully region. Along the ground though. And Brandon King will get 4 more. Morning to Mali Richards.
Good morning, DG. Good morning to our viewers in the Caribbean and around the globe. That positive intent on show by Brandon King. Every now and again, he just has that tendency to get the hands a bit too far out in front. But this one went straight down, picking up another boundary. He's done the majority of the scoring so far in this total of 28 without loss. John Campbell playing a more circumspect role, something we're not too accustomed to seeing from him.
And just pulled the length back on that occasion. He's a natural driver of the cricket ball, Brandon King. Loves to get on that front foot and to get his hands going through the ball. At times it did get him in trouble in the past, reaching for the ball, playing at deliveries that are too wide. But in this role as an opener, he'll know of the risks of being too enterprising very early in his innings. There again, covered the line nicely. That bottom hand coming off, maybe just getting into position earlier than expected.
Every now and again here, there's just a little bit of extra bounce. We saw it on day 1. Just there. Wasn't quite there for the drive, was it? Hand coming off the bat. Not in control at all, Brandon King. But he survives. Look at that, hitting quite high up on the bat. We've seen quite a few go in that area in the air. So far, none of these two teams have employed close catchers.
Outside edge. Softer hands from Brandon King. That keeps the ball down. It goes into that vacant region and he gets 4 more.
That was very well played from Brandon King. You may say, oh, it's taken the outside edge, it's gone through the slip cordon. But as DG just said, soft hands, have a look at that. Not the biggest stride, but he allowed the ball to come into him. Played it quite late, under his eyes in the end. Went straight down. Was Nasanka diving away to his left. And once again, he's picked up another boundary. How many boundaries have we seen in that third man region so far in this game?
Yeah, those few boundaries in that region will keep Bridget interested. He will probe away. Well left on that occasion. So over coming to an end, 34 without loss.
Visit the stadium shop just past the entrance to the hospitality suites. The merchandise sold at the back. Cash and card payments are accepted.
batting lineup for the West Indies for this first test of the 2-test series. Significantly, no Shea Hope. He's been a mainstay in the West Indies batting lineup, not only in test match cricket, but in white ball cricket. Nice rotation of strike from John Campbell. What we've seen from him is more maturity, more organization at the start of his innings. I remember early in his career, John Campbell will be very flashy outside the off stump. Now with maturity, with runs under his belt, with a maiden test century, he has a better template for dealing with the challenges with the new ball.
Two off, that's two off.
And it speaks to your organization of your mind, your plan for batting, especially at the top of the innings, to that new ball. Of course, Mali, every batter has his or her template for facing the new ball.
Yeah, and I think the extended period in which John Campbell was out of international cricket actually helped him in his return in terms of just understanding what he was missing. He would get starts. You think about him getting into the 30s and 40s. The temperament was always a bit of an issue with John Campbell, especially in this format of the game. But since he's come back, he's looked more mature, more assured at the crease. Every now and again, there's just a bit of shape here, especially with a Sita from the Sir Andy Robertson. He looks innocuous a lot of the time, and then out of the blue, he just produces something a little different. But this pair, though, this is the 5th time I think they're opening in Test cricket. They've done pretty well, DG. Got a best of 111, even though all this was against New Zealand, in New Zealand. 66, 24, 111, 87, and now 35 not. Based on those numbers, it looks like the West Indies have a opening partnership to at least build on going into the future or the present.
Yeah, Sita Fernando, the 28-year-old from Sri Lanka. Of course, he's excelled in Test match cricket, playing in his 25th Test match. A couple of fifers. He's taken fifers outside of Sri Lanka as well. Seems to have the patience as well in his armory, apart from the skill to swing the ball away from the right-handers. Averages 27. 80 Test match wickets. So he will understand how to use the new ball, find the lengths that are a little bit fuller, probe. And as the ball wears, those lengths might just change. I haven't really seen a short delivery from him.
Yeah, he doesn't possess that pace to hustle batters, but what he does tends to pitch the ball up and just moves it either laterally or through the air. And we see as his shirt blows, there's a good stiff breeze blowing east to west, left to right across your screen.
Oh. 36 without loss. West Indies trail by 272. Plenty of time left in this test match for the West Indies to respond to Sri Lanka's 308. New bowler for Sri Lanka, Milan Ratnayake. Tall man. Close to 29 years of age, so still early days in his career. It's only his 6th test match. Here he goes. Flashing blade of Brandon King. He'll probably just get a couple. There's a deep point now deployed.
Yeah, Rathnayaka, as you're saying, right arm medium. Had a little bit of a look at him during the white ball leg of this tour. Tends to operate in between wicket and wicket. Not an extravagant mover of the ball, but if there's any lateral movement to be extracted, he will do so. Bit of a more of a seamer than a swing bowler, Rathnayaka.
Wait, no.
And just the little that I've seen of him, as you said, DG, just his 6th test match, hasn't been overly prolific in terms of wicket taking. It's just a bit of a nibbler. Can he extract something out of this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch here on day 2? What I think he'll put pressure on that front foot of Brandon King. He's got to be wary of keeping that front foot out the way. If you look at the speed, it's just 127. He'll operate in that area. I think at his quickest, he's probably 130, 132. So he'll just be operating in that region where the ball just tends to just nibble about. And we know just with consistency as well, just how challenging that can be.
Straightened a bit. First couple deliveries went away from the right-handed Brandon King. Now a delivery that was wicket-to-wicket lined. You look at this Sri Lankan bowling lineup. They operate as a collective. Very different to the West Indies, where there are quite a few options with X-factor pace. Many of these seamers in the Sri Lankan lineup, they rely more on accuracy as against express pace. They tend to build pressure and wear batters down, create that environment of attrition before creating a wicket-taking opportunity. So, as a batter, you have to be mindful of that quality. So don't go searching for wayward deliveries, because those might just be a rarity. Yeah, the new ball has brought a few deliveries that were unplayable, some seam movement. And that's the challenge of facing the new ball.
Good start from Rathnayaka. It's 40 without loss.
Run rate for the West Indies over 4, very similar to what we saw from Sri Lanka. That's the evidence of how good this surface is.
DG, you were just speaking in the previous over about the balanced nature of this Sri Lankan attack, especially with no Lahira Kumara. There's just a bit of seam movement on offer here for Fernando, also for Rajita and Milan Rathanaika. Just posing a few problems as you see Brandon King at times just playing with hard hands. Just pushing a bit far out in front. And here again, going hard is Campbell, presented with width, and he picks up his first boundary. So he's now starting to maybe feel a lot more comfortable at the crease. He's picked up the line, the length, the bounce, the pace. Now he's looking to apply pressure back on.
Yeah, just on that stroke, the intentional movement of the front foot towards the ball, that conviction in executing the stroke speaks to how set John Campbell is. He's watched along and he'll pick up a maximum. That has gone all the way. So off the middle of the bat, that last stroke.
No run.
Push through that extra cover region. John Campbell goes into double figures. He's been watchful. He's investing his time, understanding the conditions, understanding the opposition bowlers. And as a batter at the top of the innings and in test match cricket, what you want is over time for you to assert control in proceedings. Brandon King already 29 from 40, showing that he's well aware of the opposition bowlers and the conditions too. We'll have to try and sustain this innings.
He's made a good start, hasn't he? It's been a good start by the West Indies, 47 without loss, and just one delivery remaining. And this is the 10th over. Time at the crease, so important for these West Indian batters. Trying to get as much information on conditions as possible. But every now and again, there's still something in this wicket for me, DG. Every now and again, it's either a little bit of extra bounce or a bit of movement.
Cut away, but there's protection. So 8 from the over, 48 without loss. Kirsten left of screen. New coach for the Sri Lankan team. Yeah, just matching beauty. Just want to go back to this combination used by Sri Lanka for this first test match. No Prabhat Jayasuriya, which was surprising for me felt that because of the dryness of the conditions, spin will play a significant role. And I must say, Malian viewers, I looked at Sri Lanka and their output with the ball since 2024. And when you look at what the seamers have done as compared to the spinners, nearly equal footing. 130 wickets for the seamers, 110 for the spinners. So they rely on that blended attack to take wickets in Test match cricket. Sunal Dinusha, a left-arm spin option. Just like Prabhat Jayasuriya, who's not included in the 11 for this test. But the point I was going to make is, since 2024, for all those wickets taken by spinners, he is the leading wicket taker amongst the spinners. 63 wickets. 63 from 110. Yet he's not been included for this test. Now, one can argue that his average outside of Sri Lanka is way significant. So that's one rationale for his non-inclusion. But that's a significant record in Test match cricket. 22 matches, 122 wickets.
I think if I'm not mistaken, DG, only 2 bowlers in the history of Test cricket would have taken more at this stage, at the same stage of their careers.
No, folks, he wasn't speaking with me on that walkie-talkie. But I'm sure there would have been strong considerations for his inclusion in this first Test match. Maybe when we see the introduction of spin by Sri Lanka, it can sway the argument in a different direction or a certain direction. 81 wickets in 11 matches in Galle, Sri Lanka.
Like he's an absolute specialist at that venue, DG. But also, looking at his overall record, just the 26 wickets, I think, outside of Sri Lanka. So I think that would have played against him. That would have, those were a few of the things that they would have been talking about in that selection meeting. I'm sure it came down to those fine margins. Also get the feeling this is a crucial period in terms of concentration for Brandon King. He's on 30. He's gotten a start. Can he go on now? The end of a good solid over that from Milan. A maiden 48 without loss.
You guys happy doing something
We have the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, in the Eastern Caribbean. Tourist destination. If you value traveling, this is one place you want to visit, not only for cricket, but for sun, sea, sand. Big single. Brandon gets there quite easily in the end.
Mentioned Sun Sea Sand, DG. We're approaching the carnival season here in Antigua. I mean, being a Trinidadian, you will know all about carnival. But here the festivities are starting to ramp up. You're having the fetes around and The fets are bubbling, the panyards at night are a lively place to be. We see a few fans taking in the action. Always great seeing the spectators here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
And just waiting to see when Dhananjaya De Silva will introduce spin. All seams so far. .50 partnership comes up, another one between these two. You did mention, Mali, about their success in New Zealand recently at the top of the innings in this format for the West Indies. And there is a continuation.
Yeah, it's the fourth 50-plus partnership between this pair in just 5 innings, DG. So as we were saying previously, from a West Indian perspective, there's something to work with here with this opening partnership. They just need to go bigger. John Campbell, he's played the supporting role. He's been starved of the strike almost.
Pulled. More muscle than timing on that occasion. He was waiting for it. Rajita not express pace. And the execution good enough for 4.
Yeah, he picked that one really early, didn't he? Picked that well in front of square, did Johnny Campbell. Good balance at the crease, kept his eye on it all the way. So he's starting to look a lot more assured now. 15 in this partnership, 54 and counting. But for me, still a crucial period for these guys in terms of their concentration levels.
Wait, no!
DG also mentioned just when you think Dhananjaya would introduce spin. A few foot marks outside the left-hander starting to come into play. But I think where they missed the left-arm seaman Vishwa Fernando, who would mainly operate from over the wicket, creating those foot marks. This one's down the leg side, will be another boundary. So the second boundary in this over. Bit of a wayward over this from Rajita. But the West Indies aren't complaining.
Again, evidence of immaculate balance from John Campbell. Head not falling over through the offside, so it allows his bat to access the ball. Just enough to beat that fielder deep fine leg. So he's growing in confidence. You want to keep that in check. Keep his composure. Significant in-swing. John Campbell equal to the task. Again, getting his bat down in time. 13 overs gone, 58 without loss. And we'll have drinks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is drinks. After the first over played, West Indies 58 runs after 13 overs. Brandon King out of 31. John Campbell out of At this time, just to let you know, don't miss your chance to rally your official West Indies merchandise. That includes travel polos, the new T20 trainer shirts, along with hats. Visit the stadium gift shop just past the entrance to the hospitality suites. Look out for the merchandise sold here by the banner. Cash and card payments are accepted.
Welcome back to Antigua's second day's action in this first test. West Indies have done exceptionally well to date. The opening pair of Campbell and King batting unbeaten for the first hour, getting upwards of 50 in that time. Another 50-run partnership for these two. These two are good together in combination on the field, but this team, they have a good relationship off the field as well.
All of my friends call me Mango Boy, but Haji most of the time.
J-Man. Well, most people call me Mari or Fatty, and my small nickname.
Shark.
JD.
I don't have one. They call me Slider.
And you can tweet in some of your nicknames to Jimmy Adams. And we reveal them during the broadcast at some point. Bowling for Sri Lanka, though it looks non-threatening, if I'm completely honest. Kumara unfortunately had to leave the field. Seemed to have been something to do with his hamstring. The youngsters are in today's secondary school. As far as I understand, Cricket West Indies will have those students in. But some crisp stroke play from Brandon King. Usually very good through that offside, soft hands, guiding it. John Campbell is a little bit more enterprising in his approach. Fourth 50-plus opening stand for these two in only 5 innings. So they're forging something that is quite reliable, something that is quite productive. The challenge for them now, though, is to get up to that 300-run mark, but to carry this 50-plus run partnership into triple figures firstly, and then take it as deep as they possibly can. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Jimmy, we've spoken statistically about their first innings effort in Test match cricket since the start of 2024. Only 6 times they've gone past 250 in that first effort. What are your projections from what you've seen so far this morning from a batting perspective?
Well, I think that what we have is a base under construction here. The first thing was to get to the first water card. They've done that successfully. And now both of them need to carry on, but I would put more pressure on either or to say one should really see if they can bat as deep into the day as possible. I go back to Kavem Hodge earlier today saying that one target would be to have wickets in hand at the end of the day's play. He nominated 6 wickets. That would constitute a great day's play. Both of these batsmen have registered as a pair opening partnerships of 50 and over on 4 occasions. Maybe today might be the day where they start adding to that by getting to their first triple-figure contribution. That would be a great push towards that end of days scenario of potentially having wickets in hand at the end of the day. A lot of times we forget that Test cricket really is built around time. Now, 300, you'd say might be below, a little bit below par for this wicket from Sri Lanka. But the good thing from a West Indian perspective is that they've left 4 full days of cricket for the West Indies to negotiate, to build, and to potentially having all the time in the world to put together as big a first innings total as possible. So from that point of view, time is not a factor for the West Indies, certainly at this point.
In there, taken, we were just talking about time and concentration, and straight after the drinks interval, Brandon King gently pushes one and is taken in the cover. He will and should be sorely disappointed. Sri Lanka strike.
Well, Sri Lanka desperate for a wicket. Milan Ratnayaka getting it for them. An airish push to cover from Brandon King, failing to keep it down. And he will be disappointed having gotten a start. He goes for 31. It's 58 for 1.
The West Indies 51 for 1 and 2 for 3. Hodge.
Kavem Hodge, the new batter for the West Indies, has been looking on intently this morning. A couple centuries for him. He has a penchant for spending a lot of time out in the middle in a pivotal number 3 position. Can he get himself set firstly? And once he does that, can he set himself up for a substantial score? And Brandon King's dismissal is so symptomatic of what we've seen far too often from West Indian batters, of getting themselves set. Off the mark straight away, quick single, gets there comfortably, getting themselves set, Jimmy, and then getting themselves out.
It's a disappointing end to have spent so long at the crease and still having your hands being drawn away from you so easily. Good batting conditions, you've gotten in, you've assessed the conditions, and he must be disappointed. His team must be disappointed. And yeah, it is an area of concern, Sammy, without a doubt. Take nothing away from Sri Lanka. They've continued to work hard. Milan hitting consistent areas.
Yeah, one.
And this is why it is called Test match cricket. It really is an examination of every facet of your game, your technique, your powers of concentration, your skill. And you can see from that reaction there, he knew that he was in. It was an opportunity for him to cash in, but he didn't. And I suppose, Jimmy, we'll discuss it in the next over about the ability to concentrate for long periods. 60 for 1.
We have that graphic, Katie, with the first class sort of stats. Just reflect on that. Laptop,
No one has taken off yet in terms of batting from the West Indies. They want to stay grounded in the current scenario.
Fraction outside. Little bit more. Yeah, 2 leg. Thank you.
And John Campbell just taking his guard once again. He will know that there is an opportunity here for a big total, not only for himself but for his team. Pitching outside the leg. We talk about the symptoms, Jimmy, of what we see at the international level, but a lot of it starts at the level below, and that inability to get big scores, inability to score 100. This is the first-class career of the West Indies top order. Brandon King in 50 first-class matches, just the 3 centuries. John Campbell has 11, but look at the number of matches that he's played. And Ruston Chase as well with 11. What does this sort of signify to you? And how has it manifested itself at the higher level?
Well, without being able to dive any deeper, it does speak to a lack of conversion. So I'm going to assume that we have a few starts. If Brandon King, say, for instance, almost 3,000 runs, so he would have gotten starts along the way. The question I would ask is, why has he only converted 3 times? And there could be reasons. There could be technical reasons. There could be mental reasons, or a combination of both. But if I look at today as an example, in his dismissal just now, there's nothing technical about it. The length wasn't there to drive. He made a bad decision. And again, maybe not having an appreciation for the fact that wickets tend to fall just before, just after breaks. He's just coming off a water break. You need to mentally switch back on immediately. And in that occasion, it didn't happen, and it's something he needs to really pay attention to. John Campbell helping it round to fine leg. So he's been in long enough. He's played a few drives. There were a couple of occasions where his hands were pulled away from him. And in a sense, this is all that happened. His hands went out too far to a ball that wasn't there. And you'd think, having spent an hour at the crease, that he would have been over that aspect of his innings. I know the pace of the pitch, the bounce of the pitch, and now it is going to take a good ball to get me out. That is where, as a group of batters, these young lads need to get to. Let it be a good ball once I'm in.
One thing I'll add to that, it was the over straight after the drinks break.
Agreed. And the stats do speak to wickets falling just before breaks, whether it be water, tea, lunch, any kind of break. You have to go into it, and you have to think your way of coming out of it as well. And it looks to me on this occasion that it just didn't happen. But it's something for him to think about. He did get a start, and let's hope that if he bats again in this test match, that he puts it right.
$61 for 1. Kavem Hodge new to the crease. Django in his second test match are returning Joshua Da Silva, Graves Chase. So this middle order could be tested. No Shea Hope, remember, carrying a little bit of a niggle, so not in this plain 11.
Now run!
Not too much pace to work with these Sri Lankan bowlers. What they rely on heavily, Jimmy and viewers, is that discipline and patience. Look at someone like Milan Ratnayaka, for instance, just trying to get the ball in the right areas more often than not and wear down the batters. Just have a look at the discipline of Milan Ratnayaka and what he's able to do quite consistently. Just challenge the batters. I mentioned not too much pace, but unerring accuracy more often than not. Just wearing down the batters.
Well, they would have known that Brandon King likes to drive. He really lives for an off drive, Brandon King, and sometimes your strengths can be a weakness. They'd also left that cover region open previously, bringing in the man catching in that over. So you could say plans have worked for them.
Yeah, you know better than most, Jimmy. Sometimes you've spent so much time out there as a batter, you think that you're on top, and you want to reflect that sort of dominance against the opposition, that you feel that maybe it's time for me to get going a little bit quicker. But as you so rightly pointed out, it's Test match cricket, so much time in this game, and you must be able to discern those opportunities.
I have a sneaky feeling that on reflection, Brandon King will think, listen, mentally, I wasn't where I should have been for that delivery. You've batted for an hour. You really are on top of the conditions by now, the pace of the wicket, and the drive just wasn't on.
Whoa.
Kevin Hodge making the entire island of Antigua aware that he was not going for that run. John Campbell trying to drop and run. Good decision in the end. It's been a subdued John Campbell. He's a very attacking player most of the time, but he's been very circumspect this morning. He's allowed the ball to come to him. Been very watchful.
Just as you said that, there is that flashing blade, 63 for 1. These are the 4 bowlers used so far. Remember, Kumara is off the field with suspected hamstring injury. Don't know if he'll play any further part in this innings. We'll get an update and provide you with same.
Oh, you got a message?
That's it.
In the last ball of the previous over, we saw a flashing bleed from John Campbell. Just looking at his stats, and of the 56 innings that he's played, he's been dismissed 27 times between 10 and 39. Last ball off the previous over, a heave really. Fortunately for him and the West Indies, no edge on the way through. But generally, it's a phase in his game. He tends to lose concentration and perhaps do something out of the ordinary.
Well, I do say that there's a story usually in the numbers. And the sample size is large enough for this to be an area that maybe John Campbell might want to focus on, think about, maybe devise strategies to help him through these phases of his innings.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Jimmy. You are known for your powers of concentration and spending time out in the middle. What are some of those strategies that someone like John Campbell, someone like Brandon King can employ during those phases when they might just have that lapse or feel as though they're having that lapse?
Well, I think there are a few things that you can employ. We'll have a look at this delivery and then pick it up after. the first thing is to try and get a player a little bit more self-aware. Where am I mentally? Am I right now coming out after the break? Am I in the same place I was when I started my innings? What's the difference? And if there is a difference, to be aware of it. And then is it something I'm going to attack personally just by myself, self-talk, changing my thoughts, or am I going to ask for help? Probably ask my partner, listen, I have this issue, I have this challenge. Help me through these periods. Come down maybe mid-over for a little chat, a little conversation, things like that.
We've also seen the employment of professional help. Psychologists attached to teams. Yeah, that average of just under 26 after 29 matches as a top order batter, 3 half centuries, and the recently scored century to his career. Did have some time away from the game, John Campbell, and now looking to re-establish himself. $63 for 1.
How's that? How's that? No, that's... You didn't say over. No, I said over. I said over. It's gone to you. Huh? It's gone to you. That's dead. Yeah, that's it. How is that? He's trying to get it out. That's right. That's right. How would it be dead? No, it's in your hand. He's still playing the ball. No. What do you mean it's my hand? I was trying to catch the ball. He threw it. We call the ball dead. Don't claim this because I'm not claiming. I'm just asking. I consider that's a dead ball. Once it's reached to you. I'm just asking.
Yeah, Dhananjaya De Silva is just saying that he's just asking about an incident that occurred at the end of the last over.
How come it's a dead ball? Okay.
Suggesting that the ball was still alive and maybe there was a run-out opportunity. I'm not entirely sure how serious he is about it. Seems to be. This is what happened. I think the over was called and everyone understood that except the fielders. So he was just asking, maybe politely, what happened there. But I think the over was already called, so ball considered dead. And they're still asking about it, actually. I thought that the over was called and it was clear. So they just want to make absolutely sure. Let's have a look. This is the delivery. Left goes through to the wicketkeeper. Michel Mendes collects and he throws at the non-striker's end. And he stays there. And then Dhananjaya De Silva breaks the stump. All right, I think that has been settled. Umpires are satisfied that the ball was dead and we move on. But what I would say, Jimmy, is do stay in your crease until the over is called, until the action is done. That could have taken a different turn.
Well, we can go back a little while to Johnny Bairstow deciding that an over had been completed when it hadn't been technically and paying the price for it ultimately being run out by the Australian wicketkeeper. The umpire was in the process of handing the cap to the bowler, and you could assume that in doing that the over is completed, but I agree with you totally. Until you hear that over call, it is safer to stay in the crease for the removance of all doubt.
Yeah, there was a difference there. Johnny Bairstow was run out at the striker's end. Kushal Mendes was trying to run the non-striker out here. But you're right, he was in the process of handing the cap over. The bowler was making his way back to collect seam. And a reasonable assumption would be, look at that there, he's in the process of giving the cap back. The bowler is making his way back to collect. So I think both umpire and bowler were on the same wavelength. Yeah, that's John Campbell for you. All the way for 6 in his arc and met with the middle of the bat. Wonderful strike.
Well, if you're going to hit the ball in the air as an opening batsman, then take a cue. This is how it is done. Giving yourself just enough time to get elevation, keeping your shape on the shot, perfectly straight bat presented to that length delivery from Milan Ratnaika. And his second maximum in his innings, John Campbell. Beautiful lofted drive over mid-off.
Shot of real authority from John Campbell. A little bit too full from Ratnaika, so he'll have to make that adjustment. Does pull his length back. He has his peculiarities, John Campbell, in leaving the ball alone. Once it gets past him, then he usually plays a shot, some sort of shot. Left it there, and then he swats it across.
Whenever he grew up watching Courtney Walsh leave alone some of the deliveries from that era. Interesting methods.
Tried to leave, managed to do that bat on ball. Anyway, just 6 from the over. And I say just 6, it's Test match cricket. 69 for 1.
Just a bit of indecision by Johnny Campbell. He's on 29 from 46. For me, a bit similar to what we saw from Brandon King. It's a crucial period in terms of Johnny Campbell's concentration levels here. It'll be Asitha Fernando back into the attack, though, from the Andy Roberts end. Starts with a slightly wayward one down the leg side. Hodge on to just 2. Batting at number 3 here, Kavem Hodge. Bit of a new position for him in this West Indian batting lineup. Didn't have the most prolific first-class season. Just 154 runs in 3 matches. Just a 1/2 century, average of 25. But what we know about him is he's a fighter. As I'm joined now for this stint by Stacey Ann Adams. Good afternoon, Stacey.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you, Mali, and to all the viewers. Yeah, Kavem Hodge, you said it right. He is indeed a fighter. And although he didn't have the best first-class season, you look back to what he did coming into that season, scoring that century in New Zealand. Have 2 centuries in the last year and a half for West Indies. 2 of those centuries that we speak about, West Indies lacking in centuries. What do you call those, Mali?
I'm not too sure. They're very colourful indeed. They've lit up this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium with their colour. Yesterday we had the Mocha Jumbies, as that one just jumps a bit of extra bounce once again. Not express pace, as we've spoken about. Asita Fernando. They're the stilt walkers. Kids in the background enjoying the trampoline. Just a bit of extra bounce. Not only on the trampoline, but in the middle. As I was saying, Stacey, and crucial period this for Johnny Campbell. If you look at the averages of the West Indian batters, no batter in this 11 averaging more than 30 in Test cricket. Bit of shape back in. Every now and again, there's just a little extra movement. And for Asita, it's through the air.
Yeah, Asita, he has troubled the West Indies batters without rewards. I think he has bowled really well. And when he has found his length, he has hammered away at it. He's doing something similar to John Campbell, as rightly as you said. Indeed, an important passage in play just before lunch also. That's one. And then not too long losing Brandon King. And you look at John Campbell, you say that, I'll say that I've been impressed with what he's done so far because of his natural, his nature to be attacking. I think he was quite watchful in the beginning. I've seen him play a few expansive drives that miss the edge of the bat, but West Indies will want him to just hang in there a little bit more and see off the shine a bit more off the ball. And then perhaps he'll be able to cash in later with a slightly older ball.
Concerted effort here by Fernando around the wicket, angling the ball in to the left-handed Campbell. Moves on to 30. End of that over. Just 2 runs coming from it, 71 for 1. Runs in the 18 overs, just the 1 wicket lost for the West Indies here today. Interesting to keep an eye on that run rate. It's dipped below 4 now. Sri Lanka maybe just starting to get an element of control back since that loss of the Brandon King wicket. That's a good lead. That's good batting, good bowling, good cricket all round. I think Ratnaik is a bit of a danger man in these conditions, especially with his accuracy. Just does enough with it from around the wicket. Good leave though, good stride. Good recognition of where that off stump is by Johnny Campbell. Just needs to keep things simple as possible. We know when the ball's in his area, he's gonna go hard, isn't he? Saw that in the previous over with that 6. Just the 2nd time in his Test career he's hit more than 1 6 in an innings. Just there. Concentration though. Shot selection. Bit of an issue.
Yeah, you saw the length. It was a bit short. But again, the lack of pace in this surface. It was through the shot early. Luckily for him, it didn't go anywhere close to a fielder. Has to be mindful not just of the length of the deliveries that's being bowled, but also what the surface is doing. And we already noted that it is not as quick.
You'll have to dance when you see.
Once again honing in on those pads. Left-handed Campbell has to be cognizant of keeping that front foot out the way. As we see the Maka Jumbis going through their dance. Loving the colors, Stacey Ann.
A lot of color, too much for me. I like a bland gray, but they're enjoying themselves there though. Well, I don't know, what is the significance of a Mako Jumbi?
You're asking questions I don't know, Stacey Ann. Let's keep it on the cricket. Just there once again, gets away with that top edge. Once again, opting for the pull stroke, taking that top edge, flying over the slip region. It's just starting to see an element of looseness coming into the play of John Campbell.
Yeah, it's a shot that he enjoys playing. He saw the length, thought he could go after it. Just sailing through off the edge over Kusal Mendes. Lucky for him. Sri Lankans won't mind that too much.
Keep an eye on that score, 34-55.
No run!
Danger area for Johnny Campbell in terms of his concentration levels, similar to a Brandon King. We've seen it time and time again here at this level. Batters getting starts, doing all the hard work, and then just throwing away their wicket. Got to put a higher value on that wicket of theirs. Started really well, looked so mature. He was leaving, playing each ball on his merit. Just maybe starting to go a bit hard here as we approach lunch.
Overboard.
End of that over. It'll be interesting to see when spin is introduced. Maybe just to throw off those concentration levels even more. 75 for one though. Few more shots being played, especially by Johnny Campbell here. Just 20 minutes or so towards the luncheon break. A very susceptible period for batters.
Wait.
West Indies still trailing by 204, as I just said, Stacey, and 20 minutes or so before lunch as we see the Turner clan back out here on day 2. Loyal fans indeed of West Indies cricket. But just 20 minutes to go before lunch. I'm sure they're looking forward to a bit of lunch as well. Especially from Kavem Hodges' perspective, Stacey. I know take it after this delivery.
No run, no run!
He's best served just spending a bit of time at the crease up until lunch, not going too hard and then reassessing.
Yeah, certainly. You know, lunch is approaching. On West Indies, they have to think about the game holistically. Yes, the bowlers, they're being penetrative right now. A bit of incisive bowling from both ends. You'll take that. You'll let Sri Lanka have this period. But you also have to think about Kumara. He's off the field. How much longer will these bowlers be in operation? You don't know the threat that the spinners will possess just yet, though.
No run! No run, no run.
And that to me is the main point. You hit the nail on the head, Stacey Ann, in terms of the loss of Lahira Kumara, the express pacer in this attack. He's that bowler that just gives this attack the X factor. You look at his record here in the Caribbean as well. It's absolutely fantastic in 2018, but he's had his injury issues and they've creeped in once again. The dreaded hamstring. They'll be hoping it's not too bad, but it didn't look great And this being a short test series, just 2 test matches, it'll be interesting to see if he'll take any further part.
Yeah, you add the fact that your fast bowling team, they bowled out Sri Lanka on day 1. So there's so much time remaining in this game for West Indies to think, can I get a big score on the board? You have to think about how they go about doing that. Important thing is having those wickets not being bowled out. And I think scoring will come easy. It's a good surface, not a lot of pace in it. We've seen by the shots played and the strike rates throughout, the run rate throughout the match so far. Just about grinding down the Sri Lankan bowlers a bit longer.
Starting to string a few dots together now. The Sri Lankans, just 1 delivery remaining in this over. Bit of pressure starting to build. As we see Joshua De Silva there, he's limbering up, possibly for what he'd hoping would be a long innings here. Good end. Maiden to finish, 75 for 1. $75 runs in the 20 overs so far on day 2, session 1. That run rate continues to dip below 4. The Sri Lankans managed to keep that consistent run rate, a healthy one indeed, scoring 308 in 71.5 overs yesterday. But now a bit of control, a bit of pressure starting to build. Can Rajitha keep that up? It's a good spell that previously by Milan. But now he takes over the mantle of the bowler with express pace in comparison to the other fast bowlers in this lineup. He's the quickest of the bowlers left in this lineup. He's got to get a bit aggressive here to John Campbell from my vantage point.
No run.
To push hard for the next 15 minutes or so. They'd love to take another wicket into the luncheon interval.
Yeah, and also on the back of that thought, they'll also be thinking about managing their fast bowling resources that they have remaining. Kumara out. So they'll definitely be saying, how do we utilize these 3 fast bowlers that we have? Yes, hasn't quite found his line. I think he struggled a bit with his line earlier, Rajitha, why he's so expensive. So they'll be hoping that he can maintain that pressure that was built by Rathanayake.
Bowling to the right-handed Kavem Hodge now. He started over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. Interesting to see when Campbell gets back on strike how long it would take him to actually go round the wicket. You've seen the modern fast bowlers tend to prefer that angle around the wicket to the lefty, angling it in, hopefully taking it away, threatening that outside edge consistently. Starts very wide though. The radar's been all over the place, wide signaled. It's very important. The bowlers' bowling partnerships And so far, even though it hasn't cost him too many, just a slight release of pressure here. The two deliveries so far from Rajita. Audible gasp when releasing. That one's cut away. No real timing on that. Not quite out the middle, but 2 runs nonetheless to Hodge. As we were saying, he's already faced 18 deliveries. He's someone who looks to spend time at the crease. From the Windward Islands, your parts of the Caribbean, Kavem Hodge, is he someone you would have watched his career progress from like age group all the way through?
I'm not that old, Mali, but I've seen enough of him. I've seen enough of him to know that he has a wonderful work ethic. Well, the Windward Islands, they had their camp in St. Vincent for a period of time, and he would be there with the guys training. Someone, the coach would say, you know, he's usually the first one to get there. He's eager to learn and take in any sort of information that's available to him to make his game better. And someone who takes accountability as well. So he would go back and say, you know what, I did this wrong. And it's knowledge for him to take to the next game. Yeah, just walking it to the leg side and, yeah. Bit of poor fielding in the end that allows it to go for his first 4.
Yeah, made a mess of that one. Milan Ratnaika. In fact, he's the bowler just replaced by Rajita. He's just given away a boundary with some quite sloppy fielding. He got there in time, good time in the end. This lush outfield maybe just suffered a bit of an awkward bounce, but nonetheless, 4 runs. Kavem Hodge, his confidence continuing to grow here. 10 minutes before the luncheon interval, the 93rd 4 of the match so far. Just the one slip now.
Wait! No!
Opting to go more defensive at this stage. Slightly bewildering. But the end of a spotty over from Rajita. It's 83 for 1. Been a very solid reply this from the West Indies, trailing by 225, 83 for 1. We want to go into the interval with no further loss of wickets. I think if they do that, it would be fair to say that you give that first session to the West Indies. But as we said, still some 10 minutes or so to go, and we know a lot can change in a short space of time. Asitha to continue from the Andy Roberts end. Can he find a bit of movement?
Yeah, fair to say he's been working hard, Asitha Fernando. It's good returns, very workman-like in his approach. It's not the quickest. He's gotten up to 140 in this match. He's troubled the batters largely in this innings as well. Why the skipper is sticking with him for now. It's so important for him to build his rhythm and continue with it. Because of that loss of Kumara, we don't yet know if he'll take further part in this test match.
Bit short that from Fernando. Picked out the fielder slightly, did Kavem Hodge. But it's a slightly more attacking field here to the right-handed Hodge with Asita Fernando bowling. Maybe just slightly rushed on that delivery. 2 slips a gully. Point, extra cover. In fact, mid-off, very wide. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Yeah, you get wide. He still has a slightly more attacking field. He's been the bowler that's been the most accurate for Sri Lanka and still getting some sort of shape of the seam of the ball as well, especially getting it to move away to the right-hander. So they want to take their chances, Sri Lanka.
It's a good delivery, good leave as well. Bit of extra bounce. As you were saying, Stacey, and he's been the one bowler that's gotten the ball to move consistently for the Sri Lankans. He's been a constant threat so far. You look at that economy rate, he's just conceded 11, just 2 deliveries remaining, and this is 7th over. So he's done his job. The only part that will be missing is the wicket column. He'd love to see a wicket in the wicket column coming up to lunch. Maybe 1 more over or so after this.
Well, he's been patiently bowling in one particular area, and that is what is required on this surface. You have to try and wear down the patience of these batters. It is a good surface. Kavem Hodge very patient in the middle, understanding what the bowler is doing. But Asita, man, I think he's been really good so far, showing his maturity. Stringing a lot of deliveries in one channel. That is really what is required in Test cricket when it's a difficult surface to bowl on.
Seemed to opt for the other one there. Maybe the in-swinger just lost his shape with his wrist. Slung it down the leg side. The end of a good over nonetheless. A good challenging over. 84 for 1. Johnny Campbell top scoring for the West Indies with 35 not out. Shared quite a solid opening partnership with Brandon King. Their 4th 50-plus partnership in 5 innings. We're going to have a bowling change, so it's going to be Sonal Dinusha, just playing his 2nd match. Just picked up 3 wickets, had quite a good batting performance in that 1st innings. Shared a 99-run partnership with his skipper. In picture there, Dhananjaya De Silva. Brought up his 13th Test 100. What an innings it was as well. A 3 overs behind here, approaching lunch. So maybe that would have prompted a spinner being brought on. Danusha with his left arm orthodox. And today, Stacey, and you mentioned in your pitch report about some dry areas you're starting to see on the pitch. Could you expand a little bit?
Yeah, outside the line of the left-hander, I saw some rough areas there on both sides of the pitch, really. The left arm spinning operation isn't really turning it in that direction to the left-handed batter. As the match progresses, we expect those areas to get drier and rougher. Potentially, we might see spin come into play sometime in the next few days.
Well, it's in play now, but it'll be interesting to see the amount of turn and bounce available to the young left arm orthodox. Bit of a field change here. Fielder goes into leg slip. Mid-wicket comes in. There's also a short catcher in extra cover. So a lot of close catchers in here. Maybe just trying to get Kavim Hodge to play an attacking stroke. Maybe look to go over the top down the ground. I'm not sure he'll be best served taking that option at this stage of the match.
I'd be very surprised if Kavim Hodge, who looks as confident as he does and switched on as he does, looks to take that option. If he does, it should be well connected, but just a few minutes before lunch. No significant turn off the surface to worry him to try and use his feet right now and try and hit the spinners out of play.
One's poorly lined though and swept away. So he spoiled quite a decent start there, did Danusha. Well played by Kavim Hodge. That would take us to lunch. And that boundary will just make him feel a little more comfortable as he heads to the pavilion now. The West Indies end on 89 for 1 after 24 overs here on day 2. Remember, they were responding to the Sri Lankan 308 all out. That was a very good stroke indeed, played all along the ground. Johnny Campbell leading the way, 36 from 61. He's gotten a start. Can he go big? Remains to be seen. And that's the tail of the tape here today in terms of the West Indies batting. 58-run partnership between Campbell and King. That was broken by Danusha and Milan Ratnaika. Quite a sharp catch in there at extra cover. Hodge not out 12. And Milan, just the only bowler to pick up a wicket today. He's very economical alongside Asitha, who I think was the standout bowler, just hasn't picked up any wickets just yet. And Kumara, just the one over, going off injured. .61, 2 massive sixes as well. Brandon King looked good for his 31, but perished in quite a similar fashion as we've seen from him. And as we said, just the 1 wicket for Milan Ratnaika. Now we'll throw down to Darren Ganga and Floyd Reefer with the luncheon interval interview.
Yeah, Floyd, thanks for joining us here. There has been a patient start from the West Indies team, the batting unit. How happy are you with the foundation they've been able to build despite losing the wicket?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I know it's a little noisy over here. But how satisfied are you with the platform you've been able to build despite losing a wicket?
Yeah, I mean, this is the start that we spoke about in the team meetings. The difficult thing was the new ball first. Once we get that done, we want to score to put some pressure on the bowlers, rotate, strike, and try to build some partnerships.
Yeah, we saw that, of course, there was a bit of movement on offer at the start of the game. But, of course, they were able to negotiate that well. What are the conversations going to be like to ensure that your batsmen stay focused in the next session?
Well, after breaks, you have to restart. And it's important for us to restart again. Batting in right ball cricket is doing the right things for long periods of time. So obviously we take the break now, and then when we come back out, then we try to start fresh again, build up partnerships again, rotate, strike, have the partnership conversations in the middle and try to carry on.
Does the approach change, or do you want them to continue this pace after this session?
No, the approach won't change. Like I say, Test cricket is doing the right things for long periods of time. And John is at the crease now. He's had a good start. It's a matter of maximizing on those starts. Respect the starts that you get, and somebody got to go on and score 100.
All right, thanks, Floyd.
Thank you.
Yeah, wise words there from Floyd Reefer. Yeah, we'll have a quick break, and when we come back, some analysis with Darren Ganga.
And his injury?
Day one of this first test gave us a reminder of exactly why we love this format. The battle between bat and ball. The game constantly asking questions. Can bowlers break resistance before batters break their spirits? West Indies made their intentions clear from the moment Roston Chase won the toss, and he chose to bowl first with an attack packed with 5 seamers. And it took just 1 over for the plan to work. Kemar Roach struck. Sri Lanka were 2 for 1. The perfect start for the home side. The pitch offered movement, the bowlers asked questions, and Sri Lanka's batters found themselves under examination from the first ball. But then arrived a man who has spent more than a decade answering Test cricket's toughest questions, Dinesh Chandimal. Earlier in the day, he moved past Aravinda De Silva on Sri Lanka's all-time Test scoring list, climbing to 6th place. And you could see exactly why. Chandimal combined patience with confidence. He absorbed pressure, frustrated the bowlers, and alongside Nishan Madushka, helped steady the innings with a valuable partnership. Joshua De Silva had put down a chance off Kemar Roach, and opportunities were beginning to slip. But great fast bowlers don't stay quiet for too long. 2 wickets in 1 over, including the big one, Chandimal for 54, and suddenly everything changed. A partnership broken. Sri Lanka 110 for 5, and another reminder why no modern-day bowler with at least 50 Test wickets owns a better strike rate than Shamar Joseph, because when he strikes, the game moves quickly. But this is where Test cricket reveals its beauty. Just when it feels like one side is taking control, someone steps forward and changes the narrative. And that's where Dhananjaya De Silva took center stage. While boundaries grabbed attention, his greatest strength was something quieter. Patience, judgment, the willingness to wait and absorb pressure, to wear bowlers down and make them bowl one extra spell. Together with Sonal Danusha, he began rebuilding Sri Lanka's innings brick by brick. The partnership grew, the energy of the West Indies attack slowly dipped. And what looked like a vulnerable position transformed into opportunity. Then came the moment every batter dreams about, a Test 100. Dhananjaya's 13th in Test cricket, and another significant contribution against West Indies. A real captain's innings, a rescue mission, a statement of resilience. His century laid the platform for Sri Lanka to reach 308 all out, a total that looked highly unlikely midway through the afternoon. West Indies will still feel like there's a lot for them to celebrate, while Sri Lanka point to a captain who refused to let the innings collapse. And that's why day one was such a compelling watch. The bowlers landed punches, the batters responded beautifully, and that is why we love Test cricket. And with all that, there's still much left to play for when day 2 begins.
Air of expectation at the start of the morning session on day 2. John Campbell, Brandon King, both West Indian openers had a task to do, to negotiate the new ball, to score runs, and to lay a solid platform for the West Indies, and that they did. Both were very watchful. Brandon King was a little more fluent than his partner. Few of his boundaries coming in that gully region. And John Campbell was way more selective with his stroke play. That one flew for 6, and anything short was pounced on by the southpaw. The partnership looked we continue to enjoy the sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm very pleased to introduce my guest, Samuel Badri, Mali Richards. Let's first talk about that opening partnership. How did you assess that?
Hello, Darren. Hello, Mali. Hello, everyone. I thought it was a good foundation. It's the fourth time in 5 innings rather, that these two have been opening the batting, and 4 out of those 5 times they've gone past 50. So it's a good little productive opening partnership for the West Indies. And just when we felt that it was going to blossom into something substantially more, Brandon King gifted his wicket away. But the platform has been laid. They did what they needed to do in terms of seeing that new ball out. And now the other batters, John Campbell is still there. They will have to build upon that.
Mali, Samuel touched on the importance of seeing the new ball off. There was some sideways movement and swing on offer for the Sri Lankan seamers.
Yeah, well, that's the job of the openers, to see off the new ball. But as you said, especially Asita Fernando, he consistently threatened the outside edge, gotten the ball to move, and he's used the conditions really well so far. The only thing is he hasn't picked up a wicket. So from a West Indian perspective, they'll take a lot of benefit out of that.
Yeah, they showed good technique. Initially, Brandon King was very comfortable on his front foot. I was quite impressed with John Campbell, with his patience, his application, his watchfulness. Those are qualities we've seen him grow into his game. And yeah, just that last delivery, evidence of the sideways movement. Let's just break down what we saw from Brandon King. Had a good start, was quite fluent. Could he have done anything differently with that delivery that dismissed him?
Well, it came straight after that drinks break, and as you would know more than most, that when you come back from an interval, you might not be concentrating as much as you did before. And that's where that little lapse cost him his wicket. He wasn't towards the pitch of the delivery, but it was a nice little passage of play from the bowler, from Ratnayaka, to sort of set this wicket up. You see the consistency, not much pace, but it's the discipline and the patience, and eventually bringing reward. Brandon King loves to drive. He loves playing on that front foot. He loves the offside. And sometimes your strength can be your weakness as well. So maybe concentrating a little bit more straight after the break and being more decisive in your stroke play. There is runs to be had out there. This bowling attack, Mali and Darren and viewers, it's not very threatening. And the playing conditions, the batting conditions are quite favorable. And so any batter out there now and the batters to come should be really thinking of triple figures. We spoke before the start of play about the infrequency of scoring hundreds. I think West Indies have an ideal opportunity here now to add to their tally of 7 in this cycle.
Mali, Gerard had the chance to speak with the batting coach of Floyd Reefer. He spoke about the mindset, the application necessary, how to treat with breaks. Is that the way to go? Anything to add further in terms of approach with the bat?
Yeah, he hit the nail on the head. But for me, where I see an area in which a lot of these West Indian batters can improve is going from the white ball format to the red ball format. Brandon King played some good shots, but at times he goes a bit too hard. And in this format of the game, that plays into the hands of the opposition. You saw the hands get away from him. And on that one, he was there to drive, but didn't quite get the foot to it, went in the air, and it was all over.
Now the West Indies will focus on patience, on concentration. Those would be key elements in their sustenance out in the middle. Let's talk a little bit about John Campbell and his innings. 36 so far, batted this first session. What will be going through his mind during this lunch break, Samuel Badri?
Well, trying to convert this start into something that you can talk about for a long, long time. We've seen this quite a lot from John Campbell in getting a start, especially in the 30s and the 40s, and then getting dismissed. A lot of commendations must go to him and to Brandon King for the way they started off today. That first session, from a West Indian standpoint, just losing that solitary wicket. John Campbell has had a stellar first-class season. I think he averages over 66 this season. So he's coming into this series on the back of some good form. I really want to see, for his sake, and from a West Indian standpoint, that he can convert this. He can get to 50 and then think about triple figures. He has 1 century in Test match cricket, 11 centuries in over 100 first-class matches. So that conversion rate needs a lot of improvement. And he's well set, conditions favorable, like I mentioned, not much threat in the bowling. So it's up to him now if he really wants it.
Plenty of advice there for John Campbell. He still needs to have that clarity in his thoughts when he goes out to bat. Shifting now, Mali, and projecting for that second session on day 2, what would Sri Lanka be discussing before they start that phase?
Well, the main issue for them is losing their express bowler in Lahiri Kumara, the X factor in this bowling lineup. So it'll be all about now making changes to plans they would have made, adjusting on the fly how he's going to rotate his bowlers now, maybe use the spinners from one end and rotate the fast bowlers from another. Going forward, that would be the best option for the Sri Lankans from my vantage point.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what Sri Lanka prepares themselves to do in that second session. A man who they can probably lean on is a guy like Kemar Roach, someone with a wealth of experience. He's approaching 100 test matches. It's so refreshing to speak to players with that sort of experience. We had the chance to speak with Kemar Roach before the start of this test match. Here he is with Gerard.
You know what? I take it day by day. To be honest, Kemar Roach said something to me years ago. He said, you'll know. He said, don't ever rule yourself out. Don't think about retiring. He said, one morning you'll wake up and you'll know when it's time. Only recently I've looked at my numbers in depth, and you know, it's a proud moment to compare yourself to probably the great fast bowlers of the past, the Ambrose, the Malcolm Marshalls, the Courtney Walshes. You know, I'm nowhere near as good as they were, but to be able to be playing as long as I did, for as much games as I did, as much wickets I have, it's a proud moment, man. Cricket has given me everything, so for me to be loyal towards it and obviously give it my all and to reach some rewards on the way, it is definitely heartwarming. So, got a milestone coming up, not really thinking about it as much, but it's hard not to. But just let's see how it goes for the next couple of games. I'll try to stick around, obviously, help those I can help, and just try to win games for West Indies. Put the team in positions to win games. That was always my aim growing up, through my career. So I would like the guys to obviously remember me as a pretty decent bowler who went out there and definitely gave West Indies cricket it all.
Remarkable Kemar Roach, that's all that you can say. He's 4 wickets away from joining that 300 club. Of course, the 37-year-old started his test career in 2009. Samuel Badri, how would you describe his journey?
An excellent one. He's been a stalwart of West Indies cricket, as you mentioned, for quite a long time now, just on the cusp of history. And more than what he does for himself, what impresses me is the knowledge that he passes on to the younger, upcoming fast bowlers from the West Indies, someone like Jayden Seals and also Justin Graves. So in as much as he's done this time and time again, he knows that you're not going to play forever, and he wants to pass on all of that knowledge and experience to the next crop of upcoming West Indian cricketers. And that to me speaks of the character, the quality that is Kemar Roach. I hope that he can get those remaining 4 wickets, Mali and Darren and viewers, in this test match. But if it's not to be now, I'm sure he's going to get it in the not too distant future. So he's been a remarkable performer for a long time.
Mali, your views on Kemar Roach?
Well, he's been a fantastic servant for West Indies cricket. Slightly underrated from my perspective. If you look at the wickets tally and some of the people he's actually beaten, considered greats in West Indian cricket. So he's done a fantastic job. But also another thing that stands out to me is that he's constantly evolving. Even at this advanced stage of his career, he's still trying to get better, still working on those skills. And as Sammy said, he imparts the knowledge onto the younger bowlers as well. So just a fantastic person to have in the setup.
Here's evidence of his skill, left of screen, his stock delivery, and right of screen, of course, that scramble seam skill that moves away from right-handers. So not only is he technically efficient, he's also strategically smart. You think of that setup to Danusha in that sequencing of deliveries where he took majority of the deliveries away from the left-hander from around the wicket, and then that one that angled in and trapped him LBW. Does that speak to a continuous attitude for learning, Samuel?
Yeah, it does. And what he's been able to do at this venue as well, he goes around the wicket to the left-handers and generally gets it going away, and that wobble seam that comes back in. And that has to be the attitude of modern-day cricketers, always trying to improve, always trying to evolve and stay one step ahead of the curve. With the advent of technology and data and everything that's available, everyone's looking at what he does. Look at the left of screen. That's what he's been known for quite a long time. And then he's able to do right of screen, that wobble seam to keep that ball going on that same path and get that outside edge. That's for the right-handers. And what he's done for the left-handers is the opposite, to get that ball coming back in and get that LBW and bowl. So that's the mindset. It's a growth mindset. All young players, all upcoming players, that's what you need to do. Make sure that you're always one step ahead of the game. This game can go by quite quickly, can pass you and leave you behind. You don't want to be lagging behind.
We haven't spoken about his longevity in terms of fitness and staying on the park. Mali, you've spent a fair amount of time in England. To what extent his stints out in the county championship has aided his development? He's played for Surrey recently this season for Durham.
I think similar to what we saw from Jaden Seals, just how county cricket can have that effect on especially fast bowlers. You know, you learn to really be professional, take care of your body. You play a lot of games in the week. So managing your body, managing the workloads is absolutely key. But you also play on some helpful conditions where you can really look to experiment and work on those skills. And he's brought all those skills right back here into the West Indies and found success as well. Just county cricket, it's bred our best players in the past, and even now it's continuing to do so.
I can feel that passion, Mali. I know you yourself had that little outswinger going in your time playing. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you, Samuel Badri. As we close out this lunch break, we leave you with highlights of that classic match between these two sides back in 2018.
Here's the first ball. Straight away on the pair, on the money, if that's the right word. The line was right, but just a little bit full. Short, and that will be his 50. His sixth 50, and a very important one in the context of the game. And the West Indies 250 is up as well.
He's been very good, very watchful at the start of his innings. Yesterday he laid a very good foundation. Today he's more assured because he's familiar with the conditions. Goes through the gap, he'll get a boundary. And a bowler like Kumara, you want to have attacking fields because he's a genuine wicket taker.
A race towards fine leg, and the ball wins inadvertently off the inside edge of the bat. Late movement and a difficult angle for Dikwela, who didn't really move that well, to be fair.
Very nicely played. Dorwich will get a boundary. His 8th of his innings. Edged. Goes through the gap, maybe 3rd to 4th slip region. And he gets a boundary. First aggressive shot from Devendra Bishu. Might have been a half chance if he reacted a lot quicker. This will add salt to the wound. Another boundary for Bishu.
Not controlled, but he will get 4 for it. Kumara is Not pleased, to say the least, if you heard that through the Stumps Effects microphone, but he's induced the fall shot.
Effective, nicely played. Just got inside and deflected that one. Got him. Lakmal gets a wicket. Roshan Silva, he hangs on to that.
It's a good catch.
Roach opens his account with a boundary. Feet nowhere, but certainly the bat did the talking. Just a bit of movement. That's his 100. Wonderful innings, his second 100. First in the West Indies. Sixth in first-class cricket. And the first West Indian wicket-keeper to get 100 against Sri Lanka.
Oh, lovely shot. There's the intent. Quite different to what we've seen earlier in the innings. 4, that'll be 4. Tossed up again. No holding back from Kemar Roach this time.
Nice shot. Very firm from Kemar Roach.
That's been hit through mid-wicket. That will race away to the boundary. This is what happens. Well, part-timers can provide you wickets, but they can also go for a few. Gets an edge. Not where he wanted it to go. And the 50 partnership he's achieved with that boundary. He was looking to go more extra cover.
Aggressive shot from Kemar Roach.
Another one. That's huge. That is gone a long, long way. Kemar Roach starting to enjoy himself.
Got him. Very good catch by Kemar Roach. Got a good piece of that, Roshan Silva. Bigger pardon, it's the captain, Chandimal. That was travelling, did well. Head-high catch.
For 14 for 8. Right, so that will be the end of the Windies' effort.
They were guilty of sitting back.
2 gullies, 3 slips. Got him off the toe of the bat. In his first test match for some time, Pereira toe edges one to that man strategically placed square of the wicket. Nice timing from Kusal Mendes. Speeds away for 4. Barely touched it.
Maybe just short. Jason Holder, he is celebrating. Umpire Alim Dar will consult because he's not sure.
Have you got any other views there? That ball's dipping down into... Yeah, okay, I've got my decision. I'm going to make my decision. But can you please put on the big screen? Out.
And it's given out. So success for the Windies. It was a shorthand jab. Not much foot movement, but he got a good result, a boundary.
Is that taken? think it is. I think it is. What a big wicket for the West Indies. Angelo Matthews goes. The top part of the boot in the air. 31 for 3. And that looks like stumps with the light fading. Sri Lanka won't be complaining too much. They've had a torrid 10 overs. Roshan Silva 1 and Chandimal 3 survives going into stumps. And they'll have a lot of work to do, still 383 runs behind for the West Indies.
We're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the post-lunch session in this, the first test between Sri Lanka and the West Indies. West Indies 89 for 1 in response to Sri Lanka being bowled out for 308. Campbell top scoring so far, 36 from 61. Kavim Hodge not out, 12. Brandon King, the man dismissed for 31. 5 bowlers used by Sri Lanka in King, after doing all the hard work, getting a start, got to 31, just driving at one that wasn't quite there, was in the air for a while. Good sharp catch in there at extra cover. Ratnaika, the only successful bowler in that session. Umpires are back out onto the ground now. So players as well make their way. Sri Lanka first. The West Indies pair being supported there in the background by Justin Greaves. He's giving them his best wishes as they come out for this post-lunch session. Looks like Johnny Campbell's forgotten something. Not sure what. Hope he hasn't forgotten his bat. He's back, his gloves, I think. Just maybe a change of gloves. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Looked quite assured towards the back end of that session. Kavem Hodge in particular, maybe John Campbell, just started to lose concentration a little bit. But he's had the break, he's had some time to reassess. I'm joined by former West Indies captain Jimmy Adams alongside me. Had a good lunch, Jim?
Excellent. Had a little bit of fish with vegetables, trying to keep it healthy. When you do get to my age, Mali, you'll understand that you have to pay a little bit more attention to the diet. But a big job ahead for these two West Indian batsmen. John Campbell, as you rightly said, batting through the session for 36. And he's been I would say a model of restraint. He's an attacking player. He's had a couple of wafts, but for the most part, he's been very watchful. He's allowed the ball to come to him, which is what we want to see in our new ball batsmen. And Kavem Hodge at the other end coming in to replace Brandon King. He's been watchful as well. Really somebody who has built his game around knowing where his off stump is. Kavem Hodge, and he has already faced 31 deliveries for his 12. The successful bowler, Milan Ratnaika, to begin proceedings here, to begin the second session of day 2.
Yeah, he's been switched to the Sir Andy Roberts end now post-lunch. West Indies start with a single. Bowled his first spell from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Got a bit of nip. Threatened that front pad at times. Not an extravagant mover of the ball, but he's there or thereabouts. Not blessed with express pace either. But these sort of little nibbly wobbly bowlers do pose their challenges, Jim.
They do indeed. Starting with 2 slips on the gully behind the wicket on the offside, as well as a third man in place for Kavem Hodge. Milan Ratnaika. Your utopia, your best case for any sort of seam bowler, but especially your new ball bowlers at this level, is how small is the area that they can hit repeatedly.
Come on, boys, come on.
You want to wear down batsmen mentally by asking questions ball after ball after ball. And I think looking at both seam attacks, the stand-up bowler being Kemar Roach, who has been probably the most consistent of the group across both teams. But it's his ability to hit a smaller pitch mark, hit the proverbial handkerchief versus a towel, if we use an analogy. Edged. enough of it to clear slip. Kavem Hodge going for a cut and getting a thick outside edge that easily cleared slip. So the first boundary after the resumption.
Yeah, got width this time. As we said about Ratnaika, he's not blessed with express pace. So those short deliveries just sit up. And as we see an overstride there by Milan. So no ball signaled. So it was a 4 and a no ball by Ratnaika. But similar to what we saw from Sri Lanka in their innings, when the ball was short and wide, they looked to go over. Not trying to keep the ball down, throwing the hands at it, and they were very successful in doing so.
Yeah, I think Kavem Hodge will be, obviously as a batsman, you take the boundary. It was a sort of an in-between shot. It wasn't really a square-batted, a full-blooded cut. And it wasn't really a punch. It was sort of in between both. But the good thing is that he never lost his intent. And with enough bat speed behind it, it got enough on the edge to easily clear the two men at slip and comfortably beat the wide third man as well.
A bit of shape there for Ratnaika, bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. The end that would aid the outswing the most here, with this breeze going from east to west. Left to right across your screen. So you see the flags fluttering in the foreground. Still quite a strong breeze here at North Sound. Ratnaika more of a seam bowler. They've given him an opportunity to get something through the air as well if he can keep that seam upright. Got 2 slips and a gully, just waiting for that edge. Something we spoke about even in that luncheon interval show was Brandon King and his concentration levels. And we speak about technique a lot in Test cricket, or just in cricket generally. But concentration and being in control of the mind is so crucial to your success, as especially as an international Test batter. It's absolutely critical. Bit of shape there. Maybe did a bit of swinging upon going past the batter, but nonetheless, end of the over, 95 for 1. It'll be the left arm orthodox of Sunal Dinusha to continue, just bowl the one over prior to the luncheon break. Just look to really bowl in between wicket and wicket. Not too much turn or bounce
where the people are standing
available to him just yet here on day 2. Remains to be seen exactly how much of an impact spin will have in this game. Starts with a slip. He's got cover. He's got deep point, mid off, mid on. Straight mid wicket. Catching deep mid wicket and a square leg. Fine leg comes around and does the fielding. Just a lap there.
I think this field placing really backs up the comments this morning from Stacey regarding the pitch and the sort of benign nature. John Campbell going high. There is a man underneath it. And he's taken it A good catch in the end to get rid of John Campbell. Sunal Dhanusha gets the breakthrough. Second over after lunch, and the West Indies lose another wicket right after break. John Campbell tempted into a lofted drive, not getting enough legs on it. And the West Indies now have lost their second wicket.
Yeah, good solid catch that by Fernando. Dhanusha picks up his first wicket. Almost an unforced error that by Johnny Campbell. He has to go for 39. His powers of concentration have failed him there. The West Indies 97 for 2. New batter coming to the crease, Amir Jangu, playing his second test match. Had to wait a long time in which to pick up his second cap at this level. Could have played back in 2025 in Pakistan. He made his debut, but that was a shot. A bit of a brain fade by Johnny Campbell. You could almost at times see it coming. We spoke about it prior to lunch. Maybe the spinner being introduced to induce a stroke such as that, but just after the luncheon break.
Don't think there was any contact on that one by signal. Yeah, I was just about to make the point, Mali, that the field that was set with nobody around the bat, basically the fielders protecting space rather than attacking would suggest that everybody was accepting that the surface was pretty good for batting. Commentators curse as usual, but I think you've put it mildly when you see a brain fade. There's absolutely no reason for John Campbell to take on that level of risk at this point, just getting in after the interval. But then maybe that's why the averages are where they are. You would think, though, that with conditions such as this that are really in the favor of batsmen, that somebody in this top order from the West Indies would want to make use of a start.
Just to illustrate the lack of concentration at times, especially by Johnny Campbell, it's the 20th time he's been dismissed between 20 and 40 in 50 innings. So it tells you he gets starts and gets out. Not gonna lie, Jim, I sensed it. You almost had a feel that it was coming. End of that over, 101 for 2. So you see the averages there of the West Indian Test batters. No one averaging above 30 in this batting lineup. Doesn't suggest that the West Indies will have a long innings, but things can be unexpected. Kavem Hodge, he's there. He's already faced quite a few deliveries. You have a look at that. The best average is actually by Kavem Hodge, 29.20. In fact, no, Justin Graves, 29.67 in his 15 matches.
it's not a good thing when we arguing over batting averages and we're comparing 27 to 29, but be that as it may, I will looking at Ratnaika, as you said, operating now from the Andy Roberts end, and he is getting some assistance from this wind. He wasn't swinging the ball from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. They've switched him around, and he's now beginning to ask different questions. Good captaincy, good response from him as a fast bowler.
Still got the 2 slips and a gully. Third man in as well. We know third man's been a high traffic area in this game. Wide third man, very wide indeed, fine leg. Another no ball here. So just striding for a little extra was Ratnaika. Once again, that was a tight one, but not sure that there's anything behind that line, so no ball was signaled.
Just looking at that technology and having watched a few of these football games in the World Cup going on, Mali, I'm wondering if the technology we have is as good as some of the ones that they use for these offside calls. I could swear that they use fingernails and toenails to determine offsides in the World Cup. And I look at the poor lad being called for no ball there, and I'm wondering maybe if a little hair on the boot might have just been over the line and technology has missed it.
Just might have.
No run.
But to be fair, at his pace, he shouldn't be getting that close to that front line.
Why at his pace? Why are you discriminating between himself and those who may be quicker than him? It's a bit harsh.
It's actually a good point. That's a point taken, Jim. Point taken. Areas, good areas this. Starting to build a bit of pressure here is Ratnaika.
Excellent. This over, he's left the bat on a really good length, tight lines, and then the 5th delivery, just getting the ball to straighten. So he has shown Kavim Hodge 2 deliveries in this over. The question is, can he keep those strings on a tight enough line to start really playing mind games with the West Indian batsmen? This is actually the part of Test cricket that I really enjoy, watching these sort of battles within battles.
Bowden! Bowden! Jimmy, you're on the money. The game within the game. And Milan Ratnaika wins the battle. Inside edge onto the stumps. His 2nd wicket. The 3rd for the West Indies. Have a look at the dejection on the face of Kavim Hodge. He was threatening. As you see, he was stringing these dots together, building a bit of pressure. Once again, maybe just caught on the crease slightly, Kavim Hodge. He has to go for 16. Milan Ratnaika picks up his 2nd. It's 102 for 3. So Joshua De Silva comes to the crease at number 5 in this West Indian batting lineup. This is his Test record, averaging 24.76 in his 34 matches, the 100 5 half centuries. But a bit of a surprise for me with Joshua De Silva, as prolific as he's been in first-class cricket over the past 2 seasons, coming in at number 5 here. But he'll have to wait. Is Amir Django on strike? Danusha over the wicket to the left-hander.
De Silva at the wicket because of this delivery from Ratnaika. Inside edge onto the stumps. And we talk about putting strings together, and this really was the culmination of a really, really good over from Ratnaika. Outswingers, 4 outswingers, 1 going straight back in, and a little bit of indecision on the 6th delivery. And at this level, the margins are so small. Just a bit of indecision. That's all it takes. And it wasn't just the delivery itself that got the wicket. The string that leads into it. West Indies now crying out for a partnership of substance. A lot of pressure on these 2 Trinidadian batsmen.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva coming in at number 5. In fact, it's his first name on the card, Joshua. I think that's the first time I've seen that from him. Well, for him, let's say. Under immense pressure indeed. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, making his return to this West Indian lineup.
Come on, Soya!
Now he's got bat in hand to go a long way to repair some of the damage that was done yesterday. If he could make a substantial innings here. On the money is Danusha. For me, I'd get a close catcher in as well, especially with Joshua De Silva at this stage. But 28 overs gone, it's 103 for 3. Pressure on the Windies.
This way. Middle. 2 off.
Joshua De Silva coming in at number 5 for the first time in Test cricket. I must say, I'm a bit surprised to see him come out at this stage, still with Ruston Chase in the hut as well.
Ratnaika continuing, had an excellent set in the last over. If we look at his previous over, leaving Kavem Hodge, 4th delivery, 5th delivery going straight on. And at this point, Kavem Hodge having to be really circumspect and tentatively poking at a ball with the bat actually beside him instead of in front, and that's all it took. We keep talking about the ability to take 10 wickets. So if you assume you're going to get 10 wickets in an innings, the outcome really is what happens in between those 10 wicket-taking deliveries. And a large part of that, you have subsets of strings of deliveries that you put together. You try to build pressure with those strings, hoping that pressure becomes almost a 12th man, something that helps you to get wickets. And it's a really good example of that. Good over from Ratnaika.
Good solid stuff, this bit of extra bounce as well. I think a good illustration to the contrary of the point you just made would be the West Indies in that first innings. If you think back, 2 double strikes, Zari Joseph, Shamar Joseph. So Sri Lanka would have lost 4 wickets in 2 overs. But then they kept scoring at a healthy rate throughout. So in between, when wickets weren't being taken, runs were being scored at a good clip. In the end, managed to score 308 in one day. Just 71.5 overs. But this one's a bit too much. Done a bit too much here from around the wicket. 4 byes signaled. So just losing the radar was Rathnayaka, but he's been good in this spell post-lunch.
Well, if there's any consolation to Rathnayaka, is that it is swinging. And he will know that he has an extra asset, an extra quiver to his bow at the minute. He's getting swing from this Sir Andy Roberts end. With control, he can continue to ask questions on what is a really placid batting wicket.
And that's the point right there, as that one hits the bat quite hard. Good solid defense from Amir Jangu. And that's what's going to be so disappointing to Johnny Campbell and Brandon King sitting in the hutch now. Watching this pair out in the middle, they'll be thinking, my word, batting conditions are superb here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Can't afford to keep throwing away these opportunities. Both did the hard work, but the levels of concentration just aren't where it needs to be at this point. It's well played from Jangu, just getting across his stumps there. Worked away into the onside for 1. End of 29 overs now. It's 108 for 3. Not sure if that's a JetBlue or American Airlines making its way into this VC Bird International. Looks like Delta, to be fair. Carrying quite a few passengers, hopefully coming to enjoy this lovely island in the Eastern Caribbean. It's just going to disappear behind that hill now. In fact, no, in front.
Very dry here at the minute. Marley, you need a bit of rain here, Marley. Things are brown, my friend.
Brown indeed, as you'd say in Jamaica. They're saying, if someone says, how are you doing? And you say, things are brown. You know, things aren't good at all, right? But yeah, we need a lot of rain, going through a bit of drought here in Antigua. Very dry indeed. This pair, I was saying, De Silva and Amir Jangu, they were prolific for Trinidad in the recently concluded 4-day championship. Both picking up massive double centuries as well. 203 for Amir Jangu and 220 for Josh De Silva. Both were near the top of the run scoring charts. I think Joshua De Silva was the top run scorer. Well, he's in here at number 5. Almost an alien position for him in this West Indian team. Seeing him come out before Rustin Chase. What do you make of that, Jim?
Well, my only thought is, there's no doubt in my mind that Joshua De Silva is technically capable of batting anywhere in your batting lineup. My only question is this a long-term decision or not? If it isn't, then I have an issue with it. Not only looking at it through his lens, but if it isn't, then my question is what is and why isn't that option being exercised here? So I'll wait and see. If in 4 or 5 test matches he's still there, then fine. This is what you believe, you're backing it. Let's wait and see.
Early days indeed. Pressure on that front foot defense. He's got that close catcher in now, as we were asking for. Good end to that over, just one from it. 109 for 3.
Does that count also?
Deep backward square goes out for the left-handed Django. It's a double bluff there.
You see, that's interesting. You talk about deep backward square, and for me, I'd need more men catching behind the bat. The lad is bowling a good line. Some swinging it in, some going straight. If it does take that edge, and I have to back him, I have to back his skills, and I have to back him now. He's bowling well. So they've decided to keep the deep backward squares, so the short ball is an option. They do want... They've kept the third man, so they're still going one down the leg, catching leg slip. That's his line. Leg slip for me is being wasted. I'd really have 2 slips on the offside. You're having really good cricket weather, really good conditions here in Antigua. Hasn't been a lot of rain recently. Just for people who might not know, there are no rivers in Antigua. Where do you get your water from, Malik?
Well, from the sea. So what we have is a few desalination plants around that turns the salt water into fresh water. So that's where we get our water from when we aren't blessed with rain. It's been quite a few years now since we've had a drought season such as this. This is a particularly bad drought here in Antigua in 2026, but hopefully it won't last too much longer with the hurricane season coming up and the like.
I'm going to take it that you're not hoping for hurricanes.
Of course not, but I'm hoping for rain. Not the express winds that you associate with hurricanes, but just the moisture, I'd say.
While we bore you with our thoughts on all things weather-related, Milan Ratnaika is continuing an excellent spell post-lunch. This commentator believing that he should have an extra slip, but be that as it may, he's holding a good line and keeping the pressure on Amir Django and Joshua De Silva.
I'm with you, Jim. He's hitting the right length as well. Not quite there to be driven, just in that corridor. The delivery saw that dismissed the Kavim Hodge just in the corridor. Wasn't too sure about his footwork in the end. Went nowhere. But Django, I must say, Django's looked good as well. He's defended positively. He's left well outside that off stump. Up against some challenging bowling. Presenting a full face. Zamir Django, well played. Good delivery to end. 109 for 3.
Yeah, not too dissimilar from what we saw yesterday, straight after the luncheon interval. A couple wickets falling quite quickly.
Certainly a renewed energy transformation of sorts for Sri Lanka right after that luncheon interval. I'm impressed with the work of Dinuja so far. He's kept things simple. Bowler consistent, wicket to wicket length and line rather. That's a good single as well from De Silva. How much of a role do you expect these spinners to play for Sri Lanka in this test match, Badri?
Well, traditionally, historically, this surface hasn't offered too much to the spinners. It's a very good surface, very hard, compact, not much crack, so very little assistance for the spinners. So they'll rely mainly on patience and wearing the opposition batters down. And that's precisely what someone like Dinuja does, very consistent. And he just holds his line and his length long enough for the batters to get impatient. And that's what this game in this situation is all about. How much patience do you have and how long can you retain it?
Yeah, talking about patience, you look at that wicket of John Campbell, really came out of nowhere. You look at the 3 West Indian batters out so far. They got through that initial tough period. And then basically, you know, wickets were given away, especially the first 2 wickets, you'll see. Yeah, but Dinuja, he'll be smiling. Yeah, nicely played. Too much width offered. And a cracking boundary to end the 32nd. West Indies 115 for 3. Yeah, West Indies, 3 of the batters, you really say they had starts. Yes, Kavim Hodge just 16, but faced 44 deliveries. Yeah, too much width offered. Accustomed to taking it on the stump. Joshua De Silva just getting himself in a steady position and ensuring that he found the gap. Yeah, but Milan Ratanayaga, what a standout he has been for Sri Lanka in this bowling session. He's picked up 2 key wickets. Just looks as if he's fresh running in every time, just continually hitting line and length. What has been the standout thing why he has been the most successful pacer for Sri Lanka so far on this surface?
Well, again, it's the patience that he has. He has skill, no doubt. Not much assistance from the surface, so he'll rely on that consistency again. But from a West Indian perspective, these two batters out in the middle were the leading run scorers in the recently concluded first-class season. Yeah, just continuing his fine form, Amir Django over 400 runs in the recently concluded first-class season with an unbeaten double hundred. So too Joshua De Silva, over 400 runs, a double hundred to his name as well. And they'll be desperate to convert that type of form at one level higher, at the international level. Only his second test match, Amir Django, and it's a return to test match cricket for Joshua De Silva. So these two will be looking to re-establish and reaffirm their worth and their value in this format for the West Indies.
Yeah, you mentioned re-establishing their value and their worth. A simple question to you: what's key to ensuring that they get staying power in the team? That's really what you want from these two. You mentioned the good form that they're coming into in this series.
Yeah, confirmation of their first-class 2025-2026 season. De Silva and Django, the two leading run scorers, and one of the reasons why the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were eventual champions this year for the first time in 20 years on the back of those two stellar performances. Not to mention the performance of Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, not in the playing 11, but Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip were second and third in terms of most wickets. So top wicket takers, top run scorers, and hence champions this year. Yeah, the currency, Stacey and viewers, the currency is runs. Doesn't matter what you do before, what type of form you're in. If you're able to score runs, that's the only metric that will be used to establish yourself and to keep that staying power, as you mentioned.
Leave to finish 119 for 3.
Yeah, 2.5. Thank you. 2.5.
Yeah, 2 wickets in this session. A set batters of John Campbell and Kavim Hodge. But these two batters, Joshua De Silva and Amir Django, playing in familiar conditions. You mentioned their wonderful record.
Oh!
With a spin, just taking it away from the edge of the bat. You mentioned their wonderful record in their 4-day cricket. They played a lot of cricket here, actually, so they might feel at home.
They're targeting that front pal. Yeah, it was a unique first-class season this time around. Each team played in the opposition 3 times in succession, the same opposition, truncated format before moving on to a semi-final and final. Trying to be a good beast here in Antigua against the Leeward Islands Hurricane. Games played here at this stadium and across on the other venue, Coolidge, as well. So you're right, familiarity might just be benefiting these two.
Yeah, it's just about fielding at home and just being reintegrated into Test match cricket. Joshua De Silva, 996 runs in first-class cricket across the 2 years he's been out of West Indies for. It's the most important thing, I think, for him, especially coming back in, is just that internal resilience, the mental skills. That will be the biggest challenge for him. Another quick single taken, so running well, these two. Don't know how much you know of him, how much you've seen. I guess you've seen a lot of him, but how close you guys are. But I know he's from Trinidad and Tobago. Can you speak a bit about his mental resilience as a player? I'll pick you back up on that after the over. 121 for 3. Yeah, Dhananjaya De Silva with that brilliant 100 at the top. West Indies batters though. Some starts, but no one continuing on Milan Rathanayaka and Denusha picking up the 3 wickets so far. West Indies still trailing by 187. Still some distance to go. And Rajitha is back. Kasun Rajitha hasn't had the best starts, but this will be some encouragement for him.
A great start to a new spell. Remember that these guys, these Sri Lankan fast bowlers, have to pick up the workload of Lahiru Kumara, who was injured first over of the day. That's well placed. Will challenge the boundary. Dribbles there. Yeah, gets there in the end. So a pleasing stroke from Joshua, from Amir Jangu rather.
Yeah, over pitching on that occasion, Rajitha. But it was the balance in the stroke from Amir Jangu, just allowing it to come to him. Not pushing out at it, and really good placement as well. Effort there from the skipper, unable to haul it back in. Yeah, hasn't quite found it at all in this match, Rajitha. It's been off the radar a bit. Just wants to find that one special delivery. But Milan Rathanayake, he's really been the standout with ball in hand for Sri Lanka. Getting that first wicket of Brandon King, driving him straight to that extra cover field, and then Kavim Hodge just playing that one back on. The fire and the passion from him. Pick up wickets for his team, knowing that Kumara is unavailable so far for Sri Lanka. Yeah, it's an opportunity for West Indies as well, just to read the situation a little bit longer. Yes, the 3 wickets have gone down, but these two, great opportunity for them to really cement their place into the squad. And in the 11, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think of someone like Django, who's in the playing 11 because of the injury to Shea Hope. So he gets an opportunity. He wants to grab it with both hands. And his countryman, Joshua De Silva, on the other end, after having a disappointing day in the field, those 3 drop catches, he wants to put that behind him. And he too wants to get a good score as a returning player in the test team. Conditions favorable for batting, no threat in the bowling, so it's up to them now.
Now the drive was straight to the fielder, 125 for 3.
Soya.
125 for 3. Still a lot of work to do for West Indies, but should feel some ease with these two in the middle. Even the prolific run that they've had in the first class not too long ago. Familiar conditions for them. West Indies will be hoping that they can bat very long throughout this session. Now it's spinning operation. The preference of spin in operation for these two from Trinidad. How important it is to have them in the middle for this period.
It's a test of patience. That's what this format requires. Looking at Joshua De Silva's record as well, Stacey, against Sri Lanka, he has a 10-point jump in his batting average as compared to his career average. So it's an opposition that he seems to prefer. Good technique against the spinners, but against this pace, he seems very comfortable. And knowing what he knows, the fact that he's been out of the team for such a long time and that he wants to cement his spot, he'll be concentrating quite diligently in order to get himself set, and then he'll want to make sure that he gets a big one.
Yeah. One go, eh?
Badly lined. Capitalizes on it well. Amir Django looks in full flow. 130 for 3.
middle. Middle.
Rajita to continue. Like what you mentioned there about Joshua De Silva, all comes down to his process as a batter and how hard is it sometimes to it's an edge. Luckily it falls short of the slip fielder and then it crashes into the boundary for a 4. Some luck there probably coming by way of some soft hands from Joshua De Silva.
Evident of the lack of pace from both the bowler and the surface. Falling way short of the fielder and going away for 4. So fortuitous for Joshua De Silva. You mentioned the soft hands, but nothing in the surface in terms of assistance for the bowlers, in terms of pace from the bowlers either.
Yeah, that's why it's so important for, and really a chance for these two to just. Yeah, that last delivery from Denusha, badly lined, and I like that Amir Django was in a position quickly to capitalize on it, because sometimes in Test cricket, especially if you get into survival mode, you're unable to steady yourself and cash in on anything loose. So it's good to see that from these two so far. It's a loud appeal, but the bowler is more interested than everyone else, including the umpire.
Yeah, no interest from the skipper. There might have been an inside edge in addition to the fact that it looked outside off stump. So more optimism than anything else in that appeal. There were 2 sounds. Yeah, quite clearly inside edge.
And you get the excitement from Rajitha. He's finally landed 3 great deliveries. His last 3 deliveries in the perfect area. That's what the skipper wants to see of him. Just continue to land it there consistently.
It's one issue that Joshua De Silva has had in the past, that front foot going across and making it a big target for bowlers. He's found himself in some difficulty in Test match cricket, being LBW on numerous occasions. 134 for 3.
West Indies still trailing by 174. Need of partnership here between these two. More so than anything, West Indies will be hoping that someone can convert a start. We've seen 3 of the batters, particularly the 2 openers, get to the 30s and then get out. Talking about patience, and Sri Lanka would think that they've been gifted a few wickets so far in this match. So important for the batters to just hang in a bit longer. Play some attritional cricket as long as you need to.
Yeah, attritional test match cricket, that's what it's about. Your powers of concentration tested, your skill, technique, everything. And you wait and wait until the opportunity to score comes. Outside of that, you make sure you trust your defenses, trust your decision making, and be quite decisive in everything that you do.
No. Drinks, boys.
135 for 3. Yeah, and with that, we'll also have drinks.
After 38 overs, the West Indies are 135 for 3, with Django not out on 18 and De Silva not out on 11. Show your support, interact with other fans around the region, around the globe. Right now it's time for some trivia. And how you are going to do that is that you're going to scan the code that you see on the side screen currently, and we're going to answer some 12 questions. And maybe the winner will be posted, who post a pick, and maybe you may get your face.
135 for 3, the West Indies in response to Sri Lanka's 308. They trail at the moment by 173 runs. They'll be disappointed with the dismissal of 3 wickets. The first, Brandon King driving to extra cover, reaching for the ball. Getting a big stride in, maybe not allowing the ball to come to him. You know, the surface is a little bit slower than usual. Ratnayake getting the right delivery for the first wicket, and John Campbell, inexplicable you can say with this stroke, gifting his wicket to Dinusha, the left-arm spinner. Positive matchup for the southpaw, but just not getting it off the middle of the bat. Maybe not the type of aggression needed in the situation. And a smart catch in the end. Second wicket down for the West Indies. Kevin Hodge, after being watchful, used soft hands, was put under a little bit of pressure with the accuracy from Ratnayake. Off the inside edge, onto his front leg. And ricocheting onto the stumps. You can say unlucky, but he had to go. So what that means, the West Indies at the moment 3 down, and Sri Lanka, they continue to persist. Kumara off the field because of that hamstring strain. And now we see the deployment of spin from one end and seam from the other. Matty Richards alongside me. Very important phase of the game for both sides.
Good afternoon, DG. Something we spoke about in the luncheon interval show was the Sri Lankans possibly using the option of spinner from one end, rotating the fast bowlers from the other. So far, that's been the plan post-lunch. Dinusha, he's held up the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Fast bowlers being rotated from the Sir Andy Roberts. It's Rajita this time. I thought Milan Rathnayaka was absolutely superb in his spell. Constantly a threat throughout.
Inward movement once more. Not extra space from Rajita. Sub 130 kilometers per hour. But he's been able to sequence deliveries that finish on the stumps, go through outside the corridor. That will be painful. Amir Jangu.
He's got a smile on his face, which maybe tells you that he's not in as much pain as you'd suggest. I mean, Django, he's looked quite good though, 18 from 41. He's been quite decisive. I've loved the footwork, the application, the way he's left outside that off stump.
From drive. Yet another single. Both himself and Joshua De Silva, they've managed to share strike, which is a very critical factor in building a partnership. This partnership, 34 at the moment, so both not allowing one particular bowler to bowl many deliveries to one batter.
Very good batting conditions here on day 2. As we said, this pair, the most prolific pair in the recently concluded 4-day championship. Bit of shape away from Rajita. 127 Ks once again.
Keep your eye on that second slip. And the effort being placed on shining the ball. I've been keeping my eyes on the Sri Lankans and that aspect of support for bowlers. Let's not understate how important this is. This ball, just over 41 overs old. But what they're doing is giving their bowlers a chance of swinging the ball. And I'll explain further. That's straight, that's straight. And the umpire agrees. Samuel Badri spoke about Joshua De Silva moving across his stump. Yet again, finding himself in a tangle.
That's TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah. It's hard to see if there's bat and bowl, and they're going to need ultra edge, please. Here we go, ultra edge coming through. Keep going, yeah, clear gap between ball and bat, running through the pad. Yep, we can go to ball tracking when ready. Original decision is out. Pitch is in line, impact in line. Wicket's missing. I'll go back on field to Saikat. get you to change your decision from out to not out. Signal now. Thank you.
Umpire Shafadilla having to reverse his decision. You can understand why he gave it out. Joshua De Silva got very square on the ball. Height, the issue on that occasion, so he survives. And I'm sure he'll be mindful of that event. Joshua De Silva. Last ball of the over. Just one from it, 136 for 3.
Two off, Ampi, two off. Yeah. Put getting in there. Cassie.
Unique character of the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Very different to Chicky Hi-Fi. That's a character I'm accustomed to at the Antigua Recreation Ground. ARG in St. John's, another venue that hosts cricket here in Antigua. They're just staying with that statement I made about the support that the fielders have to make in terms of shining the ball and assisting bowlers in their side. So critical to extract swing. And much more important when you have a spinner operating from the other end, where there is a significant amount of wear and tear. What fielders try to do is, of course, shine half of the ball and leave the other half roughed up to allow physics to swing the ball, whether conventionally or unconventionally. So it's Joshua De Silva, that LBW appeal which was given and had to be reversed. He felt height was the issue, and it was confirmed to be going over the stumps.
But just have a look at the position he gets in. You mentioned it, making himself a massive target with how square he gets. Could have just clipped that if he had stayed a bit more side on.
Also underscores the importance of having the right technique to play Test match cricket, the longest format of the game, where there are attacking fielders, where bowlers will probe away. There's no quota on the number of overs you can bowl as a bowler. So once you see a deficiency, you can exploit it. Inside edge. Also the benefit of historical data. Joshua De Silva dismissed 4 times of the 5 times LBW in 5 innings. 138 for 3. And that's in his last 5 innings. 4 times dismissed LBW. That should be uppermost in his mind. We had an opening partnership of 58 between Campbell and King, and 39 between Campbell and Hodge. Now 36 with Django and Joshua.
Starts being made here. That suggests the West Indies batters are getting in.
Yeah, just staying with technique. Brandon King will want to reflect on that dismissal. I've looked at him over the years. Remember, he debuted in 2025 against Australia. He loves to drive the ball. He's a front foot player, you can say. But sometimes your strength can become your weakness, and there is a need for you to adapt. At times, he reaches for the ball. And I reckon he has to adjust a little bit more to play the ball under his eye line. Just reflect on his innings today. Driving the ball beyond that 2-meter mark at times, and 1.5-meter marks when he's hitting and making good contact square of the wicket. So it is a run scoring opportunity for him, but you will see with his dismissal, he was reaching for the ball, hitting it beyond the 2-meter marker. Quick single taken.
And as you'd know, DG, just when those hands get a bit too far out in front, you lose that control, the element of control. Just here, have a look at Dhananjaya versus Brandon King. Look at the contact points right under his eyes, allowing the ball to come right in, even when playing an attacking stroke. Once again, not the biggest stride, but look at the momentum into the ball.
And the head position as well. This was the dismissal of Brandon King. Hitting it uppishly in that extra cover region. So Darren Sammy, Brandon King will have to take note of this, maybe make an adjustment, train technique a little bit more, where his head and his eyes are under the ball. Dhananjaya, 1.79 meters his average intersection point. Brandon King further away from him.
I think that's why you saw Brandon King at times just chip the ball in the air in front of him. Didn't see too much of that from Dhananjaya de Silva in his innings, because he allowed the ball to come in. Quite assured, solid base. So you see the boys there enjoying their lunch. Bit of fried fish, some rice and peas, steamed veg. Typical lunch here in the islands. A lot of seafood on offer in this part of the world. Single to Endo, 141 for 3.
The beauty of this part of the world, not only in nature, but in cuisine.
Seen that sign there, the One Tip Restaurant, DG? Ever played One Tip in your time?
Yeah, in the dressing room. When rain interrupted matches.
It was a very popular format of cricket, especially at school, when you had 50 players playing. Had to hit it and run, tip and a run, tip and a run.
You had a high score in that game?
Yeah, I'm a legend in tip and run, especially in these parts. DG? I would bat until break, until the end of recess, they'd say. You get the break, you go out, you play a cricket, tip and run, tip and run.
Lion.
If you could manage to stay there for the whole of the recess period, you've done well. Interesting to see from the left arm orthodox here in Danusha. He's been quite economical, especially in these conditions. He hasn't been put under too much pressure, has he? West Indies just looking to form a partnership. You don't expect them to go too hard against the left arm spin. Could just milk 2-3 runs and over. Low risk run scoring here. Just there, just knocking it into the onside. Rotation of strike. Left hand, right hand combination. So the field will have to change now as well.
West Indies scoring at 3.4 runs per over. Quite contented to work the ball into the gaps. Share on scoring responsibility. Django has used the depth of the crease nicely. Not overly committed to getting onto that front foot. He picks length, which is so critical when you're batting spin. That is probably one of the most defining things for you to be successful against spinners. That ability to pick the length and then to get your body in position to play the ball.
I've really liked what I've seen from Django so far. The end of that over from Danusha, 147 for 3.
West Indies trail by 161 runs. Both Django and Joshua De Silva working really hard out in the middle. New bowler assists up Fernando now from that Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, it's where he predominantly operates. Asita Fernando looking to exploit the conditions here, that breeze across the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And there he is, honing in on the pads. Had to get some bat on that one. Django. Thick inside edge. Gets away for one. But I was speaking in the previous over about how impressive Django has been. Just there, just getting that foot across slightly. But the footwork's been astute. He's been positive, not only in his stroke play, but in his footwork. He's left well. You know, you may say, what's positive about leaving? It's the footwork, it's the conviction, knowing exactly where his off stump is.
Three slips. There's a deep square leg, maybe for that bouncer. And it's the right feel for a bowler like Fernando, because you don't want a batter to get set, have the ease of getting onto his front foot and being very comfortable with your probing lengths. You will want at times to scramble the batter's mind with a well-directed short pitch delivery that gets high enough to making uncomfortable.
At times he tends to use that fielder as a bit of a bluff. It's not actually going to change what he's doing. He went short though, didn't quite get it up high enough. 127 Ks. We've seen even the West Indian bowlers who possess a bit more pace and bounce really struggle to get the ball up head height. So Asita Fernando is best served operating mainly on that fuller length, but he's going to use that fielder to his advantage, hopefully to keep these West Indian batters off balance. Maybe just catch him on the crease slightly. He's got the slips in for the outside edge. Looks like Ali at 2020 making a landing.
.150 comes up for the West Indies, another landmark achieved. I'm sure Darren Sammy and Roston Chase would have shown batting goals for day 2. Always important to have small targets, whether it's from a team perspective or from an individual perspective, just to keep you motivated, just to keep you guided. The more this partnership thrives, it will maybe create impatience on the part of the Sri Lankan bowlers. They might go searching, might try to be enterprising with their lines and lengths, and it will create run-scoring opportunities. So that's a game of chess that is usually played in test match cricket.
150 up for the West Indies, but it's been a struggle over the past 2 years or so in terms of their test batting. They've been dismissed for 150 or less 15 times in 19 test matches, 38 innings, 15 times. That's a lot, DG. Looks like well over 50%.
.151 for 3. Mali needs to polish his technique.
Seems to be running out of a bit of steam there with the bugle. Let's hope the Sri Lankans, from a Sri Lankan's perspective, they don't run out of steam. They're one bowler down, you got to remember that. Lahiru Kumara. Much was expected of him in this test series, especially in these conditions. That bowler that possesses that extra pace.
There was a bit of hesitation there from Joshua De Silva. He planted that front foot, had to play around his pad.
Something Samuel Badri was speaking about. Times just gets that front foot across, makes an X, as they would say, gets in an awkward position to then access the ball, has to play around that front pad.
Maybe it's an opportunity for Dhananjaya De Silva to use a silly point. Create added pressure for Joshua coming onto that front foot. Create some hesitation.
Solid over this from Dinusha. Asked some good questions. And those 5 deliveries. As he said, Silly Point would be apt in this situation, putting pressure on that front foot defense.
Yeah, tactically you can take the short mid wicket out, use that silly point, create that gap there, entice or invite Joshua De Silva to play across the line, go through mid wicket. That's a high risk stroke given the bowler and the situation. Defends well. 151 for 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, another one of these interesting trivia questions. It's as follows. What is the maximum score out of the league? 8 for 1,356.
Run as many as you can. Overthrows and overthrows and overthrows.
Slow and steady, the partnership from Django and De Silva. 49 now it's worth. They've shown great patience and discipline. There was that scare for Joshua De Silva, LBW given, but had to be overturned. But largely unthreatened by what they've been confronted with. Sri Lanka have been diligent and patient as well. So it's been a good little battle ensuing, good little passage of play. She has a miniature bat as well. That's uppish. Don't think it carried. Brings up the 50 partnership. Just wondered how short or how much in front of the fielder that one went. Wonder if he could have gotten his hands under that one. It was traveling quite quickly. Stacey Ann, good afternoon.
Hello to you, Badri. Hello to everyone. Yeah, he slashed it quite hard. Amir Django got very close to the fielder's hand. Perhaps a half volley. Not sure. We'll have to have a closer look at it.
They're still getting some away shape. Asita bowling from that Andy Roberts end. The Easterlies assisting him. Where can they get another wicket? This was something of an opportunity. They were practicing their slip catching before the start of play. Always difficult, the ones that die just in front of you. Shot for LBW again. Height would be the issue. But he has that tendency to play across the line of the ball. Joshua De Silva, previous commentator, was mentioning the number of dismissals via that route. Yeah, that is an indication of what he's thinking, the height, the issue.
Yeah, it was the height before, and it certainly looks like the height this time as well. Yeah, but Sri Lankans are looking to bowl to him a lot straighter. Rajitha, he started things. He was looking to just drag him across the stump and get that one sharply back into him. And Asita Fernando is basically looking to do the same thing to Joshua De Silva. Django on strike now.
You know, what Sri Lanka has done is that they've protected the boundaries. How many lanes there? Three nets, all three in operation. A nice opportunity for the little ones, the young ones, to get some practice in. What Sri Lanka has done is that they've protected the boundaries. They've got boundary riders, but they've also got fielders in catching position. So it's sort of a half and half approach. Three fielders in that slip cordon, and also boundary riders. Deep backward square, fine leg, and a deep backward point. This time he's taken away from him, uppish, and he has to pay the price. Impatience once again, not dissimilar to what we've seen before. And another soft dismissal for the West Indies. 4 down now.
We were just talking about them attacking his front part. This one just a bit of shape away from him. Driving at it. It could have left that alone, Joshua De Silva. And the fielder in good position takes an easy catch. West Indies now 154 for 4.
Justin Graves, after a career best bowling effort in the first innings, makes his way out to the middle, a couple hundreds to him. Remember that unbeaten double century. Another West Indian batter really giving their wickets away. Not to the pitch of it, very wide, but he's picked out the substitute with pinpoint accuracy. So he'll reflect on that as well. A couple other of his teammates, but success. And that's what patience does. Eventually, they're rewarded. So after getting a half century run partnership, it's broken, and now West Indies will have to rebuild. Still trailed by 154 runs. And a new batter out in the middle. Dinusha with his left unorthodox to continue.
Yeah, and that has been the trend of this West Indies innings so far. Good partnerships being formed along the way, and then finding themselves in a position where they have to restart. You look at the dismissals throughout the day, you think that Sri Lanka will be counting themselves lucky, given the placidity of the surface. Batters just looking to take that ultra-aggressive attack to the bowlers. Basically, when they've been on top, just 50 runs partnership a while ago, and then an ill-advised shot coming straight to the substitute fielder.
It's that concentration. It's something that we've spoken about, the mental acuity and understanding what Test match cricket requires. You can see the disappointment there from Joshua De Silva. He knows that it wasn't the bowler that got him out. It's Joshua De Silva himself getting himself out. And that's the real issue. That's the real worry from a West Indian perspective. But hats out and commendations to the Sri Lankans who've been patient. They've played that waiting game. And they've been rewarded in this session with 3 wickets so far.
That's test cricket for you. That's why it's called test for a reason. It's a big test of your patience and concentration.
Couple fielders in close now for the new batter. You have a look at Joshua Da Silva himself. Yeah, he knows all of the hard work he did this season and the lead up to this to get dismissed like that. All right, an examination for Graves. Quick single. He's off the mark quite comfortably. Couple of runs from that over. 156 for 4. Captain Ruston Chase slated to come in next, and then the bowlers. So can Sri Lanka get another one quickly, another one before the tea interval? That's what their plan would be. Nice little cloud cover, providing some shade for those out in the middle at the moment.
Well, Asitha Fernando finally getting that wicket, I think, well deserved from him. He's been the most consistent of the Sri Lankan pace bowlers. Just getting it into that channel consistently. Whether he gets it to leave the batter, or whether he gets it to swing back in sharply. Just keeping it on one length consistently.
Yeah, just looking at what we just saw there, and when is that ball considered to be dead? And going down the leg side. It's not the first time that we've seen Kushal Mendes try that at the non-striker's end. And the bowler was already on his way back to his mark. Yeah, confirmation that it's a leg by. He was just waiting to see if anyone would call for a review. But the bowler is on his way back to his mark. As far as I'm concerned, once he does that, he turns and he's heading back. This was earlier. And then Dhananjaya Da Silva himself breaks the stump down. The umpires were satisfied that at that point the ball was already dead. And we just saw another occasion of Kushal Mendes trying it at the non-striker's end. The placement good again. I'm going to bring him another couple. Amir Jangu, who has been in the system for a long time, has been quite productive. Got his opportunity in one-day international cricket, grabbed it with both hands. Century on debut. On just a one-test match against Pakistan. And in this one, due to circumstances beyond his control, he was given a place in the starting 11, and so far he's looked quite composed.
Yeah, well, he's done good so far. I saw that Darenganga and Mali broke down the difference between Brandon King and Da Silva. in their contact points. He too, very similar to what Dhananjaya De Silva did yesterday, just waiting on the ball to come to him and playing it quite late under his eyes, not pushing at it with hard hands. Just allowing timing to do the work.
Haven't seen Asita utilize that wobble seam too often. Pretty much going into the left-hander. Strong breeze he has to contend with if he wants to go in the opposite direction. Excellent. Good big target, so the chance of success is quite high. That's pedagogical principles in practice. You start with a big target and then you go incrementally smaller as the skill level improves. Searching for maybe a Yorker. 159 for 4. A second day's action, second session in the second day, and this is where things currently stand. Sri Lanka dismissed inside 72 overs for 308. West Indies 159 for 4 at the moment. Still trailed by 149 runs. So a long way away. New batter Justin Graves will be tested once again by Dinosha. Couple close-in fielders. Like to see that mid-on and mid-off, though, cut the single. If you're in that position, he shouldn't be getting a single if he strokes it down the ground. If he wants to go over the top early on in his innings, then so be it. So getting a little bit closer and ask him to go over if he wants to. Just like that.
I was about to say, I agree with you 100%. And what they've done with him coming into the crease, they've placed a few more men around the bat, but still he's been able to get off the mark in that region. And as you said it, he was able to get a second run there as well.
I haven't seen the skipper with the ball just yet. Now this should be a boundary, very well played in front of square, all along the carpet. Glorious and quite aesthetically pleasing from Amir Jangu.
Very strong driving Amir Jangu. Not reaching for it at all, just allowing it to come to him. Vacant space out there. Very good access from him.
I haven't seen the ambidextrous Kamindu Mendes as well. They do have a couple other options up their sleeves. He gets towards the pitch of it and doesn't try to hit it too hard. The timing exceptional. And again, this time it wouldn't result in any run. There is a change in feel. The extra cover is open, the cover is open, and instead there's a deep cover on the boundary, so a single is available in front of him if he wants it. Gets a single, but through the leg side. Moves on to 35. Django 165 for 4.
Overball.
.43 test match wickets for the captain, Dhananjaya De Silva. We haven't seen him yet. Coming to Mendes with 3. These are the options. Remember, Lahiru Kumara, the most experienced, most wickets. He's off the field. Went for a scan, so we're waiting for further information on his status. Doesn't seem likely that he'll feature for the rest of the day, and possibly beyond. That's a heartbreak for him, returning from injury and then sustaining a similar injury on comeback. Just feel for him and for Sri Lanka, who now have to take on that burden with those in the playing 11. Just wonder if we can reach that point, Stacey, if there can be a substitution for an injury like that whilst the game is ongoing.
I've seen it being trialed in, I think, India and England. And it's something that I've thought about at great length. One thing to think about is, would teams use that to their advantage, whether there's a fielder injured or not, depending on the situation? That's something that might be in the back of ICC's minds. But I do think once there's enough evidence that a player is that injured and cannot take any further part in the match, similar to a concussion, I think there's a case for some consideration to be made for that.
Yeah, it has to go through a process, an independent process to validate the injury, the extent of the injury, but certainly it's something that has been discussed in the past. We're in the first innings of the first test, and for all intents and purposes, he might be ruled out of the entirety of the match, if not the series, and puts them at a serious disadvantage. As for now, that's just the way it is. West Indies will look to capitalize. Right, he's getting some assistance, more assistance from around the wicket, Asita. And this will challenge the fielder in the deep. Just a single, though. I mentioned earlier, they have that protection. Half and half field catchers, but also boundary riders.
Yes, basically respect to the conditions, knowing that it is still very good for batting. So they do want to protect the runs. 166 runs, West Indies on the board, still behind. So any opportunities to score runs, but still thinking opportunities to take wickets while they still have those 3 catches in the slip cordon.
Can Sri Lanka add another one in this session? Nice 166 for 4.
And I believe 91% of the crowd may.
Keeping the mind agile, the word sleuth, and getting some reading in. Wonder if he's doing any word sleuth there. Maybe a bit of crossword in his mind.
Right him round.
Whenever you wanted to take a little snooze, Stacey, you'd know of this. You put the sunglasses on so no one can see your eyes. Dhananjaya De Silva. Captain brings himself on. Comfortably perched. A bit of beverage close by. Looking at the cricket. Not much action happening in the middle, but it's real grit and determination. Right, can Dhananjaya pull something out of the hat? Amir Jangu has been steadfast and resolute for his 36. We'll know that the tea interval is close by. Oh! We want to get to that break and recalibrate and continue his fine form this year.
Come on, Danaya.
He plays that shot quite well. Just a single though. Good decision in the end.
Thank you. Bowling over.
He likes to play this sweep shot on line as well as the length. Going down the leg side, so not too much risk. Tempting. He has a long one, deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Also has a silly mid on and a slip and a short mid wicket catching, so sort of covering all the bases. Extra cover open. Stroke for a single. 50 overs in the West Indian innings, 168 for 4.
They didn't show the time. Yeah, but TV umpire not. So it's not fair, no? You guys the time you want it, eh? But we don't. Yeah, but we don't have time.
6 wickets in hand, trailing by 140 the West Indies. Sri Lanka, they seem to have been happy with their first innings tally of 308. The most runs they scored in a day of Test match cricket against the West Indies. So their scoring rate was quite healthy during the course of day one, but they were dismissed. Asita, in all likelihood, the last over before that tea interval. look, and what a catch by Kushal Mendes. That's an absolute beauty. Graves tried to leave it, couldn't get his butt out of the way, and that is magical.
That is absolutely stunning from Kushal Mendes. Commitment to it, diving to his right. Knew that it wouldn't get to the slip fielder because it was dying, and he put in the last minute effort, and Sri Lanka gets another understroke of tea.
Well, it's actually tea with the fall of that wicket. They've called play for this session. Justin Graves, that will be the last act in that post-lunch session, goes for just 3. West Indies 168 for 5, exactly what they wanted Sri Lanka to take one more in with them in that afternoon session. 4 wickets falling in that period, so West Indies were fantastic in session 1, not so much in session 2. Jangu stays unbeaten on 37, and he's looked quite compact and composed for that. John Campbell and Joshua Da Silva will reflect on their dismissal. Kavem Hodge might feel a little bit unlucky, but 5 wickets down now and still trail by 140 the West Indies. Bowling for Sri Lanka, Asita with a couple, Ratnayaka with a couple, and they've been quite patient. Dinusha picked up 1 as well. They have to make do without Lahiru Kumara for now anyway, until we get further news. So Sri Lanka got to 308, 71.5 overs. Dhananjay unscathed then, and then today they've lost 5 wickets to date. West Indies still trail by 140 runs. Let's head pitch side, where Gerard has a special guest.
Yeah, I've got Kushal Mendes with me. Just let's start with that catch. Is that the type of energy that you need in order to stay on top of this game?
Yeah, I think a very good catch. Then I think bowlers done really well. The 3 bowlers, fast bowlers, bowling really well. Then we have to take the coming chance. We have to take it. Then I'm very happy with my catch.
Yeah, West Indies have shown that they're prepared to absorb the pressure. But do you think that the surface is changing, or the bowlers slowly coming back into this one?
Pitch-wise, I think a little bit hard to play better. So I think I condition a little bit tough. Then bowlers bowl really well in our 3 fast bowlers. And Sonal Dinesh bowled really well. He bowled so many dot balls. He take it the pressure and give the other bowlers to get a chance. Then I think bowlers, everyone bowled really well.
Okay, Kushal, thank you.
Thank you.
That's a good session.
Breathtaking catch from Kushal Mendes. That session brought 79 runs and 26.1 overs, but it also brought 4 wickets for Sri Lanka. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll dissect session 2 on day 2.
Tea on day 2 of this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka will be happy with that post-lunch session because they picked up 4 wickets and placed a lot of pressure on the West Indian batting lineup. As we reflect on that batting card, you can see the West Indies at the moment 168 for 5, and on the stroke of tea they lost the wicket of Justin Greaves, well caught by Kusal Mendes. There was some partnership. A significant one was that opening partnership with Campbell and King. 58 they produced, and then Kevin Hodge and Campbell. Fernando with 2 for 20 from his 12.1 overs, and he got great support from Milan Ratnaike, 2 for 30 and a solitary wicket for the spinner in that of Danusha. So at the moment the West Indies, they trail by 140 runs and they still have their work cut out with the bat. We continue to enjoy the conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and I continue to enjoy my company as well. Stacey and Adams, Jimmy Adams, Adams squared, so to speak. Let's talk first about that last wicket. How big a psychological blow that is for the West Indies to lose Justin Greaves at the stroke of tea?
Well, we talk about momentum going into a session break, and that definitely has given the momentum to the Sri Lankans. 4 wickets would have been bad enough, but 5 wickets, that is exactly what you want when you think about going into a session, to take a wicket with you. But not only taking the wicket, but the manner in which it was done. Brilliant piece of bowling from Fernando, and wicket-keeping. We've focused a lot on wicket-keeping mistakes in the last couple of days, but that was a beauty from Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, again, it speaks to the sequencing of deliveries from the Sri Lankan bowlers. It's not about the wicket-taking delivery itself, but it's the build-up, the context that is created before that element of surprise to produce a wicket. Now, let's talk a little bit about the collective batting effort that we saw from the West Indies. Driving the ball seemed to be a challenge for the West Indians. Jimmy Adams, you scored a lot of runs in your career driving the ball. What are the considerations for effectively driving the ball and scoring runs fluently?
Well, I'm going to just mildly disagree with you a little bit, Darren. Driving comes after decision making. Okay. So for me, it starts with, have I made a good decision? And I'm going to very broadly say that in my opinion, the dismissals where batsmen were caught. So if you look at John Campbell, if you look at Brandon King, if you look at
Joshua De
Silva, to me it started with potentially poor decision making. I know that that's a very broad stroke, but some of them I don't think the drives were there to control. It would be difficult to control some of those drives, and they didn't. And it's just a case where maybe they should have defended those balls instead of going at them with hard hands. Joshua De Silva and Brandon King both reaching for balls and in the end getting caught at cover. I think poor decision making.
Stacey and Adams, we spoke about the interception points, how critical it is in your execution to have your hands, head and front foot within a controlling space where you could execute properly. Your thoughts on what you saw with those 3?
Yeah, and you said something really good there, control. And I think playing those shots so far away from their body, didn't have control over them, the shots didn't need to be played. You look at Joshua De Silva, didn't need to play that shot. That ball was shaping away considerably away from him. And I think really you have to keep your shape, especially Test cricket. The ball might be doing a bit, and you look at the example of Amir Jangu and Janandaya De Silva, who scored 100 as well yesterday. They have been good because of their technique playing under their eyes.
John Campbell, your countryman, yeah. Jimmy Adams, 39, looked really good at the start of his innings. He built a foundation. Yeah. How would you describe that dismissal?
Well, again, the question I would ask is, would John need to take that element of risk a couple overs after the interval? I'm not saying that he hasn't hit 6s in his career. He's hit many 6s straight back over spinner's head. And the good batting conditions. So I'm not saying take that shot away. I'm just saying, is that the right time and the right place? Nobody under your bat. don't have to worry about anything defensively. You really are on top of things at the minute. I think, John, maybe wait a little bit, but at the end of the day, if you have to go after it, then you're going to have to get some more distance on those shots, Darren.
And Stacey and Adams, let's turn now to Joshua De Silva, another player who got a start. He was out of this West Indian Test team and now into the team, basically giving away his wicket on that occasion, you would say?
Yeah, certainly did it. And you think back to a few overs earlier, he had a chance that was overturned. You think it was an opportunity for him to cash in. Unfortunately, just playing at one so far away from his body, as I mentioned before, it was shaping away from him. It was so wide, he could have left it alone, and unfortunately just offering up a simple catch really didn't need to happen in that moment because a partnership was being built as well.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Jimmy Adams there in terms of judging the deliveries that got them out. They were mostly deliveries on the up where you knew that there was a high element of risk in the execution. So those are things that they will have to consider for their next opportunity out in the middle. Now, someone who showed efficiency with driving the ball was Amir Django. He was always in control. He started his innings nicely, and he looked compact, Jimmy.
I think that's a key word. His compactness and the consistency of it. I don't think I can remember any of these bowlers pulling Amir's hands away from him on any of his drives. And as a West Indian, I have no issue in saying long may that continue. All his drives have been under his head. His hands have been very close to his body on contact. And that is a good sign for a top order batter who might have to be negotiating a new ball as well.
Yeah, he's on 37 not out. Remember, this is only his second Test match. We spoke about his Rich Vimmer form in the first-class competition. So for the West Indies, they will hope that he can bat that last session and come prepared to bat again on day 3. Let's now give credit to Sri Lanka and the manner in which they bowled. I'll start with you, Stacey and Adams. Generally speaking, what did you like about that effort post-lunch?
Well, I'll say this. I think it shows a fighting Sri Lanka team. They lost one of their key bowlers in Kumara. And I think the planning around that, the simplicity in their approach to bowling, just getting it on an accurate line and length, and that really did the damage for West Indies.
Jimmy, Ratnaike and Fernando,
yes,
impressive?
Well, yes, and I'll say why. For me, Asith is almost the Sri Lankan equivalent of Kimar Roach. Nothing great in terms of speed, but if you look at his economy rate, he's always asking the questions and he doesn't get bored. He's happy to sit, he's happy to wait, he has his catches in place, and he's not necessarily bowling boomerangs, but he's always asking the questions. And if you slip up, if your concentration goes just for a second, he has his catches behind the wicket, in front of the wicket, waiting. He has set the tone, and the rest of the bowling unit have bowled around him very, very well. And that contribution from Sonal, Dinusha, no great turnout there, but he's toiled away, and he's gotten the all-important wicket of John Campbell. So as a unit, they're being very disciplined. It's boring sometimes to watch, but it's effective. They have 6 wickets. So credit to them. Good overall performance from the bowling unit.
Thank you for your thoughts, Jimmy Adams. Always very thorough. Thank you very much, Stacey and Adams. West Indies still trail by 140 runs with 4 wickets in hand as we close this tea break. More action in that final session on day 2 coming your way soon.
picturesque scene here in Antigua. Looks like the east coast of this beautiful island. We see the batters coming back out. Ruston Chase coming in at number 7, the West Indies skipper. Still yet to win a test match as West Indian captain. Have a look at that record. Started absolutely brilliantly, picking up those 500s and 1150s, a best of 137. But just in recent times, he's found run scoring very hard to come by. He just seems to be a batter just a little low on confidence. Coming in at number 7 here, but Amir Jangu. I was listening to the guys in the break speaking about the compact nature of his play, the astute footwork. He's looked very assured at the crease. Knocked the ball into gaps. Rotated strike quite well. West Indies losing 4 wickets for 79 in that post-lunch session. Asita Fernando, the real standout bowler for Sri Lanka so far. 2 for 20 from his 12.1. So he's got 5 deliveries remaining in this over. Ruston Chase, it's been a struggle for him in Test cricket in recent times. Hasn't scored a half century in his last 20 innings at this level. He's up against the moving ball here early. He's got 3 slips. Quite a close cover fielder in. Those are the catching positions. He starts with a loosener down the leg side. Slightly tight delivery, that you'd say. Not quite as loose as you'd expect from a Fernando. This was the wicket.
Oh, indecision, not sure whether to leave or to play. In the end, neither happening, but what did happen was an edge. And what an effort from Kusal Mendez. One-handed low to his right. Talk about a wicketkeeper inspiring his team. That would definitely have been in that category. Ruston Chase off the mark. Credit, as you said, Marley, to Asita Fernando. His figures would suggest that on a surface like this with not much on offer by way of seam movement, he has swung the ball from time to time, but only going for the 20, 21 now in 12 and a half overs. He's given his captain control whenever he's been on, and it's such a pleasure to captain a bowler who knows what he's doing and gives you that kind of control over proceedings, and he's definitely provided that so far in this innings.
Once again, he's found his line from around the wicket. It's the left-handed Jangu. Solidly played in the end. Have a look at Kushal Mendis behind the stumps. Gets into a strong position, which allows him to cover distance. Just there. Look at how far across he gets, well in front of that first slip. And it'll be good, I think, as this game progresses, to compare the both wicket keepers, just in terms of the distance that they managed to cover.
So much now riding both on this partnership, and without attempting a commentator's curse on Amir Jangu, who is now currently the 3rd West Indian into his 30s. Previously, King Campbell getting into the 30s. Joshua De Silva getting to 20. And without wanting to sound too harsh, that's almost criminal. At this level, on a surface like this, you need your top quality batsmen, your top order batsmen to be building on these foundations. They've done the hard work, so to speak. A big ask from Asita Fernando. Maybe, just maybe, swinging a little bit too much down leg. Will they refer it?
Dhananjaya, he's deliberating. Possible 2 sounds as well. But he's taken the review. So they've gone upstairs.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah, back comes across the ball, so I'm going to need ultra edge, please. And through, yep. Just rock and rolling that. Yep. Bat involved. Go back on field to side cat. Bat involved, you can stick your original decision of not out. Signal now.
The decision is not out here in the middle. The inside edge coming to the aid of Amir Jangu. End of that over. Good testing over. A successful one for Asita. 169 for 5.
Off, please. Off stump. Ride him over.
Ratnaika back into the attack from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Thought his previous spell from the Sir Andy Roberts was particularly testing. As we see this appeal once again, Asita Fernando, the one bowler who's managed to get that consistent movement through the air. Doesn't possess express pace, we've said that over and over, but he's in the right areas more often than not. And he builds pressure with dots. You see somewhat almost dejected looking West Indian dressing room at the moment.
So double pace attack here to start proceedings after tea. Milan Ratnaika replacing Sonal Dinusha, who had 13 overs and took that important wicket of John Campbell. Going at 3 and over, Dinusha. 13 overs for 39. So he's made his contribution on a really good batting wicket and has made way for Milan Ratnaika, who has already claimed a couple of wickets. Fernando, I think, being the senior bowler, Asita Fernando gets choice of ends. He has consistently bowled from the Sir Andy Roberts end, having the breeze coming across, helping his away swing. But they've been patient, Sri Lanka. Disciplined patience. It's been good test cricket. This is what it's like sometimes when conditions are not favorable for bowling. You sit, you wait, you stay patient, you repeat over and over, and you work on the premise that I will get a wicket eventually, but between now and when that wicket falls, you, the opposition, aren't going anywhere, or I try and limit how far along you carry the game from a batting perspective.
They've managed to really stem the run flow. Have a look at this run rate. It was up at 4.5s for long parts of the day, but it's dropped to below 3.5 now, 3.27. Just cut across that one slightly, did Ruston Chase. Squirts off the outside edge for one. But that run rate tells you that Sri Lanka have assumed more and more control of this innings as it's progressed.
See, in the excitement of modern day cricket, a lot of people really are into how fast bowlers bowl. But there have been so many examples recently of medium pacers with the discipline, with the control, with the skill, sometimes with the keeper up as well, really making life hard for batsmen. And they create or have the potential to create just as much pressure, because for most batters, especially the attacking versions, if they're not scoring, it's pressure building.
Especially with West Indian batters loving to feel the ball on the bat, loving the ball coming on. Managed to build up pressure. End of the over, those 52 gone. It's 170 for 5. Windies need to find a way to form a real substantial partnership here. Just lost regular wickets, as we said, 4 for 79. The post-lunch session. Asita, he's continuing. As we said, he looks like the kind of bowler that would be able to bowl long spells as well. He's got a good breeze assisting him, as you said. He's got his choice of ends. They give him every opportunity. But have a look at that economy rate. Still yet to concede 2 runs per over in any spell so far in this match. Top-notch stuff. And in his own right, he's the skillful merchant in this Sri Lankan setup. We spoke at length about Kumar Roach and the role he plays. Was probably never blessed with the pace that Kumar Roach was at one point in his career. So he's had to constantly be evolving. Earlier this morning, they were speaking about his record away from home. It's done very well in Sri Lanka as well with the ball, which tells you about that skill.
Quickest delivery, how fast? Yes.
Once again, he's stringing something together in this over. Halfway through, 3 dots. Just presenting that ball outside that off stump, 4th stump line almost. It's absolutely fascinating. As you said earlier, Jimmy, the game within the game. And it's happening here. Ruston Chase low on confidence. Asita Fernando at the top of his game. Honing in on the front pads. Good area once again. You wonder, when will he just float that one outside that off stump with a bit of outward movement? Similar to something we saw from Josh Da Silva, going after one that wasn't quite there, but it's that movement, that consistent movement from Fernando that poses problems. Along with the accuracy, can't forget that part. Ruston Chase batting a couple meters out of his crease here, looking to cut that movement, cut the swing. Good delivery, good leave.
Mind games being played here. Mind games being played here. They're making Ruston Chase sweat for this section of his innings. 12 deliveries so far for 2 runs. They know that every dot ball will increase the chance of that little man on the shoulder just starting to play maybe a bigger role in between the ears. Asita is going to be so critical that he finishes this over well, having started so well. A dot ball to end a maiden for Asita with West Indies, 170 for 5.
West Indies still trailing by 138 here. Have a look at the dots, 240 dots so far in 53 overs. Mention the little man on his shoulder, Jimmy. I've heard it quite a few times now over the past couple of days. You would have been in a situation such as this at some point in your career. Especially Ruston Chase, as you said, 2 of 13. How do you quiet that little man on your shoulder in real time? Or should I say, what were some of the things you would do to try and quiet that little man on your shoulder?
Well, firstly, for the uninitiated, let's just make it abundantly clear that the little man exists. He is real. He is real. A little person, let's be politically correct, but he sits on either your left or your right shoulder, and when you're not scoring consistently, he has a tendency to pop up every now and again and make suggestions on what to do. And usually those suggestions are of an attacking nature. And it can lead to injudicious decision making. And so over a period of time, you learn, first of all, how to identify the fact that he is speaking to you. And then you develop intervention strategies to keep him a little bit quiet. No, it really is pressure. Bowlers build pressure by cutting down run scoring, and when they do that, it is a mind game thereafter. Another good take from Kusal Mendes. Fully outstretched, that right hand of his, almost as if he's got glue inside that glove. Down the leg side from Milan. And with the way they make these gloves nowadays, with that little pouch between thumb and first finger, if you don't catch it quite cleanly, it kind of rolls into that pouch. They actually had to regulate against that, because in the days of my predecessor, Jeffrey Dujan, he got his company that sponsored him to actually put an oversized pouch. And the ICC weren't too happy, because a lot of catches that would have been dropped ended up rolling into that huge oversized pouch. And so that was yet another sort of rule that came in with regards to manufacturing of equipment. So the pouch can only be of a certain size.
So you saying when I was a little kid watching Jeffrey Dujon diving around to his right and left, or we'll get to that at the end of the over, at the next over, 170 for 5.
But Jeff is my uncle, boy. You appreciate me here, bro.
Change from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Rajita comes into the attack. Wicketless so far in his 12 overs. He's bowled some good deliveries at times, but he hasn't managed to sustain the same pressure that we've seen from Asita Fernando. Starts with a short, wide delivery. Batsman of Ruston Chase's class will put that away. So his first boundary. A loose delivery that from Rajita.
Short, wide, very wide actually, but met very well from Ruston Chase. Tall man himself, had to reach a little bit for it, but kept it down, placed it. And Ruston Chase gets his first boundary. So important for Rajita to try and continue applying this pressure. Better reply with the sterling work having done with from Asita post the tea interval. He's really set the tone, and it's so important for bowling units to keep this pressure up. So it's good pressure for Rajita to have. And here's a difference. You see a difference in the field placing now. They're taking a slip out of place, put into cover. Maybe encouraging Rajita to pitch it up a little bit more. Don't be afraid to be driven. We've gotten a couple wickets with injudicious drives, so it might not be a negative thing. It might just be that they're encouraging the young fast bowler to come closer. If you get driven, don't worry about it. We have given you cover, but the pressure is on the batsman to keep it on the ground.
You can tell with the way this field is set. They're sensing an opportunity here, the Sri Lankans. Exerting more and more control over this innings. He's just been let down slightly in his accuracy. Hasn't been too often where you'd almost see the pressure release with a delivery like that from Asita Fernando or Milan Ratnaika. But here, Rajita just releasing the pressure slightly. Now he's got to start over. Only had 6 runs since tea, so run scoring has been hard to come by. War of attrition going on out in the middle. Ruston Chase will be feeling the pressure, no doubt. And one thing that stood out is that the Sri Lankans haven't been forced into many changes, which tells you the control they've had over this innings, especially in that post-lunch session. Hangs one outside the off stump to end that over. 174 for 5. 17-4 so far in this innings, 2 sixes for the West Indies. Those 2 sixes hit by John Campbell early in the day. Lanka to continue. He's going around the wicket now to the left-handed Jangu. And Jimmy, I was saying in the previous over, the Sri Lankans haven't been forced into too many bowling changes here. They've been allowed to bowl. If you think the left-arm orthodox spinner, the role he played, playing that holding role, he wasn't put under any pressure really, and he allowed the Sri Lankan skipper to rotate his bowlers from the other end. Now he's gotten that chance again. Asitha came, did well in that spell. Now he's off. He's going to have a rest. And if things go to plan, he'll come back exactly when they want him to.
Center.
Change of angles from Milan, opting to go over the wicket to the left-handed Jangu. Now into his 14th over, Lanka. Fielding change, slip coming into short mid-wicket. So catchers at mid-wicket cover a short square cover as well. And I think just generally encouraging the bowlers not to be afraid to pitch it up. Don't be afraid to get driven. Surface might not be one, or not might, it isn't one that is offering a lot of support by way of bounce or seam. But there are other ways to get batters out, and the West Indies to date are showing at times that they're not judging driving lengths too well. So on both sides of the wicket, Milan has catchers on the drive, along with his solitary slip and the man at gully. It's interesting watching Jangu bat. He now has faced 90 deliveries for his 37, and you tend to think that he's from that school of whatever you've seen to this point, you're not going to see anything different. As in, he might be thinking to himself, well, this approach has gotten me to 37, why change? I will force them to come closer to me. I will wait, and when they come too close, I'll pick them off. He's played some beautiful drives along the way. But it really feeds into the confidence of the rest of the team when they almost know that, and I know I keep coming back to it, but people begin to trust your decision-making. People begin to believe that you can handle situations, because everyone is looking for situational players, not just players with flair or who stand out, are pleasing on the eye, but can you manage, can you handle situations?
To be fair, Jimmy, from ball one, he's shown that clarity in his decision-making. End of that over. 56 gone, it's 174 for 5. As I was saying, Ruston Chase made a very decent start to his test career. If you look at the first 29 tests, 500, 750s, an average of 33. Look at the last 29, 871 runs, an average of 16 in just the 4 half centuries. So tells you it's been a struggle for him, and to add the pressure of captaincy as well. Jaya De Silva has brought himself on from the Sir Andy Roberts end. More of a part-timer these days, maybe came into international cricket bowling a bit more, but as his batting's blossomed, the bowling's probably gone the other way, but he still has a role to play here with his right arm off spin to the left-handed Django. Hopefully he can take it away from him, threaten that outside edge. He's got a slip and a leg slip in place.
Well, I can't help but think that he might be wondering whether Rajitha was struggling from that end. He really didn't land any of the deliveries in that over, and whether this is going to be a long-term plan for himself to bowl from this end or just to switch the bowlers around. But that previous over would have concerned me as well, to be honest, Mali. So we'll see if this is a one-off from the Sri Lankan captain.
It's quite an astute move if that's the case. The bowler hasn't given him what he's wanted. In a crucial period of this match, he's pulled him out, probably to switch him around, because Ratnaika bowled quite well from the Sir Andy Roberts end earlier today. So that's probably the plan here.
The other thing to consider is they're a bowler short, and you really don't want to be in a position where you don't have a selection from all of the rest of your bowlers. So if a move in switching them keeps your bowlers bowling overs, then it's actually what the situation requires. So we'll see what happens, but I do think the combination of being a bowler short and that last over from Rajitha has really come into play here in this decision.
Four runs from that, from the skipper, 178 for 5. Theme of the day so far, West Indies losing a cluster of wickets post-lunch. 58-run partnership, 4th and 5th innings in 5 innings between the opening pair. It's driven, but he picks out the fielder. Scrambles through for a single. Moves into the 40s now. Amir Django, 40 of 96 deliveries. Have a look at that, stand and deliver. They say never run on a misfield, but on this occasion, not too much alarm for the West Indian pair. Deep point in now for Ratnaika. Just the one slip, a gully. Short catcher at extra cover. Deeper extra cover as well, and mid-off. The offside field. That's good. That's good batting. That's good batting from Chase. Bit of sloppiness there from the Sri Lankans. So what was 1 turned into 2.
Yeah, I'm going to be critical here. I think Ruston Chase for where he's at in his innings and even in his career to have a deep point. I can't have Milan bowling his best ball to a defensive bat that I could have predicted and having a deep point. I'm not backing Milan to bowl short and wide given where he is in his game. He's bowling too well to have that man deep. Bring that man in, build pressure. Don't let him off the hook. Keep him at that end. Put a string of deliveries together. Build that pressure. If he's going to get a score, he's going to have to work bloody hard to get it.
We saw something similar from the West Indies in that first innings, at times employing the deep point. And it was setting a field for bad bowling. At one point, 110 for 5, and you still had a deep point out.
Whoa. Tell me. Come back. Yeah.
Couple runs. Signal the leg buys to fine leg. Well, listen, at the end of the day, you gauge it on where your bowlers are at. If your bowlers are struggling, then by all means. But Milan hasn't done anything since the resumption to suggest, especially bowling to Ruston Chase, that he needs a deep point. What he wants to do, or I would think he would want to do, is to keep Ruston Chase on strike so I can put a string of deliveries to him and continue playing mind games for as long as I can.
To be fair, I'm sure if we get a graphic of his pitch map, the majority of his deliveries are just that slightly fuller length. Maybe he just pulls it back a little bit slightly at times, but more often than not, that 6 to 8 meter area.
And he has his feel for that length. He has short extra cover catching. He's got a regular cover catching. He has his mid-off and mid-on. So if there's an airy drive, there are men there to pounce. What we haven't seen him do is bowl, give me balls short and wide of off stump. On the money. Again, Milan Ratnaika, 58 overs gone, 183 for 5.
West Indies trailing by 125. I think a fair way to go here to take some batting. Amir Jangu looking very assured indeed, 40 from 96. And Chase, 27 deliveries, just finding his way. Just needs to spend some time at the crease, I think. I think Dhananjaya will continue. So he's just playing a bit of a relief role here, as you said, Jimmy. One bowler down in Lahiru Kumara. I'm not sure if he's come back from that scan, or we have the results of that hamstring scan.
Ball in, Didier.
40 from 97 deliveries now. If you're just tuning in, you're probably thinking, oh, well, nothing too positive here from what we're seeing from Jangu, but I'll disagree.
Oh, yes.
He's been very positive, even in defense. Have a look at that good, solid stride. He's left well. He's shown a lot of positivity, not just in his stroke play.
Well, I'm going to give you my definition of positivity, because different people have different meanings. For me, a good decision made early and acted on well is positivity. So if you've made the decision to leave early, that for me is positive batting. And he's been positive in everything he's done, Jangu, so far this innings. Positive in attack, positive in defense. His decision making has been crisp and clear and early. And if the West Indies are going to challenge the Sri Lankan score, he definitely would have a role in that, one would think.
This one's down the ground, though. Got the length that he would have wanted. Ruston Chase. It's a strong area for him. We've seen him really develop that aspect of his game through the white ball format. Have a look at that. Just full down the ground in the end. 2 bounces into that boundary. Yes, timed sweetly as well, but picked out the fielder there. So maybe just starting to find a bit of confidence, Ruston Chase. 14 from 29. It's 188 for 5.
Walk just fraction of it, not too much. Yeah.
So far, so good from a West Indian perspective, post-tee. Little partnership blossoming here between Captain Chase and Django. Still quite a lot of work to be done. Trailing by 120. Dinusha now from Circle the Ambrose end. So spin from both ends. Couple overs behind with spin in operation. You just feel as though they're gonna catch up with that. Django has been quite obdurate in his approach. And given opportunities to score, he looks to pounce on it, which is the way to go in any format. Darren Ganga alongside me. Darren, how do you deconstruct what we've seen so far today?
Afternoon, Sammy. Welcome to everyone viewing from Sri Lanka. Dhananjaya De Silva, of course, trying to manage his resources. He's exploited his seam bowling options, so hence the reason for the 2 slow bowlers operating, himself and Dinusha. Dinusha, of course, already with a wicket to his name. Not of John Campbell. Sent back quite rightly so. I guess it's that stage of the game where Dhananjaya De Silva is recognizing that he's approaching a second new ball. His fast bowling stock is quite weary, so he has to manage his resources for the remainder of the overs in the day's play. What he's done very well is not allow the opposition and that of the West Indies to get away from them or get closer to that 308 scored batting first. Current run rate is 3.1. Very different to what we saw from the Sri Lankans on day 1. The hallmark of the bowling so far has been their patience and control. We definitely want that to continue. Maybe for that to lead to a wicket-taking opportunity.
Some bounce, something in the surface there for Dinusha. Something for everyone to think about. 190 for 5.
Tired of bowling?
the bowlers to come beyond this pair. And so this partnership is so important for the West Indies. Can they get them past that Sri Lanka's first innings total? Last ball of the previous over. A little bit of jump from just in front of Amir Jangu will interest Dinusha for his next over. Rajita replaces Dhananjaya and starts with a wide.
This partnership 23, what Ross and Chase will know is the state of the bowlers, the possibility of a few wayward deliveries that would create run scoring opportunity for both himself and Jangu. So here's a moment for the West Indies batting pair to capitalize on.
Two is a call straight away, should result in two quite easily.
And if you look at all the bowlers used so far, Kasun Rajita, he's been the most expensive bowler. He's going at just around 4.5. So that speaks to an opportunity for a batter. Jimmy Adams speak about pressure in Test match cricket and how you deal with that type of situation. Both these West Indian batters, they should be aroused in this last session because it's an opportunity for them to get closer to that 308. For them to fill their boots, so to speak, from an individual perspective. Jangu already 42 and Roslan Chase with a start.
Yes, still some away swing. A brute of a delivery from Rajita. And Roslan Chase acknowledges it as well. Late away movement.
It's really evidence of the skill that Rajita has and the efforts of his teammates to maintain a shine on half of the ball, to allow it to swing so significantly.
I just want to focus on Amir Jangu and what he's done so far. He's shown great temperament, great resilience. Perhaps came into this test match not thinking that he would feature, given a late opportunity. And so far, he's shown great discipline. Never looked rushed in his innings. And I don't want to jinx him. Still has a long way to go. But a lot of the other batters and the other youngsters looking on can take a lot of what we've seen from Amir Jangu today and his approach to test match batting. He's faced over 100 deliveries for his 42. He's shown great patience and wonderful concentration. And that's how you construct an innings. Not every time it will be runs flowing freely. There is protection there.
Just add, Jangu already has experienced 3 figures at the international level. Scored a wonderful ODI century against Bangladesh and Basseterre and Kitts. So he knows what it takes to get to 3 figures at the international level. Hence his approach. He'll understand the tough moments in an innings and the application required.
No, run!
194 for 5.
Manga leg, manga leg, manga leg.
Yeah, one significant partnership here gets West Indies closer to that first innings total. They want to minimize the deficit at worst and at best, give themselves a first innings lead. Everything is still possible with 5 wickets in hand, and this partnership starting to blossom. And also factor in, folks, that Sri Lanka are one of their premier fast bowlers short. So a lot of the workload rests on the others. 14 overs already for Dinosha. And historically, this venue hasn't assisted spinners. Winston Chase in the last couple overs or so just seemed as though he wants to feel bat on ball.
He's trying to achieve the same. Shadow batting in the stand. Very important innings for Winston Chase. He knows that he's under pressure, given the form that we just showed you in his last 29 test matches. Also carries that responsibility as captain. So he'll want to set an example. It's not that he's not capable. Just has to prepare his mind, make sure that he's organized. He's been there before with his previous test match centuries. He knows what it takes to produce a meaningful test match innings. And the other point I'd like to make, the very good players at the international level, they have a sense of occasion. And this is an ideal occasion for a test batter to roll his sleeves up, apply himself, and get to 3 figures. The pitch is a docile one. The opposition without one of their premier fast bowlers, and there are no major threats on this surface. Very good batting conditions. If you apply yourself like Django is doing, over time, 3 figures will come.
Yeah, also remember the position which he bats. He's opted to come below Joshua De Silva. So he's in that number 7 position. A wicket falls, and then you have to navigate amongst the bowlers. So this partnership crucial. Couple of runs from that over, 196 for 5. Six bowlers used so far by Sri Lanka, just a 1 over for Kumara. Seam bowling options have worked dutifully all day. Continuing now with Rajita. Yeah, up and over from Amir Django. 200 comes up for the West Indies, not where he intended, but gets the boundary nonetheless.
The length was a full one and intentionally wide, just trying to lure Django into a false stroke. That was achieved, but because of the velocity in the swing, ball flying over that slip cordon, so not a bad ploy early from Rajita. Knows that Django is set. He's approaching a landmark. He'll be anxious to get ball on bat.
Already going past his highest score in the infancy of his test match career. No doubt that half-century mark would be at the forefront of his mind, trying to convert a productive first-class season into something significant in Test match cricket. Really has worked diligently to get where he is at the moment.
Looking now.
What's been impressive about the way he's played, in your view, Darren?
Just the way that he's anchored his innings, his organization. He's very patient with deliveries outside the house and very calculated in the deliveries that he drives. Unlike some of his colleagues. You can tell that he's prepared himself for a long innings, for plenty of time out in the middle. Not eager to score boundaries. He appreciates the situation as well. And there was that respect for the opposition bowlers early in his innings. So to be too enterprising, he's not trying to play out of his comfort zone. And he leaves another one, not lured by that wide, full-length delivery. So there is a plan and a framework within which he's operating. And that's very important for being successful in Test match cricket. Technically, what has been impressive about Django is his balance at the crease. That head doesn't move too far offside, so he doesn't fall over. He can judge easily where his off stump is. That's why he leaves the ball so well outside in that region. Not afraid to drive the ball through mid-on. And yeah, transfers his weight very well. Another very good drive from Django. This will run into the boundary line and bring up a maiden half-century for Amir Django in Test match cricket. Is this the start of a very successful career? Yep, a bit of pride too. And he appreciates the occasion, the situation. And his teammates, they respect the effort thus far. 204 for 5.
Ball number 37, Milan is off the field.
In only his third Test match innings, Amir Django has converted and registered his first half-century. Don't be contented with that, is the message. I'll feel it. It will be a moment that he will remember for a long time. His family and fans back in Trinidad and his teammates here, well appreciated. It's been an innings that was full of patience and full of application. And he gets rewarded for all of the time that he spent out in the middle. Now he'll have to refocus. Yep, his countrymen, Ravi Rampal, Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip, standing and applauding. A bit of off-the-field action, some Jenga. Right, runs flowing a little bit more freely now for Ruston Chase. Still trailing by just over 100. When they get that to double figures, they may feel a little bit more comfortable. And be careful, be careful.
Who next? Boleh, soy yo. Namanya, patrei utarangin no. Patrei utarangin. Oh no. I'm not doing that now. It's yours.
Who's going to topple it? Yeah, that's skill, that's great skill.
Oh!
Some turn for Dinosha. Ever so often he gets it. 207 for 5.
No, go on the top. Look at the top here. Wobble. I know, do it. I just have a feeling it's about to fall. Yo, do not take that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't miss your chance to rally in your official West Indies merchandise, to include travel polos, the new T20 and training shirts, along with hats and caps. Visit the stadium gift shop just past the entrance to the hospitality suites. Look out for merchandise sold via feather banner, cash and card payments are accepted.
Which is the loose one, and gently try to remove it. That's the challenge.
To last trivia question, I'm hoping. Who was the first West Indies batter to
as we want to find out who topples the tower.
82%, Brian Lara.
Dhananjaya De Silva. Ruston Chase has shown the proclivity to go over the top against the spinner. Now he has that protection deep. Does Ruston Chase take them on? Still there, intact. Whose turn is it now? Another one comes off.
Asia! Yeah, come. Yeah. Yo, so, come on, Tim.
Calm under pressure. That's how it's done.
Okay, go ahead now. Mia! Go fast! Whoa!
Yeah, just finding the correct piece at which to operate Dhananjaya and to get that movement, that turn.
Yeah. No. Yes, we can stop it. No, it's not. It's already shifted.
Huh? 211 for 5.
Guys, ball ready.
If you were wondering, the tower did eventually topple, trying to take one from the bottom. Yep, and there it went. Back to live action now. Dinosha continues. Second new ball due in 15 overs. Darren was mentioning earlier, he has to manage his resources, his now limited resources, Dhananjaya De Silva.
When you look at the workload for the fast bowlers, you would see they average around 14, 15 overs per bowler. So there is that evidence of workload management by Dhananjaya De Silva with his fast bowlers. Now it's time for the spinners to exploit the conditions a little bit more, use that ball that is 66 overs old. Will want to ensure that a few of his fast bowlers remain fresh and ready for a possible second new ball.
Right, that sort of negative leg stump line of attack now. Interestingly, only the second 200+ total for the West Indies at home in their last 10 innings, so an improvement.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the wicketkeeper. He's standing outside leg stump because the line of attack is outside the leg stump in the rough. Some will say negative, but what he's trying to do is open up Roston Chase, his stance, have him think differently in terms of areas for scoring. Maybe get some variable bounce from that rough area just in front of his leg. And he sweeps well. That could possibly be high risk. Now, Amir Django, he's played very, very well, and he's pretty much a newbie at the international level. But what most opposition teams will be looking at is, of course, his wagon wheel. Where did he score majority of his runs in this innings? As you can see, offside. He loves to drive the ball. Didn't look vulnerable playing that stroke. Loves to also play the ball in that fine leg region, 15% there, and also in that mid-off region too. So as he grows in stature, as he plays more at the international level, teams will limit scoring in those strong areas.
To 13 for 5. All manner of activities here for the younger ones. Somersaults and all. A heavy leg side feel for Dhananjaya to chase, and so he opens up that offside by giving himself a little bit of room and using the depth of the crease. Just feel, DG and viewers, that they're looking to be restrictive, thinking about that second new ball, and also trying to keep their faster bowlers fresh for it.
Ball in, DDS, ball in.
And that plan against Roston Chase speaks directly to that wagon wheel we did show you on Amir Django. Many teams try to push you out of your comfort zone. As in the case of Dhananjaya bowling to Roston Chase, who's a very strong offside player. So they've changed their line of attack from off stump to leg stump or outside leg. Maybe enticing Roston Chase to close his face on the ball, push him to do something that he's not accustomed doing. And that's innovative captaincy. definitely has the resources to do so, Dhananjaya De Silva.
Bowling.
Just wonder if a similar ploy could be used for Amir Django, given the fact that he's so strong through that mid-off region, cover point region. Entice him to play the ball more through mid-wicket.
$215 for 5.
Milan is back. Milan is back. Drinks end of this over.
Significant drop in the run rate on day 2. 10 wickets falling on day 1. Half that number so far. Dinosha continues from the Secretly Ambrose end.
Windies nuts.
Didn't play a shot, so no run would be counted even if they did run. But so easily could have ricocheted onto the stumps. And that's where you have to be very careful with this line of attack.
Indeed. You can just sense that Roston Chase is quite uncomfortable with that line. Indecision as to whether to play or to pad the ball away.
I just think now with what just transpired that he'll utilize the bat a lot more. Unless it's way outside the leg stump.
Nice piece of fielding. The dive came out. And importantly, it will keep Roston Chase on strike. We've seen in the white ball game, players deploy the reverse sweep. It's a stroke that Roston Chase can play. He's not opted for that stroke just yet.
It's been an eventful over so far. Conventional sweep, he wants to, should get it quite easily. That couple brings up the 50 partnership. West Indies trailing by 90 runs now. And an opportune time for everyone to have some hydration.
And we're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Amir Django not out 58, his first half century at this level. Roston Chase as well, 26 not out. It's been a good partnership between this pair, but led mainly by Amir Django. Shots all around the ground. Started quite circumspect, but he's played quite nicely off the front foot. Just there, off the edge, but that was the 50, the shot that brought up that half century. And there's a look of determination on the face of this young Trinidadian batter. He's got a bit about him. This 50-run partnership between Django and Chase coming at the absolute adequate time for the West Indies. Asita Fernando, the standout bowler, 2 for 21 in his 14. Milan as well, 2 for 34. And the left arm spin of Dinusha picking up 1 for 51. It's been a good disciplined bowling performance from the Sri Lankans so far. But West Indies trail by has been plaguing Antigua recently, but we're back in the middle of action here. Amir Django, 58 from 127. Asita Fernando back in from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I'm joined now by Stacey Ann Adams. Good afternoon, Stace.
Good afternoon to you, Mali, and hello to all the viewers. Partnership once more being built for West Indies. We've seen a number of 50 partnerships, but no two batters really pushing on to convert that into a bigger partnership. But you look back to yesterday, Sri Lanka were 110 for 5. Their next 5 batters accumulated 198 runs to get them to 308.
That 6-wicket partnership, yielding 99 runs. It's been the most fruitful partnership of the match so far.
It goes back to a lot of what we've spoken about today, about being patient in what you're doing. You say West Indies, they're in a decent enough position to just continue to build on where they are. 2 capable batters in the middle. Amir Django looks in fine touch. His approach to batting today, quite impressive. Just need someone to stay with him, and his skipper, Chase, he has a start.
Right, Stacey, and he's made a positive start here. Roston Chase coming in at number 7 in this West Indian batting lineup. He spoke about how his career has almost been in 2 halves. The first 29 matches, in his last 29 games. He's found run scoring particularly difficult in his last 29 matches at this level. But he's made a good positive start here and just needs to continue batting time.
Yeah, almost for Sri Lanka, but slipping through somehow as leg buys for 4.
It'd be interesting to see what side the shiny side's on here, with the way that tailed back in quite late. Wondering if we're starting to see just a bit of reverse swing on shore. It is hot and abrasive here on the square. So these are the conditions, something that Darren Ganga was speaking about a little earlier. Not sure if it's following the shiny side, but it tailed in quite late from Asita. So those skills are on show, and once again the ball consistently moving for him. It looks like orthodox swing on this occasion from Asita Fernando. Once again, this one started a bit further outside the line of that off stump, but well played from Django. He showed that good defense, Stacey. Presented a full face more often than not.
Yeah, and that's what's been so impressive about him today. A display of sagacity from Amir Django, just playing it right under his eyes, and just his judgment has been a standout today.
One.
223 for 5. Leave that in. Yeah, figures of Rushton Chase, first 29 test matches. Safe to say, well, his best. And then the recent 29, a dip in form, but it's a return to test cricket for him as well in those last 29 matches. That's one of the things to note there. So mention his careers in 2 halves, 29-29, a chance for him to start over. Look at this as a third phase and just try and do better than that second phase.
Bat in hand's one thing, but since being captain as well, he's yet to pick up a win in his, I think this is his 9th test match as captain. He's had 7 losses and 1 draw so far. But if he could get a big innings here, something near 3 figures, he'll go a long way in pushing the West Indies ahead in this game. It'd be a real captain's knock. Something we saw from Dhananjaya, his counterpart in that first innings.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, hasn't had a win as captain just yet. A chance for him now to convert the start that West Indies had potentially into a win on that 5th day. And you'll say it's in his hands now as skipper. So important that this partnership continues to push on for West Indies.
Interesting that they've gone a bit negative here, have the Sri Lankans, especially to Rushton Chase, the left-arm spinner over the wicket.
Yeah, he swept that well. It's a shot that he plays very well in white ball cricket, and implementing it here well also. Won't mind the spinners operating to him. Rushton Chase. You mentioned that defensive line. Other commentators have mentioned the fact that they're probably trying to access that bit of rough. That rough not too performed just yet to cause a lot of problems, but they're trying different things, Sri Lanka. Yes, realizing the importance of breaking through this partnership because they are the bowlers to come after.
And also with the second new ball due in 10.1 overs, maybe just buying a bit of time for the Pacers here.
Ball in, Machang. Ball in. Near my.
225 for 5. Yeah, so far a good hour for West Indies. No wickets lost just yet. A dip in the run rate, but that wouldn't bother them too much. I look at this session as, yes, some might look at it as passive, but it emphasizes resilience and just soaking up pressure. Playing the situation that's in front of them, Chase and Django. Wicket fell, you know what's there to come.
Wait.
Interesting to note, as we just said, this new ball now, second new ball during 9.5 overs. Asita Fernando from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's been the best exponent of new ball bowling in this Sri Lanka team. Not sure if he'll still be on or if they'll even take it in 9.5 overs, but they'd want him to have that new ball in hand. Milan Ratnaika as well. Got 2 options.
Still getting something off the seam of the ball, even with it this old. But a very good spot there, Mali, I think, because Asita Fernando, he has worked really hard in this match so far for his team. Picked up that wicket of Justin Graves, as well as Joshua De Silva, breaking through at very important times. And then now the question is, who do they turn to with that new ball? Yes, there is Rajitha, but one may argue that he hasn't quite nailed down his lengths and lines today. Definitely some questions for Sri Lanka when that new ball comes, unless they are planning to rest Asita shortly. Questions that we'll get an answer to very soon.
Especially if you take into account the loss of Lahiru Kumara. The importance of Asita, even a Rajitha, grows in this bowling lineup with them 1 bowler less. So far, Rajitha, he's bowled 15 overs for 70. He's been that one bowler that's released a bit of pressure for the Sri Lankans. But he is warming up. Also, may not even take the new ball this evening. Still got an hour left in play today. So something we were speaking about, Stacey and Asita Fernando with ball in hand now. They may be just best served, especially with the ball continuously moving as it is. They probably are just best served to continue in the manner that they are. Hopefully look to prize one away before stumps.
Yeah, with 1 bowler down, they've utilized the spin at one end mainly and the pace at another end. Yeah, Asita Fernando breaking through 50 runs partnership between Joshua De Silva, just driving one aerially. And then assistance from a brilliant take to Sal Mendes. He's worked really hard today, deserved all of his success. Another maiden over completed for him, 225 for 5. Yeah, a partnership of 57 from 126 balls. Django and Chase. West Indies will be quite happy with those two batters out in the middle, just batting some time. Denusha to continue. I think he's handled himself quite well. And one might even argue that the time with which he came into the attack may not have been so had Kumara been fit. And I think that's something that Sri Lanka has managed quite well, Mali.
They've done very well. Skipper Dhananjaya has marshaled his troops. He's rotated his bowlers very well, considering he's a bowler down. I think a little of that has been on the West Indian batsmen as well. At times, I think Denusha was allowed to bowl, so they weren't forced into many changes, especially with a bowler down. You speak about the game within the game. That's one of the things that's been developing. It's something I've been keeping my eye on. It's just how he's going to marshal these troops. How do the West Indies go about applying pressure? Especially on this pitch. Not too much on offer for Denusha. No real turn, bounce. It's been a pretty placid pitch here on day 2.
Yeah, that's why it's so important for this partnership to continue to grow. Try and get into the next day tomorrow. Very close to the end of the day's play. About an hour or so remaining, in fact. But still, with Alzari Joseph carded to come in next, you understand why the scoring rate has dipped a bit. But the important thing, and I think the thing that will make West Indies smile, is that Ruston Chase has a start, and Django is there looking solid as well. Yeah, 3 runs coming from that. Denusha over 228 for 5. Yeah, another plane approaching the island, Mali. Actually, it looks like a military plane from my eyes, the way it's shaped. Quite small, actually. So we were wondering if they would continue with Asita Fernando and Dhananjaya De Silva continuing to rotate his bowlers. Milan Ratnayake has been very good as well today. not the most express in the lineup, but understands what he's bowling and sticks to it, line and length consistently.
But even there, on that single from Amir Jangu, getting deep in his crease, just knocking the ball into gaps. He's been so assured about everything that he's done in this innings so far. Chase has grown as this innings has progressed as well. That one just heading down the leg side from Rathnayaka. Sri Lanka have 2 reviews remaining, the West Indies 3. Not sure they're going to use this one. Not the same amount of movement through the air as we saw from Asita Fernando. But he's also been very successful today, Milan Rathnayaka, and it's because of that consistency. He's strung the dots together, he's built pressure. Every now and again, he just gets one to bounce a little bit extra. There, just there. Bit of outward movement as well. 123 Ks, but it's quick enough, especially if it's in the right area. It doesn't give the batter that time to adjust. Have a look at Chase, probably just defending a little far from the body. The hands get away. Something you see a lot with the West Indian batters. Hands just getting a bit too far out in front.
Very similar again, hands so far in front. Almost offering up a chance to the man in the cover region. Yeah, you heard her there, West Indies to the world. Yes, almost so close to Sanal Dinusha.
Again, looking to drive at one that wasn't quite there. Ruston Chase, similar to what we saw from Brandon King in his dismissal. Those short fielders in, the close catches in extra cover, close mid-wicket, I think these will be positions that will become more prominent as this game progresses. We've seen a multitude of balls just linger in the air in those regions. And so far, just the one dismissal, Brandon King. But I anticipate as this pitch probably loses a bit more pace as well, it'll be a bit of an issue for the batters. 230 for 5.
Nice camera work across Fort James. Yeah, West Indies just 26 runs in the last 60 balls. Well, I said just, it is a test match. They're playing within themselves, playing what's in front of them, doing what is required for the team. You mentioned that field placement and having those players close around the bat. Because of the slow nature of the surface, Mali. Yeah, I'd like you to expand a bit on that more, and whether there's a case for maybe 1 or 2 steps closer, more of an in-out sort of field in that cover region.
Yeah, I anticipate as this pitch continues to lose pace, It's a natural progression of a test wicket. It deteriorates over 5 days, doesn't it? What it's like on day 1 won't be what it's like on day 3, 4, and 5. And so far, we've seen just a few balls, even on day 1, just bounce a little. Batters, it hits high up on the bat near the slice. Batters struggle to keep it down, a la Brandon King. And I think it's a position that both teams have probably missed a bit of a trick in this game with the amount of balls that have gone in the air in that region.
Hey, you go back to Sri Lanka's innings when Dinesh Chandimal batted a number of balls in the air around that region and mid-off as well.
Ball in.
What I've loved about Amir Jangu's inning so far has been the footwork. You have a look at that last delivery. He gets deep in the crease, doesn't he? Really looks to cover that stump. That off stump gets across. It gives him that luxury to either knock it into the onside for a single. Just there. Just going with the natural angle. Good batting.
Yeah, continues to pick the length well. Amir Jangu, good decision making as well. 234 for 5. At 234 for 5. Remember earlier in the day they were 1 over behind Sri Lanka. 3 overs behind, I beg your pardon. Because of the spinners in operation, managed to get it down to 1. Yeah, just having a look at Milan Ratnayaka's variation. You have that scrambled seam delivery on the left and that seam up delivery also. Splitting, slight split in the hands. Fingers, I beg your pardon, on the left side to ensure that you get that scrambled seam coming through to the batter.
What he looks like when he strings these deliveries together. Scramble seam to begin with, going away, angled in, going away from the left-hander, a la Kumar Roach. And this is the orthodox, the seam more upright. And he gets that orthodox swing into the left-handed Jangu. So he's threatening the outside edge and also threatening the pads, getting the ball to move 2 ways, both ways. Very skillful stuff. 1 off the air and 1 off the pitch. 1 through the air, should I say, 1 off the pitch.
Yeah, that perhaps is a seam up delivery. I want turning back in sharply to Amir Jangu. And also, it's not a lot, no distinct change in action or anything. Yes, there's a slight split on the finger for that scrambled seam delivery. But surprised Amir Jangu there, who has been one of the best in decision making in this match.
Light wobble on that seam, but he's looking to keep it upright. Milan Ratnayaka. Oh, through the gap, just the 1 slip. Something Jimmy Adams was speaking about a bit earlier today, especially with Ratnayaka on. Just not being supported with the catchers behind the wicket through that second slip region, just the one slip on a gully. Have a look. It would have been a regulation catch. It's Kamindu Mendes and Nishan Fernando in that region. So, fast stroke that from Amir Django. Not something we've seen too much from him.
Getting the batter to make the mistake on that occasion, but didn't have the field setting in place. Then it goes the other way. An opportunity missed, the ball prior, and then just erring too straight and too far down the leg side and producing some byes.
And if you look at the field's setting, he's got a deep point to Amir Django. He hasn't bowled too many short and wide here on day 2, Milan Ratnaika. .68 from 149 as we see the cars going up and down the Sir Sidney Walling Highway, leading to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, 8 runs come from it, but I think it was a really well constructed over from Milan, 242 for 5.
Beautiful Dickinson Bay on your screens. Some lovely resorts on this stretch of the island, Stacey, and you've got the Sandals Resort, you've got the Royalton Chic as well. Once again, he starts with a delivery outside that leg stump. It'll come through. Not sure if it hit anything on the way through. Leg by signal, actually.
Yeah, Kusal Mendes unable to reel it in. I think it touched his glove, but perhaps. Yeah, well, that line and that angle that he's generating, that he's bowling from, I beg your pardon. You see Ruston Chase, the options that he's opting for, opting to sweep, because if it hits his pad from out there, it should not be given LBW. That's much better from him. Get that angle across the right-handed batter. Lots of oohs and ahs the last 2 overs or so for Sri Lanka.
This partnership has been very fruitful for the West Indies. In fact, it's the highest 6th wicket partnership in a test here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That should give that backroom staff and the dressing room, the players, an element of comfort. The skipper batting the way he is, looking assured. Django as well. Partnership 77 and counting.
Use of the feet that time. I haven't really seen that from Amir Django to the spinner. Good option though. Made good contact but couldn't get it past the fielder. Called for it right off the bat. 247 for 5.
Be on time until next over, then
best partnership for West Indies. Equally shared almost symmetry in runs scored and balls. 33 from 77 and 33 from 78. 79 runs. Best partnership for West Indies. No, we've seen that they have starts throughout apart from that partnership between Django and Kevin Hodge. They'll definitely want this to be a big and their biggest. It already is, but 3 figures is what they'll be aiming for.
And I wonder, what is it about sixth wicket partnerships in this match? In the Sri Lankan first innings, the 6th wicket partnership yielded some 99 runs, fell just 1 run short, Dinusha and Dhananjaya De Silva. Once again, it's the skipper here for the West Indies with his young charge in Amir Django leading the way with this 79-run partnership.
Oh, that kept really low. Kasun Rajitha reintroduced. That one did not get up at all.
Seemed like the first time we've seen a bit of variable bounce. Bit of a loosener, to be fair, from Rajitha. Tends to hit the deck a bit harder than that. As he said, into his 16th over now, and with 1 bowler down, maybe just starting to flag a bit physically.
And then sprays it down the leg side. So not great control so far from Rajitha. Yeah, kept really low. Surprised everyone, I think. Aston Chase. Rajitha, though, I'll say his spell prior to this one, I think was a really good spell. He did cause some indecision making by Amir Django. Saw him edge one over the slip as well. So if he could just find that line once more, that has really been the struggle for him today.
Yeah, Stacey, and he hasn't managed to sustain pressure in the same manner as we've seen from Asita or Milan, Rathanayake. You can tell he's just losing his shape. The ball's spraying out, wide signal, and he's not happy. He's not happy with what he's shelling out here at this stage. Still a crucial period of the match. Windies trail by 56. He's got to be on the money from a Sri Lankan perspective.
Yeah, quite frustrated, yes, Rajitha. And again, yeah, Kusal Mendes is getting quite a walkout in this over. That one to the offside, far to the offside, but a really good take though. This situation that he's in, not hitting his line and lengths as he's probably accustomed to doing. No, what sort of advice can the captain come over and give to him, hand on the shoulder, just to get him to settle down and find that rhythm, Mali?
Yeah, you're right, seems to be struggling for a bit of rhythm. Just needs to calm down, keep it as simple as possible. That's a better delivery, better delivery. Should be 2 runs. Good batting this. Good running from this pair. Under a bit of pressure is Rajitha. He'll be feeling this pressure, Stacey, and considering what his other counterparts have been doing. He's replacing Asita, who bowled quite an outstanding spell as well. One delivery remaining in this over.
Yeah, the simple thing to do, and you mentioned, you know, just find that rhythm. The simple thing to do was just keep the stumps in play. And I think the last two deliveries were a lot better from him. Looking for two, decided against it. Kusal Mendes perhaps hurting his finger there as well. A throw coming in quite viciously, but that's the end of the over. West Indies 255 for 5.
Four wickets in session 2, 1 in session 1, so far unscathed. The West Indies in the third session of day 2. Masita has been quite good in terms of economy and picking up a couple wickets as well. Right, a little bit of a concern for Kushal Mendes. Throw coming in from distance, just maybe in an uncomfortable joint. And straight away has that protection inside the gloves, but just sometimes it hits you in an awkward position. West Indies, though, they're still trailing by 53 runs, 5 wickets intact, crossing 250. An important landmark for them, given what we've spoken about in the recent past. Captain Ruston Chase and Amir Django, the partnership so far yielding 87 runs. Chase was quite good to anything that was full to him, and Django has been resolute for most of his innings, shown great temperament, just waited for anything that came in his area. Some fortune as well, but he's shown application and that fortitude to spend time out in the middle. Jimmy Adams alongside me. And Jimmy, as we look at this current score and what this partnership has yielded, what has impressed you from a West Indian standpoint?
Well, listen, the partnership building, 87, we don't want to put a hex on them, but already the largest partnership of the innings, it's just been the decision-making for me. But both of them, obviously Ruston joining his younger partner late in the day. Django has been like that for the entirety of his 70. So far, Ruston Chase looking for a score. It's been a while since he's gotten a half century at international level. But he's been positive in the sense that whenever he's gotten his scoring opportunities, he's taken them. He hasn't allowed himself to get bogged down. He looks to score, sweeping the spinners. He's driven a few, cut a few. But it's been the decision-making. They have good batting conditions, and it's solid test match cricket. Waiting on the loose deliveries, and just making sure, trying to make sure that they have these all-important wickets in hand at the end of this day, which was what Kavim Hodge had alluded to this morning when he did that flash interview. Dinusha to continue, left arm orthodox from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Appeal for a caught behind.
It was a good take from Kushal Mendes. Just snatching that one. Already taken a blinder in this test match. Was there any bottom edge? I don't think so. A wonderful take from him again, but there's daylight between bat and ball. Right, some 13.4 overs remaining now in the day's play. That new ball is due in 2.4 overs. What are you thinking, Jimmy, as if you put your captaincy hat on, new ball due, I suppose, the freshness of the bowlers given their workload today, the runs coming off the bat with a new ball. What are you thinking when that new ball becomes available?
I'd be tempted to take it. Yes, Asita with 16 overs and Milan with 17, who are your two best seamers, have put in a shift. But on this wicket, I'd be desperate to break this partnership. I think, again, not wanting to hex either of them, but they're pretty settled. They look fairly comfortable given what has been thrown to them in the last half an hour to 45 minutes.
Oh!
We've seen Asit get swing right throughout the day, but he did swing that new ball. And knowing that it's 4 bowlers to come, these are the last of the specialist batsmen. I'd be tempted to take that second new ball, Sammy.
Bowling, Machang.
Well, a couple overs to go, and we'll see what the decision from Dhananjaya is. What are some of his considerations? Look pretty easy at the moment, these two. 2-5-8 for 5. The deficit 50 at the moment. Want to erase that and then build a lead of their own as they look to set this test match up. It's been a gripping day of test match cricket. Yeah. But stop down the leg side. He's been quite efficient, Kushal Mendes, behind the stumps.
He's had a good day, Kushal Mendes. He's been asked on many occasions to go full horizontal as he did there. And at the minute he's doing it with a damaged finger, which isn't ideal. Rajit has struggled today for the most part, Sammy. He's really not been able to put a string of deliveries together. His fast bowling partners, Asita and Milan, have been much better at building pressure. And his captain would be hoping that at some point in this innings, in this game, he gets it together, especially with not having Kumara, who had to leave the field earlier with a hamstring injury.
Yeah, a lot of focus will be on Ruston Chase as well, given his performances with the bat. And as test captain. He has spoken about how elusive it has been for him to register a test match win as captain. 8 matches as captain, 7 losses and a draw. This man has been around for a long time, capturing the memories of West Indies cricket.
I'll show my age by saying I remember when his father used to be in that role long before he was.
It's an important knock for Ruston Chase. So far, he's held his own. Needs to get to that half-century mark and then carry on. But more importantly, get his team past Sri Lanka's first innings score. Way outside his crease to negate any sort of movement. 260 for 5. Starts for Campbell and King at the top of the order. Not able to carry on. Django, though, has converted his start into a half-century. Chase unbeaten on 39. 92, this partnership now. One more over, and then we'll find out what Sri Lanka does with that new ball becoming available. Now, those two will ponder on their dismissals.
Oh, ball in.
John Campbell in particular, having gotten to 39 and then, as the previous commentator mentioned, a brain fade.
Ball in. Keep batting. Hey.
Brandon King himself doing all the hard work. So both of them did all of the hard work, got themselves in a very good position. But not pushing on, which is the great test of this format. This is how he was dismissed. Lots of fielders in the deep. Trying to go offside, instead holding out. Completely against the run of play.
Ayo. Keep batting. Yeah. You're positive. Canso ya.
Yeah, that's patience for you. He's waiting and waiting until it comes close enough to him to get a couple. And to the right, Brandon King. He too will be looking at this dismissal. A push to the field at extra cover. After doing all of the hard work. .262 for 5. Ten wickets on day 1, 5 on day 2. New ball available. New ball taken straight away. There's confirmation of the signal. This will present a different challenge from what they've gotten so far in this innings. Asita with that new cherry in his hands, Jimmy.
Yes, really interesting passage of play in the context of the game beginning now. Sri Lanka desperate for a breakthrough, a partnership now worth 94. Ruston Chase looking settled on 39. Sri Lanka will be keen to break this partnership and expose the West Indies tail. Good batting conditions still. Really easy pace pitch. But one wicket can make such a difference. Last of the recognized batsmen, Ruston Chase. Hasn't had a Test 50 for a while. Two slips and a gully waiting behind the wicket.
And there's also the tendency for runs to score a little bit more freely as well. With that new ball, it comes off the bat quite quickly. And there will be some gaps in the field as well as they push more fielders in catching positions. So that's one way to look at it from a West Indian perspective. Ruston wouldn't want to go chasing after anything, though.
Oh, Sammy. Oh, I can't believe that one.
With the control that he's shown in this game, going at less than 2 and over, I'm wondering if Asita would consider taking his square leg out and strengthening the slip cordon. He's getting decided away swing. His lines have been excellent all day. And you just don't think that he's going to bowl anything into pad loosely to get clipped through square leg. And even if he does, one of the things that opening up that space does sometimes to batters is a bowler is running in and you're literally focusing on the fact that there is this huge gap there and you're almost willing the bowler to bowl a delivery to allow you to play there. And in conditions like this, just that fraction of indecision can play a role, as well as the fact that you're strengthening an area where a drive could well go to.
Yeah, that's the batter's perspective. The bowler's perspective might well be, if there isn't protection leg side, you're so much thinking about that, you tend to bowl wider.
100%. I'll preface by saying, for me, it would be because you have your more senior fast bowler who is bowling well and has the experience. Open up that square leg region. Let him see it. Let him think that it's on. He likes to play an on-drive Ruston Chase, and at the same time, you're strengthening that slip cordon with your outswinger going.
And just continue to do what you've been doing all along. Maiden first up with that second new ball. 2-6, 2 for 5 it remains. With 100 balls faced by Ruston Chase and Amir Jangu so far in this innings. Last ball of that previous over using the angles and the crease. And look how wide he gets here. As he's trying to get that ball to angle in and then leave the right-hander. All right, Nayaka from the circuit, Lee Ambrose, and new ball in hand. That is a good leave, you know. Very close to the stump. As long as it doesn't hit the stump, it's well judged.
Django probably thinking, why is everybody getting so excited? I was in total control of everything here. Miss is as good as a mile. That's a good leave from the Trinidadian lefty. 74 currently, having faced 162 deliveries. He's been the rock for the West Indies in this innings.
No run, Chase, no run.
And they must understand what is happening here with this second new ball and how important it is for them to see this little passage of play through, remain with their wickets intact for the start of day 3, and to really try to push West Indies in a dominant position. No one yet demonstrating dominance in this contest.
It's definitely still at a point in the game where both teams are sparring. Both teams are looking for that opening, a situation or a period where they can start to squeeze, having gotten a little bit of a foot forward. If the West Indies can get through this period, get to closer play without loss of any further wickets, then it starts to look as if they can push ahead. Maybe tomorrow build a lead.
Ostrom.
It's from the other end. You guys are naughty.
West Indian captain out there with Django in his second test match, and they're really putting up a fight. 5 runs away from a 100 partnership. There's some movement back in. Negotiated though, 2-6-3 for 5. Shadows lengthening across the Sir Viv Richards Stadium outfield here in North Sound. Still 9 overs remaining. We won't get there today.
Yeah, two leg.
Watching Amir Jangu bat today, I've really been impressed with how late he plays, generally his overall compactness. Just on maybe one or two occasions out of the 166 deliveries have his hands been pulled away from him. On top of his powers of concentration, it's really been good watching him construct this innings. And big appeal. Umpire not interested. Bowler not looking as if he's going to fight for a review. We'll see. Indian deciding not to, probably pitching a little bit outside leg. Dhananjaya probably thinking it did a little bit too much. Pressure on the West Indian pair facing the second new ball.
He's trying to find that ideal length where he's coming on that front foot and can still get that LBW in play. A little bit too full on that occasion and previously a little bit too short. So not yet getting that ideal length, Nasita. Really put in a shift today though. I think it's safe to say that we're all well protected here at this venue.
No chase.
We haven't seen too many of those short deliveries in this test match, whether from the West Indians when they bowled, nor the Sri Lankans. New hard ball deciding to test Jangu out. Did have protection there for anything that was lofted.
Resolute innings from the West Indian captain, Roston Chase. Knowing the importance of creating a partnership with Amir Jangu. It's been a model of concentration up to this point. And his team will be really keeping fingers crossed that both himself and his junior partner will see this passage of play through and be there ready to resume tomorrow morning. .266 for 5. Still trailing by 42 runs, the West Indies, but importantly, 5 wickets intact.
West Indian greats. Jimmy Adams in that frame as well. Some eminent gentlemen who have represented with such distinction. Kemar Roach, who is quickly getting into the echelon of West Indian great fast bowlers, if not there already. Courtney Walsh, 519. Some of these, your former teammates and certainly some of your your current heroes as well, Jimmy.
Well, Shivnarine Chandrapal, teammate, roommate actually. And there we see him, the man himself, my idol, Vivian Richards, Sir Vivian Richards. Curtly Ambrose, Chris Gale, fellow Jamaican, George Headley coming into view. Roy Fredericks, gentlemen who have distinguished themselves representing the region. Wide signaled. Coming down to this period in the day, you really don't mind if deliveries are well wide of off stump. You don't want to be engaging any new ball, first or second, in that business area just in front of maybe off or fourth stump. Fantastic effort this from Amir Jangu. Only second test match, having debuted against Pakistan in January of last year. Couldn't keep his place in the team and is really making use of what are actually very good batting conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua.
Sun has just dipped. Well, certainly some cloud cover. Smart from these two, trying to run the clock down to ensure that this is the final over of the day. Run partnership between these two now. Nice little milestone. And congratulate each other and receive some applause from their teammates as well. Much needed partnership for the West Indies. Still some work to do. Still trailing by 40 and no doubt will want to get a significant lead to set this game up. Should be thinking of 50 plus as a lead, so some distance to go. Right, can they see off these remaining couple deliveries to be unscathed in this session 3 on day 2? 2 slips and a gully waiting. He wants 2. The placement is good. Will look for 3. And should get them. Yes, they do.
So annoying if you're the other batsman, having to come in to strike for the last, what could be the last delivery of the day. Jangu would have been hoping to take his gloves off and just watch the 2 deliveries from the non-strikers end. Roston Chase conveniently placing it through mid-wicket for a well-placed 3, bringing Jangu now into strike.
Nice little slip at the non-striker's end. Only 2 taken. Not the case though. Final delivery of day 2. Well watched, well played. Amir Django and Ruston Chase. Partnership of 103 for the 6th wicket. West Indies will close day 2 on 2, 7-1 for 5. Still trailed by 37 runs. Only his 3rd innings in Test match cricket. And converting a start into a half century. And no doubt will be harboring hopes of a century tomorrow. Ruston Chase will be searching for his first half century in close to 3 years. Wonderful batting performance from them. Kavem Hodge at the start of the day spoke about having 5 wickets in hand or thereabouts. And that's precisely what they were able to achieve. Stood tall in session 3, the West Indies. And you can see the smiles from his teammates, his good friends, and the sincerity of the appreciations for what he's done. Amir Django, as well as Captain Ruston Chase, who has been under scrutiny. A tough day in the field for the Sri Lankans, 1 bowler down. Let's reflect on the West Indian batting effort. Campbell and King gave them a good start, 58-run opening stand, but both of them will be guilty of gifting their wickets away. Kavem Hodge might consider himself a little bit unlucky. Joshua De Silva and Justin Graves will fall in the category of the top 2 as well. But Amir Django rather, and Ruston Chase unbeaten on 78 and 42 respectively, after facing quite a number of deliveries and a partnership with 103. Therefore, Sri Lanka, the bowlers, Asita with a couple. Look at his economy rate as well, and a couple for Ratnayaka. His economy was quite good. Spinners, West Indies still trail by 37 runs. Session 1 yielding 1 wicket. Second session, 4 wickets. Third session, all West Indies, 103 runs and no wickets lost. A lovely place to be at the moment, and while we think and reflect about that, we'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll have some more analysis of day 2.
Resolute batting by the West Indies in the third session of day 2 has kept them just 37 runs shy of Sri Lanka. The West Indies will have to credit that partnership with Amir Django and the skipper Roston Chase, a partnership still unbeaten. They've produced 103, which is the highest 6-wicket partnership in Test match cricket at this venue here in North Sound, Antigua. So a good day for the West Indies in the end. Remember, Kavem Hodge was interviewed before the start of day 2 and spoke about having wickets in hand, and that is what they actually achieved. I'm joined by Stacey Adams, Jimmy Adams. Just first, Sri Lanka and their bowling, quite disciplined. The West Indies had to work, Jimmy, to score these runs.
For sure. They're led very well at the top by Asita Fernando, who was the epitome of control. He went at under 2 runs and over for the, I think he bowled somewhere around 18 to 20 overs. But he led from the top. And apart from Rajita, who struggled a little bit, all of their bowlers contributed. It was a disciplined effort on a really unhelpful surface for them.
Yeah, indeed. If you look at what transpired in terms of the statistics, we, of course, have Amir Django here. We were going to talk more about Sri Lanka and their bowling. Amir, first, congratulations on achieving your maiden Test half century. Talk us through your preparation before the execution today.
Yeah, to be honest, preparation was really good. We had our camp right after the T20 series, that was in Jamaica, and then we got some really good work done. Some people asked me if I was pretty nervous before, because obviously I haven't played for West Indies in a while, but I wasn't nervous because my preparation was just so good.
Let's talk first about that opening partnership between Campbell and King. How significant was that in terms of the success that you achieved as a collective?
Yeah, Brandon told me yesterday that I wouldn't have to worry because him and John will battle the new ball, which would make my job easier coming in at number 4, and I think they did that. Unfortunate way for both of them to out, I think. They got really good starts, but the wicket is a pretty good one. So once you see off the new ball, I think it gets a lot easier.
58 was that partnership. Jimmy Adams is here, Stacey Adams as well. Apart from, your preparation, talk us through your execution. You seem to drive the ball a lot better than your colleagues in that West Indian setup.
To be honest with you, the wicket was really good, but they was getting the ball to swing a lot. So it was all about understanding how they were trying to out me. Once I covered that, I think I was just waiting on the balls in my area. I think it's now wicket I could pretty drive on the up. So you really have to wait for them to bowl really full for you. So you have to be really patient because they will bowl really well. They hit good areas. So for me, it was just about playing the patient game.
Well, Jimmy Adams in the commentary box, he was showering you with plaudits when he saw that innings unfold. Jimmy, just share some of those compliments.
Well, listen, I think what stood out for me was just the compactness, the fact that barring maybe a couple of situations or instances, you kept your hands close to you for the entire stretch of the innings. I mean, how much of that comes down to who you are naturally as a person, and how much of that is you maybe forcing yourself or restraining yourself given the circumstances?
No, it's definitely restraining. It was restraining, but having said that, I know that playing the longer format of the game, you have to be a little bit tighter.
Yeah.
You have to be more compact, and that's what I worked on in the camp.
Right.
That fourth stump line going across me, balls from around the wicket, going hitting and straightening as well.
Yeah.
Been working on that really hard. So for me, it was easy going out there. It was like something that I was practicing all the time. As I said, the wicket was easier as the ball got older. So execution-wise, it was all about going out there, and when whatever they put in front of me, it was all about executing it.
Nice, nice.
In terms of the bowlers that you face for that innings today, which bowler troubled you the most, and what were the most challenging things about batting that bowling unit from Sri Lanka?
I'll say Asita Fernando. He was getting the ball to end swing all day long. So for me, it was all about trying to protect my stumps, protect the LBW. Had some close calls coming down there in the evening time, but as I said, I think they assessed the conditions really well. As you can see, we scored probably 3 or 2 runs and over throughout our innings, barring our openers. So I think it was all about they knew that the wicket was getting easier for us. So they basically stayed on straight lines, and when straight lines wasn't working, they just carried us wide and wait for us to play rash shots. So I think when me and Chase understood that, any point in time in the last session there. So once we know that we didn't play any rash shots, we know that they couldn't out us.
But Stacey and Adam spoke extensively on comms about the form that you showed in the first-class season in the build-up to this series. To what extent did that contribute to your success today?
Yeah, surely. Since February, I've been playing cricket. So scoring a double century in first-class cricket, and then coming on here, it's basically batting a lot of balls. So coming into a test match here with that kind of preparation from the camp, as well as playing first-class cricket, scoring a lot of runs, it just gave me a lot of confidence, and it made things a lot easier out there today.
A word on your skipper, Roston Chase. I think in his previous 20 innings, he's been denied scoring a half-century. He is at the moment poised on 42. Talk us through that partnership and the communication that you had with him.
Yeah, to be honest, me and Roston, we have a close relationship off the field as well, so I think that really helped with both of us batting to the out to the middle. The communication was key. Obviously, he's a senior player, he's a top player. He got so many test hundreds early up in his career, so it's not to say that he can't do it. So I think it's all about for him was the same thing, trusting his preparation, getting a start. I think the hardest part as a batsman is the start, and he got that. And I think both of us complement each other well, running between the wickets. The way we score, we were rotating strike pretty well off the spin. So yeah, just having the understanding communication, and hopefully tomorrow we kick on, both of us.
Just quickly from me, looking forward a little bit to tomorrow. From a team perspective, what would you and your captain and the rest of this batting unit, ideally, where would you want to be going into tomorrow's play?
Definitely we have to get that 300 mark. What we wanted today was we had 250-run partnerships, and we wanted to get 100-run partnership, and me and Roston, the two recognized batsmen, we said we put our hands up and do it. But it's all about kicking on now. I think the boys, the Sri Lankan boys there, they got pretty tired at the end of the day's play. So I think they'll come out fresh tomorrow. So it's all about me and Roston, whether in that storm. But I think once both of us bat the first over there, 350 plus on the cards, and we'll put ourselves in a really good position in this test match.
Nice, nice.
I know you might be very exhausted from that innings, but before I let you go, a word on the pitch and how that has unfolded, because we saw a few deliveries with variable bounce. How do you reckon it will play in day 3?
Yeah, I think the first day was pretty spicy in the first hour, flattened out a lot. I think today was pretty flat as well, but I think a lot of balls were staying low. So I think the longer we bat, it'll be to our advantage. So we have to take all those things into consideration, not just because we have scores or whether me and Roston kick onto a big score. I think we have to really dig deep and go really deep into this innings, into day 3, so we can let them have the harder part on the wicket to bat on.
Well, I think I can speak on behalf of everyone here. We will be expecting 3 figures from you tomorrow.
No pressure, no pressure.
Thank you.
No pressure. But thank you so much for your time, Amir Django. Congratulations again on your maiden Test 50. All the very best tomorrow.
Thank you.
Right, that was Amir Django, the star for the West Indies with the bat. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua. And bottom of screen, a very important graphic because it shows what Sri Lanka got when they batted 300 dots and they scored 44s and 1-6. Confirmation that the West Indian bowlers were a little bit wayward. They went searching, but take a look at what the West Indies had to contend with. Nearly 70% of dots and minimal 4 balls. So that is the pressure we've been talking about before Amir Django came into the picture. And I want to continue that conversation with Jimmy Adams and Stacey Ann Adams. That wicket and that spell of bowling, or the multiple spell of bowling from Milan Ratnayake, firstly to get rid of Brandon King. In the context of the discipline that we saw, that setup is extra special in Test match cricket.
It was good bowling, but let me add a little bit more context. You've lost one of your senior fast bowlers as well. So in the back of everybody's mind, we know we're setting up for a long day on a good wicket. But he kept the ball outside Brandon's off stump, encouraging Brandon to drive. They had a deep cover at the time. And ultimately, it gets to the point where Brandon refuses to wait anymore, gets impatient, and credit to the captain, you had your short cover there for him as well. So all in all, it's good cricket, good captaincy, good leadership, but excellent bowling from the young fast bowler.
Yeah, indeed. That was a great example of how to sequence an over and create that wicket-taking delivery. Stacey Ann, we saw a similar process with the dismissal of Kavem Hodge. Talk us through what you saw.
Yeah, it's just simple bowling, just deciding, hey, this is what the wicket is doing, and it's not offering a lot for the seamer, so I'm just going to keep it on a strict line and length, and then I'm going to use my variations to try and trouble the batters, and that worked quite successfully well. You see here, he's taking it away from Kavem Hodge. He's getting that, hitting that length consistently, that's key. And then he brings it back in, and then he takes it away. Kavem Hodge, just unsure of what he's doing, eventually fall into him. Yeah, brilliant setup. That one, just climbing a little bit more and getting that inside edge. He count himself unlucky because it was an inside edge, but again, brilliant setup from the young man, Ratnayake.
Jimmy Adams, on comms, you've spoken about narrowing that sort of pitch map for bowlers in Test match cricket, creating pressure. Those were 2 fine examples. Let's shift now to the dismissals we saw with Joshua De Silva. Firstly, again, another batter in the West Indian lineup with a start and being lured into a false stroke.
Yeah, well, listen, Joshua I think he would be roller kicking himself this evening because he got in on a good wicket, batting well, and just reaching for a ball that was fairly wide. He knows that he's really messed up there, given the start he's had, given the situation of the game. But it was exactly what Sri Lanka would have wanted at the time. And then, unfortunately, that dismissal just before the end of the session of Justin Greaves, and a beautiful catch from Kusal Mendes to get that dismissal for Sri Lanka.
Stacey Ann, it was Asita Fernando, the bowler this time. How do you compare and contrast him to Ratnayake?
Well, he has a touch more pace. Ratnayake operates around 128 to 130. And then you have Fernando, who's offering just a little bit more pace. And then consistently, we've seen him swing the ball to the right-handed batters, away from them. And again, he has so much control as an experienced member in this lineup, Asita Fernando.
Yeah, well, both bowlers were quite successful for Sri Lanka, 2 wickets apiece, and that solitary wicket to Sunal Dhanusha, the left-arm spinner. So the Sri Lankans will think about the remaining 5 wickets, Jimmy. We saw a little bit of variable bounce. We saw a little bit of turn. What will be important for Sri Lanka to get those 5 wickets going into day 3?
Well, I think for both teams, the first hour is going to be really critical tomorrow. If the West Indies can get through that first hour without losing a wicket, then they'll be on their way to securing a lead and potentially putting some pressure on Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka will want early breakthroughs. They'll want to get, with the new ball, get rid of at least one of these 2 batters, and then they're into the tail. Pretty long tail, but at least then it gives them a semblance of control going into that first session tomorrow.
Stacey Ann, your thoughts on the West Indian batters and their role for day 3, the remaining 5?
Yeah, well, certainly Django said it, they'll want that partnership between him and Chase to grow a lot more because the bowlers are left to come right after this partnership is broken. So just continue to do what they're doing out there, just understand what the new ball is offering, the surface as well, and how the Sri Lankans are trying to get you out. I think that is something that Django mentioned that was so important. So just for them to continue the way they've been going about it, hardly offered up any chances, and I think that is key going into tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what transpired. We've been blessed with great weather for 2 days. Hopefully tomorrow will be the same. We're going to take a short break and we'll come back with more.
That is absolutely perfect.
Welcome back. Before the break, valued comments from my guests about what Sri Lanka will be planning to do, what the West Indies will be planning to do on day 3. Might I add that and those plans will be tempered by what we've seen from the pitch. Quite variable with pace, with bounce. There were elements of those on day 2. All credit to Django and Chase. They negotiated those moments quite well. That one keeping low. And then this one squatting as well. So if those deliveries were on target, it might have proved challenging and maybe created wicket-taking opportunities for Sri Lanka. So that is something we'll keep a close eye on as day 3 unfolds. Now, a significant part of the game, Jimmy, Stacey, and that we don't really talk too much about is the catching and the out cricket. We saw that from Sri Lanka, starting first with Dinusha, that catch in extra cover, How would you rate their out cricket overall?
I'd say generally it's been tidy. Maybe a couple of shots where they had to circle the boundary, the outfielders, but the catching has been tidy, it's been efficient, and it's been led by the wicket keeper. But they've done really well. Any chance that has been offered, they've held on to it, and that on a wicket like this is critical.
That was a brilliant catch by Fernando, and then the substitute fielder came in and took a blinder to Stacey-Ann.
Yes, certainly. And when you're not carded in the 11 and to come off the bench and then get straight away into the action and taking a blinder as well, that's, you know, not quite a blinder, I beg your pardon. Kusal Mendes, he had the blinder. But yeah, for a substitute fielder to come off the bench, you're not in the game mentally. So I think that was so good of him to just focus and know what it was required of him. Yeah, certainly good fielding from Sri Lanka today.
Yeah, it was Surya Bandara, that substitute fielder. And then you mentioned Kusal Mendes. Very different to what we saw from Joshua De Silva in the West Indies. Mendes setting the example behind the stumps. He was very good moving to his left and right. So athletic, very supportive to his bowlers, and very aware, something that you'd expect from a wicketkeeper at this level, Jimmy.
Oh, he set the tone. Your wicketkeeper really he's a barometer for the rest of the team, and he set the tone for the rest of the squad to follow, and it's been really good watching him lead in the field and inspiring the rest of the fielders, saying, listen, watch me, emulate me, and just the energy has been fantastic.
And given the variability in bounce and pace from the surface and the excellence we've seen from Sri Lanka, how critical will a lead be for the West Indies going into day 3?
Yeah, massive, because we don't know what the surface will offer in day 4 and day 5. Yes, we know that it's quite a placid surface, easy to bat on, but that lack of, well, that variable bounce that we're seeing, some keeping low, some going high, you know, I think that's so important for West Indies now to try and maximize as much as possible on day 3.
Jimmy, Prabhat Jayasuriya, would he have made a difference for Sri Lanka in this bowling lineup? A specialist spinner playing?
I'm going to be very, 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 very political here, step out of my comfort zone a little bit. But I think with the record that he has, at some point he would have to prove to me that he can't bowl in overseas conditions. Those stats are too good. Yes, he's done a lot of it, the major portion of that in Sri Lanka. But I think on a wicket like this, a quality spinner can make a difference. He might not get a 5-for, but at the right time, at the right place, he can get crucial wickets. And I guess selfishly, I would have loved to have seen him bowl in this test match. I love watching him bowl. And I just think that maybe that lack of quality in the spin department by Sri Lanka might benefit the West Indies over 5 days.
Yeah, Sri Lanka will have to bowl in the 4th innings. There will be significant wear and tear. So I concur with you, Jimmy Adams. As we close this day 2, thank you so much for your thoughts, Jimmy. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Stacey-Ann Adams. We hope you've enjoyed day 2. We've had plenty of action with the bat, with the ball. Sri Lanka and the West Indies will continue this battle into day 3. We've enjoyed the action and we've enjoyed that 6-wicket partnership, the highest for the West Indies in Test match cricket at this venue, North Sound, here in Antigua. From all of us, we hope you join us tomorrow. Thank you for your company. It's goodbye.
Yeah, it's a great day for us after the start that we had. I thought that firstly, John and Brandon gave us a good start with that 50-run partnership. Obviously, we lose some quick wickets in between there. But coming on to the middle, the middle overs and the back end of the game, the partnership between, Roston and Django was good for us, a 100-run partnership. Before we started the innings, we wanted 3 or 4 50-run partnerships along with a 100-run partnership. So we have the 100-run partnership, and the good thing about that, both of the guys are still at the crease to come back fresh again tomorrow. So that's good for us.
Yeah, and in terms of Django's performance, his first test, one his second test, how would you assess his speed so far?
Very disciplined. Django been batting well for a long time. I mean, even in the nets, the preparation that we had over the last few weeks, he's been doing really well in the nets. Even the lead up before that, he's put in a lot of work. So you can see improvement in Django's batting, the way how he plays. But today's innings, he's very disciplined, he was committed, and he was determined, to bat for the team. After the tea session, we had a chat in the dressing room, and he said to us that he's going to bat through the session before getting out. So kudos to him, and I want to signal out the skipper as well. I thought that at that stage of the game, it was a very critical moment in the game when the skipper came into bat chase, and he kind of, held things together along with Django. So well done to him. So tomorrow is another day, another opportunity for us to push on.
Yeah, and finally, everyone's behind. How do you think the size of the lead?
Surface, to me, is slowing down. Some balls starting to keep a bit low. As the days go on, it will be wear and tear in the surface. So I would say, we want to aim for 80, 90, 100-run lead. But it takes again for Django and Roston to start fresh tomorrow. Obviously, the bowlers will be fresh. But again, the first hour tomorrow will be critical for us because they will be fresh. And once we get through that first hour, then we start to build those partnerships again.
We are live once more in beautiful Antigua from Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound. It was a brilliant promotion for Test cricket on day one. West Indies and Sri Lanka fighting through, highlighted by a wonderful century by Dhananjaya de Silva, the skipper, and support along the way for him, but they were eventually dismissed for 308. Yeah, West Indies wickets to all the seamers. So John Campbell and Brandon King batting lineup for West Indies. Kavim Hodge in at 3. Django Joshua. Yeah, so Brandon King, very new in his career, just 7 matches, 332 runs to his name, and a best of 75. Love to get the 3 figures eventually. John Campbell, the most senior of the two, 29 matches, has that 100. His 100 coming last year against India in Delhi. Lahiru Kumara, just seen that he's played West Indies 3 times prior to this. Yeah, beautiful ball, just tailing back in slightly. Yeah, that one just swinging far down the leg side. The keeper had no chance. Driven sweetly through the covers. Heard the sound of the bat straight out of the middle. Nice. That is gorgeous from Brandon King.
Outside edge. Goes through that gully region. Outside edge. Softer hands from Brandon King. That keeps the ball down.
And here again, going hard is Campbell. Presented with width. And he picks up his first boundary.
And he'll pick up a maximum. That has gone all the way. Pulled. More muscle than timing on that occasion. He was waiting for it. Rajita not express pace. And the execution good enough for 4.
This one's down the leg side. Will be another boundary. So the second boundary in this over. Bit of a wayward over this from Rajita.
In there, taken, we were just talking about time and concentration. And straight after the drinks interval, Brandon King gently pushes one and is taken in the cover. He will and should be sorely disappointed. Sri Lanka strike.
Well, Sri Lanka desperate for a wicket. Milan Ratnaika getting it for them. An airish push to cover from Brandon King, failing to keep it down, and he will be disappointed having gotten a start. He goes for 31. It's 58 for 1.
Yeah, that's John Campbell for you. All the way for 6 in his arc and met with the middle of the bat. Wonderful strike.
Well, if you're going to hit the ball in the air as an opening batsman, then take a cue. This is how it is done. Giving yourself just enough time to get elevation, keeping your shape on the shot, perfectly straight bat presented to that length delivery from Milan Ratnaika. And his second maximum in his innings, John Campbell. Beautiful lofted drive over mid-off.
Just there once again, gets away with that top edge. Once again, opting for the pull stroke, taking that top edge, flying over the slip region.
Yeah, just walking it to the leg side and, yeah. Bit of poor fielding in the end that allows it to go for his first four.
Yeah, made a mess of that one. Milan Ratnaika. In fact, he's the bowler just replaced by Rajita. He's just given away a boundary with some quite sloppy fielding. He got there in time, good time in the end. This lush outfield maybe just suffered a bit of an awkward bounce, but nonetheless, 4 runs, Kavem Hodge. Goes poorly lined though and swept away. So he spoiled quite a decent start there, did Danusha. Well played by Kavem Hodge. That would take us to lunch. And that boundary will just make him feel a little more comfortable as he heads to the pavilion now. The West Indies end on 89 for 1 after 24 overs here on day 2. Remember, they were responding to the Sri Lankan 308 all out. That was a very good stroke indeed. Played all along the ground. Johnny Campbell leading the way, 36 from 61. He's gotten a start. Can he go big? Remains to be seen. And that's the tail of the tape here today in terms of the West Indies batting. 58-run partnership between Campbell and King. That was broken by Danusha and Milan Ratnaika. Quite a sharp catch in there at extra cover. Hodge not out 12. And Milan, just the only bowler to pick up a wicket today. He's very economical alongside Asitha, who I think was the standout bowler, just hasn't picked up any wickets just yet. And Kumara, just the 1 over, going off injured. So that's the summary of the match so far. Sri Lanka bowled out for 308. West Indies 89 for 1 in reply. Campbell 36 from 61. 2 massive sixes as well. Brandon King looked good for his 31, but perished in quite a similar fashion as we've seen from him. As we said, just the 1 wicket for Milan Ratnaika. We're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the post-lunch session in this, the first test between Sri Lanka and the West Indies. Yeah, he's been switched to the Sir Andy Roberts end now post-lunch. West Indies start with a single.
Edged. Enough of it to clear slip. Kavem Hodge. John Campbell going high. There is a man underneath it. And he's taken it. A good catch in the end to get rid of John Campbell. Sunal Dhanusha gets the breakthrough. Second over after lunch, and the West Indies lose another wicket right after break. John Campbell tempted into a lofted drive, not getting enough legs on it. And the West Indies now have lost their second wicket.
Yeah, good solid catch that by Fernando. Dhanusha picks up his first wicket. Almost an unforced error that by Johnny Campbell. He has to go for 39. His powers of concentration have failed him there. The West Indies 97 for 2.
Don't think there was any contact on that one. By signaled.
Bowden! Jimmy, you're on the money. The game within the game. And Milan Rathnayaka wins the battle. Inside edge onto the stumps. His second wicket. The third for the West Indies. Have a look at the dejection on the face of Kavem Hodge. He was threatening. As you see, he was stringing these dots together, building a bit of pressure. Once again, maybe just caught on the crease slightly, Kavem Hodge. He has to go for 16. Milan Rathnayaka picks up his second. It's 102 for 3. But this one's a bit too much. Done a bit too much here from around the wicket. 4 byes signaled.
Yeah, nicely played. Too much width offered, and a cracking boundary to end the 32nd. West Indies 115 for 3.
Yeah, just continuing his fine form, Amir Django over 400 runs in the recently concluded first-class season with an unbeaten double 100. So too Joshua De Silva, over 400 runs, a double 100 to his name as well. And they'll be desperate to convert that type of form at one level higher, the international level. Only his second test match, Amir Django, and it's a return to test match cricket. That's well placed. Will challenge the boundary. Dribbles there. Yeah, gets there in the end. So a pleasing stroke from Joshua.
Badly lined. Capitalizes on it well, Amir Django. It's an edge. Luckily, it falls short of the slip fielder, and then it crashes into the boundary for a 4.
This time he's taken away from him, uppish, and he has to pay the price. Impatience once again, not dissimilar to what we've seen before. And another soft dismissal for the West Indies. 4 down now.
We were just talking about them attacking his front pad. This one just a bit of shape away from him. Driving at it. It could have left that alone, Joshua De Silva. And the fielder in good position, takes an easy catch. West Indies now 154 for 4.
Now this should be a boundary, very well played in front of square, all along the carpet. Glorious and quite aesthetically pleasing from Amir Django.
Very strong driving Amir Django. Not reaching for it at all, just allowing it to come to him. Vacant space out there. Very good access from him.
Taken, what a catch by Kushal Mendes. That's an absolute beauty. Graves tried to leave it, couldn't get his butt out of the way, and that is magical.
That is absolutely stunning from Kusal Mendes. Commitment to it, diving to his right. Knew that it wouldn't get to the slip fielder because it was dying, and he put in the last minute effort, and Sri Lanka gets another understroke of tea.
Well, it's actually tea with the fall of that wicket. They've called play for this session. Justin Graves, that will be the last act in that post-lunch session, goes for just 3. West Indies 168 for 5, exactly what they wanted. Sri Lanka to take one more in with them in that afternoon session. 4 wickets falling in that period, so West Indies were fantastic in session 1, not so much in session 2. Django stays unbeaten on 37, and he's looked quite compact and composed for that. John Campbell and Joshua Da Silva will reflect on their dismissal. Kavem Hodge might feel a little bit unlucky, but 5 wickets down now and still trail by 140 the West Indies. Bowling for Sri Lanka, Asita with a couple, Ratnayaka with a couple, and they've been quite patient. Dilusha picked up 1 as well. They have to make do without Lahiru Kumara for now anyway, until we get further news. So Sri Lanka got to 308. 71.5 overs. Dhananjaya Da Silva, the skipper, led the way with a sterling century. Under tremendous pressure, carried that responsibility well. Wickets for Graves, he picked up his career best. West Indies, though, in reply, had 1 over to bat yesterday, unscathed then, and then today they've lost 5 wickets to date.
Picturesque scene here in Antigua. Looks like the east coast of this beautiful island. We see the batters coming back out. Ruston Chase coming in at number 7, the West Indies skipper. He starts with a loosener down the leg side. Slightly tight delivery, that you'd say. Not quite as loose. Starts with a short, wide delivery. Batsman of Ruston Chase's class will put that away. So his first boundary. A loose delivery, that from Rajita.
Short, wide, very wide actually, but met very well from Ruston Chase. Tall man himself.
This one's down the ground though. Got the length that he would have wanted. Ruston Chase, it's a strong area for him. We've seen him really develop that aspect of his game through the white ball format. Have a look at that, just full down the ground in the end. 2 bounces into that boundary.
Yeah, up and over from Amir Django. 200 comes up for the West Indies, not where he intended, but gets the boundary nonetheless.
The length was a full one and intentionally wide, just trying to lure Django into a false stroke. That was achieved, but because of the velocity in the swing, ball flying over that slip cordon, so not a bad ploy early from Rajita. Another very good drive from Django. This will run into the boundary line and bring up a maiden half century for Amir Django in Test match cricket. Is this the start of a very successful career? Yep, a bit of pride too. And he appreciates the occasion, the situation. And his teammates, they respect the effort thus far.
His teammates here, well appreciated. It's been an innings that was full of patience and full of application.
Yeah, almost for Sri Lanka, but slipping through somehow as a leg buys for 4.
It'd be interesting to see what side the shiny side's on here, with the way that tailed back in quite late. I'm wondering if we're starting to see just a bit of reverse swing on shore. It is hot and abrasive here on the square. So these are the conditions. Something that Darren Ganga was speaking about a little earlier. Not sure if it's following the shiny side, but it tailed in quite late from Asita. So those skills are on show. And once again, the ball consistently moving for him. It looks like orthodox swing on this occasion from Asita Fernando. Once again, this one started a bit further outside the line of that off stump, but well played from Django. He showed that good defense, Stacey. Presented a full face more often than not. Oh, through the gap, just the one slip. Something Jimmy Adams was speaking about a bit earlier today, especially with Rathnaiker on. Just not being supported with the catchers behind the wicket through that second slip region. Just the one slip on a gully. Have a look. It would have been a regulation catch. It's Kamindu Mendes and Nishan Fernando in that region.
Then it goes the other way. An opportunity missed. The ball prior. And then just erring too straight and too far down the leg side and producing some buys.
And if you look at the field setting, he's got a deep point to Amir Django. He hasn't bowled too many short and wide here on day 2, Milan Rathnaiker.
Oh, that kept really low. Kasun Rajitha reintroduced. That one did not get up at all.
Seemed like the first time we've seen a bit of variable bounce. Bit of a loosener, to be fair, from Rajitha. Tends to hit the deck a bit harder than that.
He's trying to find that ideal length where he's coming on that front foot and can still get that LBW in play. A little bit too full on that occasion and previously a little bit too short. So not yet getting that ideal length, Asita. Really put in a shift today though. I think it's safe to say that we're all well protected here at this venue.
No chase, no chase, no chase.
Run partnership between these two now. Nice little milestone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Congratulate each other and receive some applause from their teammates as well. Much needed partnership for the West Indies. Still some work to do. Still trailing by 40 and no doubt will want to get a significant lead to set this game up. He wants to. The placement is good. Will look for 3. And should get them. Yes, they do.
So annoying if you're the other batsman, having to come in to strike for the last, what could be the last delivery of the day. Django would have been hoping to take his gloves off and just watch the 2 deliveries from the non-strikers, and Ruston Chase conveniently placing it through mid-wicket for a well-placed 3, bringing Django now into strike.
Nice little slip at the non-striker's end. Only 2 taken. Not the case though. Final delivery of day 2. Well watched, well played, Amir Django and Ruston Chase. Partnership of 103 for the 6 wickets. West Indies will close day 2 on 2, 7-1 for 5. Still trailed by 37 runs. Only his 3rd innings in Test match cricket, and converting a start into a half century, and no doubt will be harboring hopes of a century tomorrow. So after 2 days, this is where things stand in the first test at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Sri Lanka sent in, dismissed on day 1 for 308. The West Indies, they faced 1 over on day 1 and then the entirety of day 2 to close on 2, 7-1 for 5. Django and Ruston Chase unbeaten.